Such a shame. You'll be monsters again. Hold me down. Memorials, my sorrow ever called us memory. The rain comes down. When a cup that overflows within, that's enough to fill my heart. Not enough to fill my heart.
J.
Wanna leave it fall apart.
Stream Laments. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel.
Wanna leave it fall apart. I need a miracle, and that's all I try. One drop of love from you that will slowly as the sea water set me free. Most likely any day. I must not love from you. I must not the end. I see all set me free. Graver. What an ocean full of love within.
I cannot do that.
One time. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Enough with the lies. Tell me one more time, my blood, is this you? With the lies, tell me one more time, oh yeah, my blood, your life, is this you? Inside dance to the Latin and flame has no living art. In the order of life, they call you there, you saw it I'll bring a real shot in the dark. It's so warm. The children corruption and dying, silent but screaming. Damage done to flesh, what they say when the name of the damage done to soul of the end. Damage done to soul, I know. My flame is done to life, cause the love I feel.
May the weaver's threads grace you, traveler. How may I assist you?
Pray for the children along the way. I still remember, and voices cold and abandoned the cry. To find you. Confusion, damage, illusion, nightmare, intrusion. One more song to the call, I know. Two more songs to the call. To the call. Soul through my soul to the call. Dream my soul to the call.
Cannot do that.
Better close your eyes.
I cannot do that. Stand down or die. Not do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Stand down or die. Not do that. I cannot do that.
What brings you here?
Yes.
Death to the living and playing has no living out in the autumn. They know you there as you saw it on plan.
I cannot do that. Stand down or die. I cannot do that. Not do that.
Remember places cold and abandoned.
traveler. I can tell you have proven me. Be wary. There are a bit of time. I would tell you.
Traveler, are you ready? Give me the time glass fragments, and I will shape the path to the Omen's Veil.
Silently before me, your tears, they mean nothing to me. The wind
You make fun of me today. Is it you again? Surround the walls. Sounds sad, sound like you're insane. Can you feel the down? You're the only one. Say it again. You said sound like you. You're the only one. You're the
She can't hear you call. You have earned your choice. If you're here, can you prove you're really here? There is a Get away from me!
Oh, you guys.
come back here, the turn the other cheek, lost in the flames. Such a shame. Here be monsters again. One, two, three, four. Bum bum ba da 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 da. Do 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 Real in the world, church ring a bell. Free as they just tried to help, but he went straight to hell. Lost in the flame, such a shame. Here be monsters again. Monsters again. Washed away. I of the overcome back here to turn the other cheek and lost in the flames. Such a shame. Here be monsters again. I lost that blood. But for what? Here be monsters again. Here be monsters again. And they roam the lands of rain. And they look like you and in the flames, such a shame. Here be monsters again. Lost the blood, but for what? Here be monsters again. If you are sad, I make you live this life. Are you awake, blue or bloody red? My heart's and living you knock me to the ground. I wanna run away. Set me free to live. My mind cries out feeling pain. I've been roaming to find myself. I've been feeling endless hurt flowing down. I'm waiting for you. I can't go back. I'm not supposed to go back to life without love. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum.
Yes?
Ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum. in a madness called love.
Yes?
Oh my god, okay. Canda illuminem brisa o tan va illumina tan va tan va illumina tan va ela iclata iso illumi iclata coma illumi navigea lumine navigea sombrare malanora valatera malanora valatera asasino inake io irake asasino inake Malanora, valatera, valanora, valatera. Iso. Ota. Picasso terra. Latado ma illumi navigea sumine navigea sombra malanora valatera malanora valatera asayeno inake no inake asayeno inake Malanora, valatera, malanora, valatera.
We cannot be contained!
Because of Bim dam da di dam vakam sora i fenam e gustate guadeam ram ram sera bim bim bara bim bim bara bim bara bim bim bara bim bim bara bim bara
Les toits sur noir, il y fera.
Clair obscur,
Clair obscur, dans des copains tu trouveras sans aide. Clair obscur, au bleu de peinture, trouveras effet. Clair obscur, dans des copains tu trouveras sans aide. Oh.
clair obscur, trouble, tout clair obscur,
Guardé aux peintures,
clair obscur,
tu trouveras effet. Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures,
tu trouveras sans verre.
Clair obscur, bleu de peinture, trouveras effet. Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouveras sans aide.
Oh, clair obscur, true blue.
Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures. Clair obscur, tu trouveras effet. Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouveras sans aide. Clair obscur, tu trouveras effet. Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouveras sans aide.
Pam pam pararam pam pararara pam pam pararara pam pararara.
What is an artisan without her workshop filled with flawed works and eager children ready to improve the design? The weaver is the greatest art.
Yes. Ba-da-dum dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum bum ba-da-dum bum Ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. Red sun over paradise, a red sun over paradise. On the animals slowly retreat in the shadows. Across the mountain, as it builds to the birds of prey, now the vessels in the reserves for Eden. Day by day, only love is with us now. Something warm and pure, found the beast within ourselves, longing for a cure. All the scenery is sacrifice. When the air blows through and the brisk attack, the vulture waves, the sun is back, will not set. We will not forget the red sun over paradise. Red sun. Red sun over paradise. Red sun over paradise. Find the beast within ourselves, a longing for a cure. When the birds start to to see what rock, oh pretty, but the scenery this is sun is back, we will not set, we will not forget the rest of Assassin Crystal Staff of Zephyr. What the? In the candlelight, in the stars, in the blood of night. Chosen, born of favor left below, painted ashes, painted snow. God wakens gods God, good gods of souls of men, to us to ascend. The end of fading life is at its end. Chosen, born of ashes that below. Bone of razor left below, painted ashes, painted snow. The man meeting silver to ascend. Fading life is at its end. Below, painted ashes, painted snow. Flame remembers, yes. Painted ashes, painted snow. la la la. Head on.
I cannot do that.
To have this head on.
I cannot do that.
Soon I'll come around. Lost but never found. Waiting for my one, but never hurts.
Chaos. We know it well, do we not? No matter what war, death, moments of joy, only to be torn away and lost. Chaos. Yeah. Her threads are only the beginning. Her web will free us from chaos.
I cannot do that.
Samo magli, samo magli, samo magli, magli, samo magli, pripadam, samo magli, zvemetgiši, ja pripadam, samo magli, pripadam, samo magli, se tišini. Samo magli pripadam, samo magli sitnoj do tišini, ja pripadam nam. Tu pripadam, nes tu Sometimes zombie, just as an audience to sing song. Just as an audience, sometimes zombie, the song, like tequila. All the day, but the zombie, just as an audience to sing song. The zombie, the song, it's tequila.
I cannot do that.
Okay then, Helldivers, we are back and we've got loads to get into today. As inside of Helldivers, a lot seems to be going on. We've got a brand new strategic opportunity that you guys are absolutely rinsing through right now over on the purple side. We've also got a brand new video coming up from Arrowhead Game Studios because that's apparently what's important. They got their lo-fi on with this one. It's an intriguing video, that's for damn sure. We've also got to talk about you guys. You guys have been absolutely hammering the reviews on Helldivers 2. We are so back. Just maybe not in the area that we thought we were going to be in. We're going to dive into all of the information you guys need to know here inside the realm of Helldivers 2. If you haven't already, smash that beautiful like button and subscribe with post notifications turned on. It'd be greatly appreciated. Make sure you check out our incredible sponsor, GamerStubs, the company that offer esports athletes and gamers alike the most effective and healthy energy drink option. And if you head down to the description, use code ClownPlays at checkout, it'll even get you a cheeky little discount. Appreciate you in advance for that one. And if you want to get involved with our giveaway, we're giving away free super credits as per usual every single week. If you want to get involved with that, it's very simple. Head down to the comment section and just put a star in the comment section. Yeah, that being said, let's dive into the game and see what's happening in the realm of Helldivers 2. So starting off, we can see right here that we have got a new strategic opportunity on the Galactic War table, and this one takes us over to the purple side. That's right, out of the Terminids and into the Illuminates. It states right here, unmanned spacecraft Renaissance has identified Illuminate appropriators on Keed, conducting excavation of undemocratic architectural remains, or also known as UARs. UARs have been associated with exospires and void emergence. The Helldivers are ordered to interdict these hostiles. Deployments on Keed will be equipped with the Exo-49 Emancipator exosuit in order to combat exo-augmented units. Our task is to take out 5 million Vericitors, I don't really know. You guys know what I'm talking about because you've been hammering through it as we are 63% of the way through on that task. It's a very good one and you guys have been hammering it. So get over to the Illuminates so that we can get back on task with the bugs just to get that one out of the way. On top of that, though, we have also been given some other things in terms of lo-fi. I don't know where this randomly comes from, but I do, but we'll get into that in a second. But they posted that they have curated a full hour of the most democratic lo-fi beats. Make yourself a cup of iced liberty and head over to our YouTube channel to engage in some mandatory relaxation. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. These lo-fi beats are actually really, really good. Like, I really do enjoy them. And I love Craig Lee Thomas. But if he could just shut up for longer than 5 minutes so that I could listen to these lo-fi beats, it would be absolutely incredible. It'd be in the background right now. It really, really would. My lord, man, it's so good. But Craig, come on, man, I love you. Please stop talking through it. But where is it that it came from, you may ask? Well, obviously, there's not so much to actually think about inside of the game right now. Not so much that needs working on. What we needed to do was we needed to go back to 2022, where the concept for the lo-fi diving had actually occurred originally, and they didn't find the right spot for it. It took a few different forms before we landed on this. Feels nice that since we see it updated and in the world, the music is incredible. Absolutely. I mean, it's not like they need to be focusing on anything else right now, do they? Nope, absolutely not. And the biggest sign of that, it does not scream inside of the reviews, because we are so back. We are just not quite back to where we wanted to be. We're back to an era which is definitely very, very different. We can see right here that the recent reviews of 9,499 different players are now mostly negative. Yes, this is the chart that we're looking at. It seems oh so familiar, but it's just on a mass smaller scale. It doesn't seem that things are going very well for Arrowhead right now in terms of the review basis, and it doesn't seem to actually be because of the game itself. There is one thing that I've always found really, really common when it comes to Helldivers and the way that people view it and the way that people play it and what it is that they think about the game overall, and it always starts with this one sentence. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love this game. I know that because I've started it with that sentence so many times. But it stays right here, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love this game, but I'm just so tired with Arrowhead in there, infinite war bonds and zero balancing. If it's something not a war bond, just to make it more appealing for people to buy. I won't go into most details, you can read other people's reviews who put more thought into it. But it is 100% true. They create a problem and then they resolve the problem but put it into a war bond so that you essentially have to pay for that resolve. It's a bit of a weird one. I don't really know where they're going with it, and I'm hoping that they do change that at some stage or another, although later than 2 years into their existence, I can't imagine that's going to change anytime soon. Now, I'm asking you guys about this because I want to know what you guys are thinking via the comment section down below, but it appears that they have still got quite a lot of things that they do need to fix and do to work on. The revert on the durable damage buffs is definitely one of those things that they do need to be working on at the moment as well. We are, at least at this point, waiting to hear back off Arrowhead with regards to what it is that they've got to do with regards to it. There's a lot of actual fixes that they need to do with regards to the game, and at some stage it would be really, really nice if they would just put in some new bloody content. I know, we've had a lot of releases, the cyborgs have come back, that was pretty damn cool, but just need something a little bit different, man. There needs to be some innovation. 2 years in, it needs to evolve, you know? The game is absolutely great, just the choices that they make behind the scenes probably aren't the greatest. Anywho, talking about the choices and what it is that you guys think of them, we need to hit the comment section from our previous video where we went over the latest update where they actually did roll back the Hive Guard, and their noggins that were absolutely made out of titanium are no longer made of titanium, and they have now got a bit more of a, well, a capability than what they are previously. They had the full revert, they made a choice, and they thought that they were wrong with it. Like, I know, right? As if they thought that they were wrong with it. Anyway, you guys had a lot to say via the comment section below, and this is something that we need to speak about. This first one right here coming from Lucas Boycer states, remember when the machinery of oppression was about the bots? I don't know when we'll ever go back to Cyberstan. At least with Into the Untested, we took out one Hive World. Now, this is where we have to look at things in a certain narrative, okay? Because the way that they do this is they do have 3 individual storylines. The Terminids, the Illuminates, and the Automatons. And in each season, if you want to call it that, you need to focus on absolutely every single one. Now, the problem is with their story arcs, they make it revolve around one specific faction in this term. The Automatons are the specific faction. It doesn't seem to work that way because they have separate segments. And they showed us this with the actual roadmap, where we could see that they were going to be working on the Automatons, and then it was going to be the Illuminates, and then it was going to be the Terminids, and we're on the Terminids right now before we move into the next thing that's going to be coming in around June, I believe. But yes, I don't think we're going to be visiting Cyberstan for quite some time. The reason why is because it's a bit like visiting Super Earth. Doesn't want to be overly saturated because then the novelty of it will disappear, if that makes any sense at all. Not only that, but they've now brought us those cyber worlds that the cyborgs have generated, and that's now something that is in the game all of the time. So it's a little bit of a weird one how they can revert it, but it was exactly the same as when they let us into Super Earth. Then the mega cities came up, and now Super Earth would be like every other mega city that you've played yet. It's really odd. Moving on from that, this next one right here coming from Nota Decoy states, did they just do this so that they don't have to make a legitimate hotfix / patch? All they did was revert the changes to the Hive Guard and nothing else, when plenty needed to be done, at least for this patch. Now, there was a lot of comments with regards to this one. It received 121 likes, and it was probably one of the most liked that we had on the video, and it's coming up to vacation time is what I'm gathering. The Swedes are jumping on vacation, which essentially means there is nothing coming for the game. which is really, really sad because, my lord, it definitely needs it. It needs some reversions, it needs some revising, it needs some additional time and love and TLC. We just don't think that we're going to get it. So, yeah, I think that they actually did kind of use this patch update as a way to just revert it and make that the biggest feature, and thinking that everybody would be happy with it. Unfortunately, it clearly doesn't seem to have been the case via the most recent reviews being mostly negative. This final one right here coming from Goofy Gooberific. What an absolutely awesome name that is, man. Have a Goofy Goober! He states, now they need to revert the durable damage buffs, which we did obviously just speak about in the previous point of this video. I do agree with you. I think that it is definitely something that they need to rectify, they need to work on, and there is quite a lot of things that they still do need to alter. Luckily, their game is really, really fun. It is really, really fun, and it doesn't really matter what they do. The baseline of it is really, really fun. That's, I think, is the biggest problem with this, and they think and they know that their game is really, really fun. And they know that it's still going to survive regardless. It's a bit of a difficult one. Fingers crossed it does change in the future, but I think right now the egos will carry most of the weight, and it won't carry it into a patch update.
I cannot do that.
We'll see where we lead. Make sure you stay tuned, as we're going to be covering your guys' Helldivers news as much as we possibly can. Thanks again for watching. Like, subscribe, appreciate your faces, and as always, I'll see you in the clouds.
It's a Lamborghini.
That's a Maserati, genius.
Oh.
Are you even a man?
What? Yeah? Whoa.
Oh.
Don't do that. We're in public.
Things bring bad omens. Oh, nothing. Hello there.
Se nepoučím, to se poveduje. To čega bežíš ty, to se nalečí, to se poveduje.
I cannot do that. Yes. Hello?
Patuci me zovu, zaboravljeným jménem Magnoveniu. To je další citát. Citát o Magnoveniu.
Can I help you?
I'm assuming.
Stay safe, traveler.
I cannot do that.
Zwraca wielkobudnia, radimo non-stop. Radimo non-stop. Flashing for the TikTok.
That one's pretty.
Pretty. It's the prettiest thing that I saw, lady. Oh my God, and you.
Rings upon rings upon rings upon rings. Wait, that one's new.
nothing more exhilarating than pointing out the shortcomings of others, is there?
Hey everybody, this is Mac from Macabre Storytelling. So I've been off the platform for several months now, not for any particularly bad or serious reason. I've just been busy with family and work, and YouTube just simply hasn't been able to be my priority over the last, I want to say, year or so. But as for this video, I really wanted to make a note and an effort to get it out as soon as I could before I started to second guess myself on it. So while my channel is mostly focused around television reviews and movie talk and writing advice, I'm sure at least some of you watching right now initially found my channel after I put out a video about 3 or 4 years ago at this point entitled Male Dating and Sex Struggles, A Problem in Plain Sight. In that video, I chronicle my experience as a man in my early 20s who, as a result of being very frustrated and unsatisfied with my lack of success with women, I found my way into the pickup artist community, which doesn't really exist in any significant shape or form as of today, but I would argue was the precursor for the modern red pill manosphere movement. My intention with that video was to not only validate the struggles and frustrations of other young men who were in a similar circumstance, but to relay to them the positive things I learned from the community, the things that made me better with women, helped me improve my confidence, and, you know, become the man I wanted to be, while also dispelling a lot of the bullshit that just ended up being a hindrance to where I wanted to go. While I was making that video, there were constant times when I almost decided to pull the plug on it, for two big reasons. The first being I didn't really know if anyone wanted to hear about dating advice from, you know, the Game of Thrones rewrite guy. I hadn't made any content along those lines, particularly about men's dating or romance struggles, so I didn't really know if I was the person that young men wanted to hear from in regard to this topic. And second, I knew that if I wanted to make this video as impactful as possible, I would have to be as honest and open and vulnerable as I could. And I didn't know if I really wanted to put all that out there for everyone on the internet to see. But I think ultimately I decided that, again, if I really wanted to convince guys to listen to me or make them believe that I had something to say that could help them, I would have to be as open and honest and vulnerable as possible. For those of you who have seen the video will know that I speak about some pretty heavy topics and personal issues, addiction, self-harm, erectile dysfunction, sexual insecurities. So yeah, it was really hard for me to, you know, pull the trigger and decide to put all that out there. Also, I think part of me didn't really expect it to, you know, I figured, maybe this video at most will get like 50,000 views. That'd be pretty cool. It'll do okay. But yeah, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to go viral, or it's not like everyone and their mother online is going to, you know, see this video. And I was very wrong. As of today, the video has, I believe, over 750,000 views. It is one of the highest viewed videos on my channel. It was featured in videos by some other bigger creators, notably Noah Samson and FD Signifier. And even to this day, I still get emails and comments from men who say that they really appreciated that video and it really helped them during a time when they were feeling alone or like no one was really listening to them. And I'm really proud of that. I'm really glad I made that video, and I'm so thankful for the response it got. However, after I made the video, while I have made other videos on men's issues, I have been very hesitant about making any other content in regard to men's dating advice or struggles or anything of that sort. And the reason I was hesitant was because when I made that first video, my true and honest intention was to simply relay my experience to try and help guys who were in a similar rut. It wasn't to, you know, gain subscribers. It wasn't to try and get views. Again, I didn't really think the video was going to do all that well. My intention was to simply reach my hand out and try to, you know, lift young guys up. So for me, it kind of felt strange or, I guess, like false to think of giving men advice or help as like a commodity, as a way to grow my channel or to, monetize, viewers. Now, granted, I understand that YouTube as a platform, that is what, that is what it thrives off of. If you make a video on a certain topic and it does really well and it gets a great response and people are asking you for more of that content, it means you're doing something right. It means that there is a demand for that style of content. But for me, it just seemed I never wanted to get to a point where I was making content on this subject for the wrong reason. I never wanted to feel like I was doing it in order to make money or to, bump my subscribers up or anything of that sort. I didn't want to make it feel like I was just,
Take care.
Doing it for content or to keep, people watching my channel. If anything, the whole reason I made that initial video, it's a very
Welcome
long
to
video.
my
Your
channel.
dedication, but you're on the right path. Keep believing in yourself. Thanks for the whisper.
And ideally, if you
But
were a young man who watched that video,
I don't really need anything. Thanks, man. Thanks for the
I would have
thing.
loved to hear from any or all of you guys would be I watched that video, I learned a lot from it, I turned off my computer, and then I went out and improved my life. And I started talking to girls and improving my dating life and, getting my life back on track. So it seemed to me where trying to just generate content about, men's dating struggles seemed sort of to be antithetical to the point of the original video. I don't want you to keep just watching endless videos on the topic. I don't want you to just keep absorbing content about the topic. I want you to go out and do it. I want you to put it into practice and improve your life. Because if you're not doing that, then what's the point of advice? What is the point of making the video in the first place? So yeah, that's really why I've been kind of hesitant about making
Oi!
any other male dating.
Oi, governor.
And I've made other male issue videos, but particularly issues surrounding male dating or the red pill space or the manosphere. So of course, then the question is, well, why are you making this video right now? And the reason is because in the several years since I've made that video,
I will have it.
what is the manosphere here on YouTube devolved into
Escape. The future cannot.
so much of the content that other creators make.
Escape is fool.
It's all just stuff that makes guys feel validated in their frustrations and struggles.
Escape is impossible.
But overall, doesn't have to do anything to give them direction and motivate them to change.
Escape is impossible.
The best analogy I can think of for those of you who have seen
Escape is impossible. Escape is impossible.
all that stuff, and then at the end, and then when he reaches the day, the Audi mark takes back over, and he goes home and goes to bed and comes back to work, in which the process continues. So the innies in the show are effectively slaves. They basically have no recourse, they have no autonomy, they have no means by which to change their situation. Their entire existence is relegated to the severance floor. Now, fear. So of course, then the question is, well, why are you making this video right now? And the reason is because in the several years since I made that video, I have seen what is commonly referred to as the manosphere here on YouTube devolve into not even like toxic rage bait bullshit rhetoric. I mean, there's plenty of that. But for me, it seems as though so much of the content that other creators make under the guise of trying to help men and give them advice and trying to motivate them to improve their lives, 90 to 95% of it is just appeasement porn. It's all just stuff that makes guys feel validated in their frustrations and struggles, and makes them feel better for a short period of time, but overall doesn't actually do anything to help these guys, to give them direction and motivate them to change their situation. If anything, I think that the more guys watch this content, the more hopeless and downtrodden and just, you know, miserable they become. The best analogy I can think of for those of you who have seen the show Severance, the main character Mark works for this company in which they employ a procedure called severance. So Mark goes to work, and then when he enters the building, his consciousness is severed. So his innie persona is the one who goes to work and does all the, you know, boring computer shit and all that stuff. And then at the end of the day, and then when he leaves for the day, the outie Mark takes back over, and he goes home and goes to bed and then comes back to work, in which the process continues. So the innies in the show are effectively slaves. They basically have no recourse, they have no autonomy, they have no means by which to change their situation. Their entire existence is relegated to the severance floor. Now, in the second episode of the show, they introduce the concept of what is called a wellness session, where one of the innies will go to sort of like a quasi-therapy session, where another character, Miss Casey, will just sort of tell them stuff that makes them feel good. Like, you know, your outie is a super cool dude, and, you know, he has a lot of friends, and he likes baking, like, whatever, it doesn't matter. But basically, it's all just appeasement. It's just stuff that makes them feel fuzzy and makes them feel good. But at the end of the day, as soon as the wellness session is over, the innie goes right back to work, nothing has changed, and they are in the exact same spot they were before the wellness session. To me, that is basically what, again, 90% of Manosphere content has become. It's just content that is designed to make men feel validated without any sort of follow-through in terms of guiding these men on how to improve their situation. So let's say you're a young man and you're struggling with dating, and you want to get better with women, or you're a bit skeptical about getting back out there or putting yourself out there. Now, obviously, validating your concerns and your struggles is important. That's one step of the process, but it seems like the vast majority of content that is designed, that is put forth under the guise of helping these men, really just ends up making matters worse. You know, showing them the worst woman in the world, sharing horror stories of women like screwing over men and, you know, all that. Wow, look how stupid these women are. Wow, look how conceited these women are. Wow, look at how, you know, high these women's standards are. And so what is the ultimate effect that it has on these men? It's like, well, it makes them give up. It makes them quit. It makes them just depressed. Basically, it seems like the vast majority of Manosphere content, the ultimate effect doesn't seem to be motivating these men to get out there and improve their situation, but rather to just give up and stay inside and keep watching Manosphere content and give me more views and give me more subscribers and more ad revenue and whatnot. Which to me was exactly why I was hesitant to make more Manosphere content, because I never wanted men to feel that way. I wanted you to, you know, watch my video and take what you could learn from it and then get out there and do it and go and improve yourself. So this video is going to be a sort of counter to that. I'm going to try and make a case for you if you're a young man who is privy to Manosphere content or Red Pill ideology or whatever, whether you've watched it for 6 months or several years, and you feel as though it really hasn't, it may make you feel better, but if you feel as though it hasn't really led to you improving your situation, or that you are in the exact same spot you were however many months or years it was when you started watching the content, this video is meant to speak directly to you. Now, before we get into it, I just wanted to touch upon, I recently watched the Louis Theroux Manosphere documentary, in which he interviews a number of the bigger Manosphere gurus in the space, Myron from Fresh and Fit, Justin Waller, Sneeko, and then there were a couple I wasn't as familiar with. I think they're newer to the scene, the Tiki Taki guy or whatever his name was. Now, while I think Louis did a great job at just sort of allowing these guys to dig their own graves and prove that the personas they put forth to their audiences isn't really who they are. They ultimately are just posers and are selling their audience something as opposed to practicing what they preach. However, I think after watching the documentary, it sort of highlighted to me that there are two big fundamental issues with the way that we usually address the Manosphere or Red Pill content or what have you. The first is that we tend to focus on taking down individual creators you know, that's not to say that that isn't effective. You know, pointing out that Andrew Tate is a huge hypocrite who lambasts OnlyFans girls for taking advantage of men, but then will go on a podcast and openly brag about ripping men off with his own webcam business. You have Myron, who claims to believe in speaking your mind and free speech, but then several years ago filed a bunch of false copyright claims against Aberrant Preach after they criticized them. So yeah, I think it can be effective to reveal a lot of these guys as posers or hypocrites. However, the issue is that it's like cutting the head off a hydra. As soon as one of these guys falls or falls off, another one will just come and take its place. So I think when we're talking about the manosphere or red pill ideology, we have to speak of it more holistically, as opposed to just focusing on individual creators, rather as sort of like an ecosystem, if you will. I am going to bring up several individual creators throughout this video, but less in a way to try and like take them down, and more as just to use them as examples of certain topics I'm talking about. The second major flaw is that when we're talking about the negative effects that the manosphere or red pill ideology has, we often look past the young men who are consuming it. We aren't really talking about the effect that this content is having on the young men, but rather others. So for example, we'll say something like, hey, you shouldn't watch manosphere content or red pill ideology because it spreads toxic ideas about women, or, you know, whomever. And now while I obviously agree with that, it sort of is playing into the hand of these creators who claim that the men who were drawn to the manosphere were ignored or weren't listened to or weren't really given a second thought. A good analogy would be to say, let's say you're a young man and you're lost in the middle of the desert. There's a long road and in either direction there's no one coming for you. You're lost, you're dying of thirst, you're dying of hunger, you don't know what to do, you're desperate. And then a bus pulls up and the driver says, come on, let's go, let's get you out of here, let's get you where you need to go. Now obviously the young man's like, fuck yeah, let's go, let's get me the hell out of here. But then someone comes up and says, hey man, you shouldn't get on that bus because the fumes and exhaust from the bus is poisoning a local town where there's like women and children and shit. Now obviously you're like, okay, well that's bad obviously, like I don't want that to happen, like that's not good. And yet I understand if you're that young man, you're like, well, I don't know those people. I've been stuck in the desert. I am desperate. I'm starving. I'm thirsty. I don't care. I need to get the fuck out of here. And that is ultimately how a lot of young men who get into the manosphere or red pill ideology feel. They feel like they've been rejected. They feel like no one's listened to them. So when those same people try to convince them to not ascribe to the manosphere or listen to it or whatever, out of concern for others, I do understand why a lot of those young men are kind of like, well, fuck you, I don't give a shit. I need to get out of here. These are the only people who are listening to me. These are the only people who are really offering to help me. So screw you, I'm getting on the fucking bus. So I'm going to take a different approach. Instead of going that route, I am going to speak, again, directly to you, if you're a young man who ascribes to manosphere content or believe it has helped you. I am speaking directly to you to tell you that while you think that getting on that bus is going to take you where you want to go, I would argue it is taking you farther away from where you want to go. And by the time you realize that and decide to get off the bus, you're going to be hundreds of miles deeper into the desert. So before we jump into it, I want to address two quick things. First, this video is completely demonetized. It would feel very hypocritical of me to make ad revenue off this video. And two, I'm sure that at least some of you guys, if you're not familiar with me or you do believe the manosphere or red pill has helped you at all, the question you might be asking is like, well, why should I give a shit what you think? Why, who are you? Why should I listen to you as opposed to the red pill guys? And I think that's a completely fair question. Or who should I listen to? How should I make that decision? And I think the answer is simple. When you think about your dream life or the life that you would be happy with living or proud of, or that your younger self could look to and be like, cool, I'm doing pretty well. And then you need to listen to men who have that life, who are living the life that you want to live. So with that said, if you are someone who wants mansions or Bugattis, you know, multiple wives and like several girlfriends and, you know, Andrew Tate and, you know, Myron and Justin Waller, these are probably guys that you want to listen to. As for me, I don't have Bugattis. I don't have a mansion. I don't have, you know, harems of women all around me. What I have is an absolutely incredible wife who I've been with for 8 years. We've been married for 2. I have a job that doesn't make me millions of dollars, but I feel very useful and purposeful and appreciated. And I am surrounded by friends and family who I know if I was ever in a situation where I desperately needed them, I could count on them, and they could count on me. So yeah, that is the life I am living. I am very proud of that life. I think if I was able to show who I am to that young man I was in my early 20s who originally got into the pickup artist community, I think that young man would be, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. But yeah, I'm not a millionaire. I don't have a million cars. I don't have a million women. So if that is what you want, then I'm probably not the guy to listen to. But from what I understand, I don't actually think most men get into the manosphere or red pill ideology wanting that. I think they just want a healthy relationship, a job where they feel useful, and a good support system. And I honestly think that for most men, that would be their dream. That is what they're looking for. They don't want, you know, this incredibly lavish materialistic lifestyle. They just want to be loved. They want to be respected. They want to care about those around them and have those people care about them back. And I am very proud to say that I believe I have that life. So if that sounds like a life that you would like, then perhaps consider listening to me for the next maybe, I don't know, 90 minutes while I rant. So as I said, I want to speak about the manosphere holistically, as opposed to just focusing on individual creators. Because I believe that regardless of which individual content creator you listen to, or what style of content you listen to, whether it's like, you know, shorts or podcasts or, you know, whatever, I think it is all having the same psychological impact on young men. And while they don't realize it initially, it is having drastic, terrible, horrible effects on these young men's ability to improve themselves as individuals. You know, toxic is often used as a sort of a buzzword in the sense that it just kind of means bad. Oh, those views are toxic. Oh, that's toxic. This guy's toxic. However, I think that for my purposes, toxic is the perfect word to describe how I feel about a lot of this content, because it's something that it sort of gives the idea of a slow burn, sort of like death by 1,000 cuts. It isn't something where the harm is all that evident right away. In fact, I think it might actually feel good. So sort of like having, you know, if you've had a stressful day at work, you go to the bar and you have a few beers. Feels better, right? But then you start doing that every day. And then a few beers becomes 3 or 4 beers. And then 3 or 4 beers becomes 7 or 8 beers. And the negative impacts of doing that might not be seen until way down the line. But by that point, you've sort of already fallen deeper into the hole, and it's going to take you that much longer to get out. When I look at most of manosphere content, really in any way, shape, or form on YouTube, and really, you know, any other platform, Instagram or what have you, I understand why it is attractive, why it can become addictive, and why young men are drawn to it. Because it's validating, it's appeasing, it feels good. If you are struggling in the dating market and you listen to a podcast that says, well, women's standards are just too high, you know, women are just conceited nowadays, and all this stuff is stacked against you, it feels good, it feels relieving, it doesn't feel like someone's just telling you everything is your fault. However, the problem is, again, to circle back, it never really gives you a realistic worldview, and thus is incapable of giving you any sort of practical game plan on how to tackle those struggles or address those struggles. If anything, it just makes men far more pessimistic and downtrodden. Rather than lifting them up, it really keeps most men at sort of like a pacified equilibrium and makes you feel content in that stasis. Well, okay, you might say, well, if it's helping me cope and making me feel better, but it's not actually improving my life, well, it's not making things worse, right? And I would argue that it absolutely is. But in many ways, you don't realize it until later down the line. First up, we have, and this is sort of almost so obvious that I think most people, it would almost seem a little bit silly to even bring up. It is the fact that watching this content over and over and over again is going to make you so bitter and resentful and frustrated with women in general. Again, not just individual women, with women in general as like a class, that is going to make you, if not incapable, it's going to make it extremely difficult for you to ever be able to engage in any sort of healthy, romantic, or intimate relationship with a woman down the line. You know, so much of red pill or manosphere content is presented under the guise of, you know, helping men understand women so they're not bitter and angry. And yet, when you actually watch these videos, there never really seems to be an effort to understand a woman's perspective or their outlook or what is really going on between men and women. It's really mostly revolved around showing you women being awful or cheating on men or using men or, you know, using them for money. Now you can argue it's like, well, these women exist, right? We don't want to, you know, you want to warn guys about women like this. Fair enough. But the problem is that when it is constantly just that, when there's no balance, when there's no good faith effort to kind of reach across the aisle, and it's all just these videos where guys just love to like humble women or like take them down a peg or humiliate them, the scales are obviously going to tip in one direction. When those are the only women that these young men, especially young men who are online and younger and probably have very little experience out in the real world or in dating or romance, when these are the only women these men are exposed to, of course it's going to warp their perception of what all women are like. Again, I'm obviously more of like a film, you know, review or I guess like breakdown channel, whatever. I've spoken before about one of my big issues with film grifters or like, you know, like anti-woke, those kind of guys, is that it's very clear that their scope of film is restricted to basically just like Disney or Marvel shit. And so if you're a watcher of their channels, it would make you think that, wow, man, cinema sucks. All these movies like are terrible. Every movie these studios are putting out is like fucking blows. Well, yeah, it's because these people watch a very select type of film. They aren't really making any effort to highlight good films or films that, like, you know, they would recommend, or films that, you know, you should watch that show that. But if that's the only thing you see, it's going to start to paint your entire perception of film as a whole. It's the exact same thing with these videos. If you just only watch videos where it's the worst women in the world doing the worst things in the world, of course it's going to make you bitter and resentful and frustrated at women as a whole. But of course the hypocrisy is if a woman were to make a channel where she only talked about men assaulting women or beating women or being awful to women, these same men would say, well, hang on, that's not all men. You're just showing women a very small subset of these men. And yet when the tables turn, when the shoe's put on the other foot, all of a sudden it's about, well, no, we're trying to educate men. We're trying to warn men. And again, while that might seem ostensibly fine and that might even seem ostensibly useful, you have to look at the scope of what you are exposing young men to. When you look at the comments of these videos, I don't see these are men who are like, wow, now I understand women and I have a different perspective and I'm gonna get out there and use this information and this knowledge to improve my dating life. It's men just giving up and like, why am I putting up with all these bratty, terrible, conceited women? And I think a lot of guys don't realize until further down the line just how much all that pent-up bitterness and resentment and frustration, if they do eventually get themselves out there and find a very lovely woman you might want to date or take out or, you know, eventually form a relationship with, when you bring that much baggage into that interaction, it is going to affect and hamper your ability to for her to find you attractive or as a suitable partner. You know, if you're a guy and you're on a date with a woman who is constantly during the day talking about men suck and, you know, men are evil and men are terrible, you know, I don't trust men. Do you think that this woman is going to be someone you want to enter into a relationship with? No, of course not. They have a massive chip on their shoulder. One of the most popular red pill or Mansford talking points is about social media has warped women's perception of what a good man is or what to expect in a relationship or what they deserve out of a partner. And in many ways, I agree. But it's incredibly frustrating when these same men never acknowledge that the exact same thing might be happening to them when they're watching all this content. And instead of lifting them up and making them into a confident, self-assured man, it's just making them into a bitter, insecure curmudgeon. Probably the best example of this type of person would be Brian Atlas from the Whatever podcast. Probably you're familiar with the podcast. He basically has men and women on to debate certain topics. However, Brian himself, I think, is the perfect epitome of this sort of bitter, insecure dude who was clearly who was just very frustrated and angry all the time. There have been a few occasions where Brian has said he's a virgin on the show. He might be trolling. I don't know if he's ever actually gone into detail about his like dating history and whatnot. However, he strikes me as someone who, as a result of a lack of experience or success with women, or due to bad experiences with women, he is a person who has allowed the bitterness and anger and frustration to really fester and make him into a very unpleasant person. Anytime I watch the show, he just feels very his energy is very just off, nervous and insecure and flustered. There have been numerous occasions where he's flipped out on the show, like he loses his temper and goes off on tirades, emotional tantrums, sometimes even to people on his side of the aisle. I came across one clip recently where apparently a woman was on sort of like, again, his side of the table, who had been on several times before, and she said a particular word that would be flagged by YouTube's terms of service. And then Brian proceeds to basically lambast her for several minutes, to the point where even one of his frequent guests, Andrew Wilson, he seems to like get up, and because he seems very uncomfortable, it's really awkward. He just derails the entire conversation, and he flips the fuck out. Apparently even his own chat was like calling him out, saying he was acting like a toddler. And again, it's one thing to be upset, like I understand why he was upset, but the way he reacted to it was just so petulant and insecure. He seems to be someone who truly enjoys the sense of power or the rush he gets when he is able to humiliate or humble somebody. He just seems frustrated and anxious and uncomfortable in his own skin. And that's what happens when you allow that bitterness and anger and frustration to fester within you. You end up becoming a person where you're, again, for lack of a better term, like your energy is off. You have this very hostile or, uncomfortable vibe about you.
Mhm.
And then it becomes a vicious cycle because you go out with a woman, she gets weirded out because of this vibe. You don't seem like a confident person. You seem really angry and frustrated. And then
Okay.
she rejects you, and then you get more pissed off, and then you go out with another woman, and the cycle continues. It's also equally as frustrating when you consider, this is particularly speaking about the Whatever podcast or the Fresh and Fit podcast, where the hosts will lambast women for doing OnlyFans, and yet these men don't seem to, well, I think they are aware of it, that they are part of the OnlyFans ecosystem. A lot of the women who are sex workers on the show, they likely would never have gotten any at all exposure if not for this podcast with millions of subscribers. So it seems like the desire to see these women humbled or humiliated trumps any sort of principle. You know, if I were someone who were against OnlyFans, I probably wouldn't want to platform any of these women. The trade-off doesn't seem to be congruent with what I claim to believe. But at the end of the day, despite what they claim to believe or what they claim to stand for, I don't think these men, or even if they do think they believe it, their actions aren't congruent with what they claim to stand for. They simply have the desire to see these women humiliated and humbled, that it ends up making them into complete hypocrites. So yeah, again, to wrap this section up, again, I think it's pretty obvious. You know, I think most of Manosphere content is like revolves around rage bait. So, you know, again, I almost felt a little bit strange for even bringing it up because it's such an obvious facet of the ecosystem. Really, it just comes down to leaning into men's worst impulses and their bitterness and their resentment and their anger. And there's real no effort to try and mitigate that or to relieve it or alleviate it, but rather just to exacerbate it and lean into it. And all that does, if you're a young man who is frustrated with your situation or lack of success with women or romance, it's just going to send you deeper into the hole. To sort of expand on that, there's sort of like another, underneath the bitterness, underneath the resentment and all that, there's, I would say, the second most effect, the psychological impact that watch...
Što je? Što s njom? Što sa žicom? Fino ti kažem. Ne znam. Tunnen var det. Lennetta, tunnen. Lennetta, tuolla. Listen the note far away. I have a severe headache. Maybe a coffee. I don't know about this. rekao da nešto neću, rekao sam da neću danas. Jebi mi sunce.
This content is having on you as a young man is that it is filling you with such an intense and immobilizing level of fear. I have seen men say that they are afraid to ask out a girl at a bar or talk to a girl because what if she calls the cops and I get arrested and I end up on a sex offender registry? I've seen men who have given up on dating in their early 20s because they watch so many videos about like divorce horror stories of being like cheated on and like losing their kids and whatnot. I've seen men who say they don't even feel comfortable going to the gym anymore because, you know, what if I walk into some, you know, TikTok girls recording and they think I'm staring at them and they tell the gym owner I get kicked out. It is a level of catastrophizing that I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a professional, but it almost feels like clinically concerning to the point where you're not even able to do the simplest of things or take the smallest of steps because you were so afraid of something happening 50 miles down the road. Again, I think the perfect word for this is immobilizing. It basically, it freezes you with fear. To sort of go back to the first section when we talk about like, you know, a lot of these guys, the red pill creators will say that they're trying to warn men. They're trying to have men be cautious. And that's all well and good. But the problem is that there is a big difference between saying, say, hey, you should look both ways before crossing the street. You don't want to get hit by a car versus don't go outside because there are cars that can hit you and kill you and, you know, splatter your brains all over the sidewalk. These are two completely different framings of advice or trying to warn someone of something. And it is the latter that I see almost compulsively spread throughout the manosphere. Just this, all these horror stories, all the worst outcomes imaginable. Think of the worst thing that could possibly happen. Oh, you want to ask that girl out at the bar? You want to try to get her number? Think of the worst possible outcome, regardless of how minuscule or, you know, statistically ridiculous it might be. Just think about that and have that in your head at all times. And yeah, it just makes you into an anxious, ridiculous mess. So I'm going to say something, and I want to make it clear before I get into this part that I am saying this entirely sincerely. I am not saying this as just a way to, as like an ad hominem or as just like a flippant insult. I am saying this because I genuinely believe it, and I genuinely think it is a big concern, or is actually, it might even be semi-probable in regard to the manosphere. So much manosphere red pill content, and again, I'm being sincere here, I'm not just saying this to be insulting. So much of it, I am not entirely unconvinced, isn't just not so thinly veiled cuckold content. So much of this content is obsessed with this idea of, you know, getting cheated on, or like the fear of like, you know, raising another man's kid, getting cucked. Oh, your woman's going to work. Oh, there's going to be Chad there. He's going to fuck her in the break room. Oh, your girlfriend's going out to the club with the girls. You know what girls trips are for, so she can fuck a stripper. Oh, that girl you're texting and you think is really cool, she's getting fucked by Chad right now, bro. Oh yeah, that girl you think is so innocent and sweet, she probably has 30 bodies. She's probably sucked 50 cocks, dude. So many. Obviously, no one wants to get cheated on. No one wants to get cucked. But so much of this content is obsessed with this idea. Like, no matter how safe and secure you might feel, it's all about just waiting for the other shoe to drop when your wife ends up leaving you for Chad or Tyrone or whatever. It has gotten so bad, there are entire channels or, you know, social media accounts that are making up fake stories about cheaters. Like, oh, this woman gets caught cheating. I found her on the cheating app, or, you know, Tinder cheating app, whatever. It's like, oh, a man finds out his girl's cheating on him at the club. And, like, all these are, like, fake and staged. But then, of course, the question is, like, what is the market for this? Why are people obsessed with these stories of, like, fake stories of just, like, getting cheated on and getting cucked, finding out your girlfriend who you love has, like, been fucked by 50 other dudes? Again, I'm not even saying this is, like, just a flippant insult. It almost feels like a pathology. It feels like a weird fetishistic part of this community. Case in point, it's very telling that one of the most constant motifs, I guess you could say, of the red pill manosphere ecosystem is this obsession with discussions and debates on body count. It feels like almost every episode of, like, Fresh and Fit or whatever, or in other channels too, there's always this debate on, like, body count and, like, yeah, what's your body count? Oh, is it over this amount? Yada, yada, yada. You know, I only date virgins. You know, I need a girl with a low body count. Now, personally, I think you as a person can have any preference you want. If you're a man and you only want to date women with low body counts, like 1 or 2 or even virgins, like, that is up to you. Those are your principles. Those are your preferences. You know, regardless of what other people think about it or how they feel about it personally, I mean, it's your life. You can do as you please. The problem is that, and this is sort of the, you know, the underlying psychological effect all this content has on you, it doesn't ultimately matter, because after watching so much of this content, it's going to make you incapable of believing a woman or ever really trusting a woman, and thus you're just going to presume the worst about her. So let's say you're a young man and you're like, yeah, you know what, I don't want a woman who's ran through. I want a woman who, you know, has only had maybe slept with like 2 or 3 guys. So you meet a nice woman, she's like, say 25, and you're getting along, she seems sweet, and the subject of body count comes up. Now let's say the woman says, I've only slept with 2 guys or 3 guys. Like, okay, I can deal with that, I can accept that. But as a man, if you're watching so much of this manosphere red pill content, you're never going to believe her. In the back of your head, you're always going to think, what if she's lying? What if she actually got ran through in college? What if she fucked 20 dudes? Oh, when she's going to work, what if she's cheating on me right now? Oh, she's going to the club with her girls? What if she's sucking some dude's dick in the fucking bathroom? You are, in a sense, psychologically cucking yourself. You are setting up a scenario, you are filling yourself with so much fear and anxiety that even if you are able to get past the bitterness and the anger and actually find a woman who wants to be in a relationship with you, you're never going to be able to really trust her. You're always going to have in the back of your mind all these stories of getting cheated on and getting cucked. Then you hear stories of men who were like happily married with children become obsessed with the possibility that maybe, again, for no real reason, that maybe their children aren't theirs, and maybe like my wife cheated on me and these kids aren't mine. The point I'm getting at is that it's fine to be cautious of certain behavior or certain outcomes, but when you are filling your head day in and day out for hours with all these stories of like getting cucked and getting cheated on and your woman betraying you and, you know, making you raise another man's baby, this is going to fuck your shit up. You are psychologically cucking yourself. It's not normal, it's weird, and it's going to make you incapable of ever truly trusting a woman if you are able to find a woman who you truly want to be in a relationship with. Because at the end of the day, all of this content, the manosphere red pill content, again, while it is under the guise of trying to give you a realistic outlook of the world, it really isn't. It's about putting forth a certain worldview that keeps you bitter and fearful. Why? Because then you keep watching content, because then you keep tuning in. It becomes a drug, it becomes a dopamine hit, it becomes this constant reaffirming of this worldview. And I think a lot of the creators fear that if you actually went out into the world for maybe even a few weeks and discovered that it wasn't really the case, and you know, there are some toxic women out there, but like, you know, most people are pretty chill, and dating is hard in this day and age, but it's not this fucking hopeless clusterfuck of cheating and cucking and, you know, bitterness and anger and resentment that you might decide, hey, you know what, maybe I'm going to unsubscribe from that channel. Maybe I'm going to go out tonight and, you know, hang out with my friends and talk to girls instead of watching the 9-hour whatever stream. Hence why their business model, why their bottom line is contingent on pushing this very pessimistic, horrifying, anxiety-ridden worldview on you. At the end of the day, the truth, what is reality, what it is actually like out there, doesn't really matter as long as it is affecting these young men who watch this content in the way that benefits the creators. So this is sort of a segue on that point. I'm going to tie it back in, but one of the aspects, the most like baffling aspects of a lot of the Manosphere Red Pill content that I still can't really wrap my head around is the preponderance of female Manosphere or Red Pill content creators. So I'm talking about, you know, Pearly Things, Jedediah Bila. So these are women who just parrot a lot of the Red Pill Manosphere talking points, you know, bringing up men's struggles and, you know, how women are conceited and, you know, 304s and all that stuff. Now, you might be thinking that my issue here is like, well, how can these women believe that? They're women and this space hates them. My confusion with these women isn't actually that. You might be a young man out there who think that these women do actually care and are helping you and concerned for young men and the struggles they face. But the issue, the contradiction there is, why should I trust any of these women? One of the biggest underlying, you know, themes of Manosphere content or Red Pill content is that women will lie to you. They will use you. They see you as a utility. They will say and do whatever they need to get resources from you, whether it's money, attention, what have you. So why would I ever believe that any of these women have good intentions? All of these men who follow these women and think these women are on their side and actually care about their struggles, why should you? Again, whether or not these women are genuine or not doesn't really matter. It doesn't really make all that much sense why I would trust these women. Because they're just like all other women, right? They're just saying things knowing it's exactly what I want to hear, so I'll keep clicking on their videos. And part of me actually even wonders if there are many men out there who know that, or just kind of suspect that themselves, but they don't care as long as they are supplying to these men the psychological thing that they desire. They don't really care if it's fake or bullshit at the end of the day. It doesn't really matter because as long as the perception, as long as these men are still pushing the worldview the young men who watch this content want to believe, they don't really care how real it is. They don't even care if half the stuff they say is true, as long as it backs up their preconceived notions of the world. Case in point, I want to bring up a particular example about a particular creator. Many of you would probably heard of her, Roma Army. So while I don't know if she actually would describe herself as red-pilled, I believe she refers to herself as a female men's rights activist. She's very popular on the platform. She's got like 1.6 something million subscribers. Now, there may be some of you out there that don't think that she should be lumped in with, you know, all the other Red Pill creators or like Pearly Things or, you know, other people of that like, you know, because she genuinely might care about men's issues and want to try and help men and, you know, validate their struggles. Personally, I don't really think it makes a difference because I think the content, as I said, has the same effect where it's making men bitter and fearful and angry at women, as opposed to encouraging them to, you know, improve their situation, improve their lives. However, there's one video that I came across while I was, my YouTube recommendations are fucked now because I was looking at a bunch of like whatever and pressing fit and all that shit. But there's one video, it was a short, posted by Roma Army that I want to discuss, which is entitled something along the lines of, "This is why men aren't helping women anymore." So in the short, Roma shares the story of a man who saw a woman falling down a flight of stairs and went to catch her. He went to try and help her so she didn't hit her head and die, and the woman ended up suing the man for something like several $1,000s along those lines. Now, Roma uses the story as an example as to why men aren't helping women anymore, because men are fearful that if they try to help women or step in if a woman's in need, it might backfire on them, and they might get sued or accused of something, you know, like assault or inappropriate touching or something along those lines.
Question! Why is chivalry dying? Why are men just standing by and watching women get hurt and not helping them? Why the fuck would they?
The problem problem is that this story is a 100% fabrication. And I don't just mean like out of context. Like, you know, like that woman who sued McDonald's for the hot coffee. It sounds ridiculous, but then when you look into it, like she actually had a really good case against McDonald's. This case isn't taken out of context. It's not real. The people, these aren't real people. It's a viral hoax. It's like even if you watch the short, you can, like, these aren't the same people. It's just a bunch of clips pulled from other videos to make this false narrative. But you know, it's a viral hoax. People make mistakes. And ultimately, it's not really the point whether this story is true or not. Because Roma then goes on to say that there were, I think, 20-something cases over the last year of men being accused of a crime of harassment or inappropriate touching after trying to help women. Now, she doesn't go into the majority of those cases, obviously it's short, but she does bring up another case where a woman was about to cross the street and she was about to be hit by a car, and a guy ran out and grabbed her and pulled her back so she didn't get hit and saved her life, but then he ended up getting sued or accused of some crime or something along those lines.
Did you know that since 2024, there has been 26 cases in America of a man helping a woman and a woman suing him for either sexual harassment, inappropriate touching, or psychological damages? One of the biggest cases was the guy who saved the woman who was about to get hit by a car, grabbed her and pulled her back, and she said that he touched her inappropriately. I'm sorry, would you have rather to die?
The problem is that story is a complete fabrication too. All it would have taken was the most minuscule amount of research to realize this story was a hoax and wasn't true. So again, I want to make clear this part of the video wasn't to try and like take Roma down. I don't know what her intentions are. I don't know what, you know, she might be genuine, she might not. I don't know. I will say that I think it is absolutely ridiculous and irresponsible for a creator with over 1.5 million subscribers to not even look into these claims before they shared them to their followers, a short that has amassed almost, I think, 250,000 views. Like, I think that's just ridiculous, and she should take that video down and address it. But at the end of the day, whether Roma knew these stories were fake and didn't care, or it was simply an honest mistake, she does mention there were 20-something other cases of similar scenarios, which some of them may be legit. I haven't looked into them. I am a bit skeptical, given the fact that the two main examples she used were complete fabrications. But no, there actually might be cases out there of a man trying to help a woman and being accused of a crime or being accused of harassment or something along those lines. But the ultimate point I am making is that, and I think I've sort of started to realize this, whether these stories are true or false or fabricated, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Again, this is why it doesn't matter if Andrew Tate is a hypocrite. Doesn't matter if Myron's a crybaby. This is why them being exposed as such doesn't really sow their momentum to any significant degree. Because at the end of the day, a lot of the men who are watching this content don't really care if it's true or not. Don't really care if this worldview that these red pill mastery guys have presented is actually accurate, as long as it supplies the psychological desire and need that they're seeking. Now you may ask, well, so far you said that all this content does is make these young men bitter and angry, so why would these young men be attracted to this content? Now you could just say, well, it's rage-based, but I think it's a lot deeper than that. I think there is something very comforting and reassuring about a lot of this content, despite the fact that many men will say that it, you know, makes them lose hope in humanity, or like it makes them, you know, bitter towards women or dating or whatever. And this is something that a lot of them won't admit, but I actually think at the end of the day, they find this content very comforting and reassuring. And the reason is that it allows them to alleviate themselves of the responsibility and accountability over the circumstances of their life. One of the things that I have to sort of begrudgingly, you know, give the pickup artist movement credit for, you know, there was a lot of bullshit in there. There was a lot of really bad stuff, and you know, just sort of like bitterness and anger as well. But there was one aspect of the pickup artist community that I have to begrudgingly praise. And that was, at the end of the day, the central message of the movement, or at the very sort of like core, was you can be that guy. See that gorgeous woman at the bar? You can be the guy who goes up and talks to her and gets her number and takes her home. You're this guy now who's nervous to talk to women and can't get laid. You don't have to be that guy. You can change your circumstances. You can change your life. You can become the guy you want to be. I do not see that at all in the manosphere and red pill spaces here on YouTube to any significant degree. Now, a lot of these creators will preach accountability. They'll say, hey man, you're a man, you're in charge of your own destiny, and you have to be accountable, and you take responsibility yourself, and forge your own path. But then when you actually look at the content and absorb it, it's just excuses. It's just reasons for men to constantly shift the blame off themselves onto others. It's this almost compulsive knee-jerk reaction to any sort of claim that, hey, maybe you should take responsibility for your own situation. One of the most common things you'll hear from, a lot of these creators is, women lack accountability. Women never take responsibility for themselves. And yet, when you look at someone, say, Andrew Tate, when he was accused of being a hypocrite or called out on his bullshit or his lies, what was his go-to response? Oh, the Matrix is out to get me. What's the Matrix? It's everything. Everyone around me. It's women. It's feminism. It's politicians. It's the woke mob. It's whatever. It's this constant shifting of blame and responsibility onto everyone else except themselves. And again, I want to make clear, that is not to say that men are not struggling, and there are not facets of society stacked against men. And a lot of men are lost and don't have role models and don't have any recourse on how to improve their lives. But the response to that is to try and give men that structure, to give them guidance, to give them hope, to give them that sense of power, to give them the glimmer of hope that, yes, you can improve yourself. You can be that guy. You can have the relationship and the life that you want. But at some point, a lot of these creators, whether it's because they're just been consumed by fear and bitterness, or they just, realize that it makes them a hell of a lot more money, they realize it isn't nearly as profitable as just keeping men on this constant loop of, it's not your fault, there's nothing you can do, you're never going to be able to find a wife, you're never going to be able to have the life you want, it's over. So after I made the male dating video, there was one creator, a number of you, not too many, but there was one creator a number of people told me to check out, and that was hmmm. He's still on the platform. I think he's closing in on 1 million subscribers. He's probably most well known for his videos where he makes up graphs and sketches to sort of try and explain to young men. And I checked out a lot of his content, and I'm honestly not really a fan of it. I think it's very similar to all the other red pill, manosphere content, where it communicates a very bitter, resentful view of women. Similar to Brian Atlas, he strikes me as someone who is very unsatisfied with his life and doesn't really feel in control of the circumstances, and he's taking that frustration out on the world or women or what have you. But yeah, so I'm not really a big fan of him. I don't think his content holds that much value for young men. However, you might disagree, and you might take some value out of it. That's your prerogative. However, while I was checking him out, there was one tweet I found from him that I want to share with you because I think it is perfect representation of the type of person that I fear you will become if you continue down this path of becoming consumed by manosphere and red pill content. I believe he posted this tweet and then later deleted it, but to my understanding and after looking into it, it is legit, and thus I feel comfortable sharing it. It's way too late for me to have a real life. I'm not getting married. I'm not ever having a real relationship. I'm never going to build a house or buy one and make it the way I like it. I don't have the time or energy for any of that. I am an adult adolescent until death now. I got no chance to start any sort of a life that makes sense. I'm 40, right? I'm not in great health from stress issues stemming from the pandemic, and I can't handle 100% of my own needs, never mind a family. Sure, there's a lot I can contribute to the world, but I'm not going to get much back for it. No matter how much money I get, there isn't much I can do with it. Maybe get a nice place to live or a car, but not a real life. So I know I said at the beginning that I kind of wanted to keep this a bit more. It wasn't really about taking down individual creators or, it was more about just using them as examples. And this was more about, trying to make this I really wanted this to kind of feel like more like a conversation than like a takedown piece, whatever. However, it's very difficult for me to read something like that and to not only have any shred of respect for this person,
I cannot do that.
but to not be absolutely fucking enraged that a person like this, who believes that about themselves, could have the audacity or the gall to try and tell other young men how to lead their lives. Call me toxic, call me, toxically masculine. I find this person so utterly just pathetic and disgusting. I can't even express to you how pissed off that bullshit is. This is not a person you should ever listen to. I think this is something that should completely disqualify someone as anyone who you should even consider listening to or looking to as someone you want to emulate, or even someone that you think that you can learn anything from on how to be a man or to take control of your life, dating, romance, otherwise, what have you. This is a person who doesn't seem to take any responsibility for himself, doesn't seem to take any responsibility for his circumstances, doesn't seem to believe that he has any control over his circumstances, or that he can even take any step towards a life that he desires. And thus, as he puts it in his own words, he is an adult adolescent. And so with all of that said, I want to circle back to the question I posed to you at the beginning of the video, or I sort of posed myself, I guess, which was, why should you listen to me? Why should you think that you are the arbiter, or why do you believe that you are someone that I should listen to, whose opinion that I should absorb and consider? I am not perfect. I have a lot of flaws, and I'm constantly trying to improve those flaws. Something you will never hear me say is that I am not in control of my decisions or my life, or that I am not living my life in a way that I believe I can be proud of. Again, I think I can confidently say that if that young man in my early 20s were to see me today with an amazing wife, with a fantastic job, people around me who love and care about me, and I love and care about them the same, that he would be proud of me. That my younger self could look up to me and be, I want to be like this guy. And not only that, but I think the sky's the limit. I think I'm still improving my life. I think things are only getting better. Of course there are challenges, of course there are struggles, but I'm never going to sit here and tell you as a young man that there's nothing you can do to better your situation, that it's just you should just give up, and to fill you with this bitter bullshit resentment and anger and fucking thing you can see is something that's I find very frustrating, and and so just sort of reframe that question about, why should you listen to me? If I'm not living the life that you want to live, if you don't believe that I am someone that you want to emulate or be like, then yeah, you should listen. You should listen to people who you want, whose life you want, who you want to be like, who you want to emulate. So the question I have for any of you men out there who, are still privy to Manfred content or red pill ideology, which of these men do you want to be like? Of all these traders we talked about, or all the people who claim to want to set an example for men or help men or lift men up, do any of these men emulate the life that you want to live, the future that you want for yourself? Again, if they do, then you already have everything you need. Then, turn this video off and go watch them. But what I see when I look at, say, like when I watch the Louis Theroux documentary, I don't see grown men. I don't see men who take accountability for themselves. I see, as Tomas put it, a bunch of adult adolescents, little boys cosplaying as grown men, as what they think a grown man is. No responsibility, no accountability, just I should be able to do whatever I want. I don't care if my advice is having the effect I want it to on other young men, as long as it's making me money and getting me views and increasing my subscriber count and growing my business. At the end of the day, I don't care. I don't want to be held accountable. I don't want the responsibility. One of the best lessons I learned on being a man that I think really impacted my life in a big way was actually from my mother. So when I was younger, I thought that being a man, similar to I think a lot of these red pill guys, Andy Tate or Justin Waller or whatever, I used to think that being a man was about being able to do whatever I wanted unapologetically, and just be, you know, I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks, just doing me and doing whatever I want and whatever I feel like. And that is what being a man is about.
Not
But my
really.
mother gave me a perspective that I thought was very rewarding. And she said, it's not about not caring about what anyone else, it's not about not caring what anyone thinks. It's about the people you choose to care about what they think. And I think what she meant by that is that it's very dangerous to live a life where you are not held accountable to anything or to anyone. This is why, you know, some of the best advice, you know, even for all of his numerous faults, someone like Jordan Peterson, one of his best pieces of advice was to take on responsibility. Put yourself in a position where you are forced to be held accountable for your actions. And that is what's going to keep you on the straight and narrow. And so what I decided from there on is I would look at some of the men in my life who I truly respect and want to emulate. And as I go through my life and when I make decisions and I do, you know, whatever, in the back of my head, I always think about whether or not I am in contact with these men or I have spoken to these men in years. I simply think to myself, what would these men think of me if they could see me now? If this, you know, whether it's a former coach or a teacher or a family member, these men that this man that I respect, what would he think if he saw me now? Would he be proud of me? Would he be approving of my actions? Would he say, good job, son? Or would he be disappointed? Would he be ashamed? Would he be embarrassed? It really is that simple, but I think that single framing to how I live my life that, again, that my mother gave me has been endlessly rewarding. And it has been because I am holding myself accountable, not to myself, not just to my own desires and my own wants and whatever, but to what I aspire to these men, their views, whom I respect. Again, these aren't just random people, random, like, you know, losers on the street, but to people that I think have earned my respect, who have earned my reverence, who have earned, through their actions and their accomplishments and their empathy and their desire to see me improve myself, have earned my admiration, have earned the title of being someone that I aspire to be like and want to make proud. And I believe that this is the antithesis of so much of the manosphere red pill ideology. They'll never admit this. They will say the exact opposite. But when I look at these men, when I look at all of these people, what is the conditioning of these young men? What is the ultimate psychological impact that all of this is having on these young men? And the answer is, it's not your fault. It's not you. That pretty girl at the bar that you want to speak to, that you don't have the balls to go up and talk to her, it's not your fault. It's me too. It's feminism. It's, you know, society or something. And all this is going to do is make you completely and utterly helpless and incapable of believing that you can make any progress in your life. The more you watch this shit, the more it is poisoning your brain with this belief that there is no hope, that there's nothing you can do, that you cannot be the man that you want to be. And thus, despite any positive that might come out of it, any sense of comfort or solidarity or validation, at the end of the day, if it doesn't come with the message that you can do it, that you can improve things, that you can become the man you want to be, if that is not the impact it is having on these young men at the end of the day, it is completely and utter trash, useless, bullshit. Turn it off. Don't watch it. Enough. And so, to any young men watching, if you are someone who, you know, watches manosphere content or red pill, and this is for every man to answer to himself, and, you know, you don't have to prove this to me, but simply a question put forth to you, has being in this community, has watching this content made your life better? Not has it made you feel better, not has it made you feel validated, not has it made you feel fuzzy inside, but has, at the end of the day, it made you better? Has it made your life better? Has it led to you becoming the man you want to be? Again, if the answer is yes, then, you know, you've already figured it out, that it's already working for you, so, you know, kudos to you. But that is not what I see for most young men who I speak to, who I see in the comment sections of these videos. I see these men becoming more bitter, more fearful, and more hopeless. And it doesn't really matter to these creators because regardless if they are well-intentioned or grifters or whatever, the more bitter and fearful and helpless you become just makes you that much easier to monetize. So now the final question, of course, is, and this is even I've heard this, you know, asked by people, even people who agree with me that think that the manosphere or red pill, you know, spaces are just complete toxic bullshit. The question remains, well, if not the manosphere, if not the red pill, then what? As a young man, I only turned to these communities. Maybe I even know in the back of my head that a lot of this is bullshit and a lot of this really isn't healthy for me or really isn't helping me, but is it better than nothing? Now, I would argue that it isn't. I actually think, as I've tried to, you know, express, I think it's very psychologically harmful to any and all young men. But then the question remains, what am I supposed to do? And I think for most young men out there, there are only two real options. And I don't necessarily think they're mutually exclusive. I think that you can do both of these at the same time. But I think at least one of them, one or the other, is going to drastically improve your life. The first is to take to heart what I said earlier about what the advice my mother gave me. Find 3 or 4 men in your life, coaches, teachers, mentors, you know, family members, whatever, who you truly want to emulate. These are men in your life who you really want to be. If you looked at your future 20 years down the line and you were just like these men, you would be proud of yourself. You would be, yeah, I did good. I'm doing well. I'm on the right path. Find those men in your life and live your life in accordance with reaching for that goal. Doesn't matter what it takes, doesn't matter what you have to do, doesn't matter what you have to sacrifice. As long as you are making progress towards becoming just like those men in your life that you revere, that you admire, that you respect, you are doing good. Doesn't matter how slow it takes, doesn't matter how long it takes to get there. As long as you are taking baby steps, as long as you are moving forward to that goal, you're doing good. You are being a man. You are doing what a man should do. But now, of course, the question is, well, what if I don't have these role models? If you watched the Louis Theroux documentary, even a lot of these red pill creators, it was revealed that a lot of them didn't really have strong male role models in their life. That sort of led them down this misguided path to masculinity. And I think that is what sends a lot of young men to the manosphere. They are starving for a male role model or for someone to tell them how to be a man, and they're so desperate for any sense of structure or validation that they're willing to make a deal with the devil of sorts. So what if you don't have those people in your life? What if you are missing those role models? Barring, of course, simply seeking out men in your life, you know, you might have to, you know, it might be quite a long process. It might require you going to, you know, school or church or, you know, reconnecting with family, what have you. But barring that, I think there's only one thing that you can do, and it's the only thing that I believe is going to give you a sense of purpose and structure and accountability that I don't think the manosphere and red pill is ever going to be able to supply you. And that is becoming a mentor to other young men, whether it means becoming a teacher or a coach or a tutor or a guidance counselor or volunteering for your local Boys and Girls Club.
O, zdravo Slavko, zdravo. Šta vičeš? Ne viči na mene. Koji ti je Andrak? Koji ti je džav? Popio sam jedan zapidal da me prođe glavobolje.
Aha.
Popio sam. To što je vreme ogavno. Mogu si da kažeš ej! I onda kao nakačiš se. I kucaš ovako. Što ga ti pokažem na streamu. Gle, gle.
Znaš ono kao...
Tako nekako napišeš i onda se zakašlje kao. Kao u...
Sad sam montirao to, znači prestići mi otpali, brate.
I?
Stigao mi je ovo.
I?
Pa zadovoljan sam, brate.
Pa to sam teo da čujem od tebe.
Mislim, nizak je ovako, znaš, ali kad podigneš onaj...
Ali ima dobru dušu.
Ima, odlično.
Nizak je, ali ima dobru dušu.
Ma dobro je, brate, čekaj ti sliku.
Verujem ti, ajde.
Cool. Mislim, bukvalno sam ga samo... Čekaj da ti...
Yes, you do very well.
Take care.
Odlično. Kucam slučajno kod Mezija, bože, kod njega sam ostao na kanalu. Evo ti na privatno baš, to moram da slikam da... Čekaj, evo, kamera. Viš kako? Ovako.
Na privatno,
Sad će
aha.
vidiš. Sad će vidiš.
A mogu ja to da stavim javno? Ne, neće biti.
Ma ne, meni je to za ugaonu, brate, nemoj da me zajebavaš. Za ugaonu, odlično. Viš ovako.
Ne vidim ništa.
Dobro, sad ćeš. Nešto dobro, vamo čeka. Generalno kako izgleda to iz daljine. Tako da mi to prema pakujemo to.
Da, privatno. Ima li još koji XP kolektor kod mene?
Neću baš generalno. Ali okej je, znaš, bitno je da mi ta visina vrši posao, brate. Pravilnije sedim, brale si skrivim.
Ako ti kažeš... Tebi
tebi
problem ta ugaona, a znaš ko ima takvu ugaonu?
Ma ova ugaona leti, ona
Ne,
leti
znaš ko ima tu ugaonu? Moj kum.
Nemam pojma.
Isto koji ti.
Vidiš, interesantno,
Vidi.
malo pre mi je oko 12 stigla, evo da malo pre ti evo. Ručno sve, normalno.
Da.
Old school.
Yes.
Ali dobro. Visina je odlična. Evo ti to je to. Ovo je već priča. Brate, iskrivim se, brate. I kad se klopi malo, znaš, interesantno, ja volim. Ali za ovo mi vrši posao, brate. Nego, Elim, ćeš da pikamo malo diverse, nešto?
Pa, hoću, dobili smo neki side order po običaju, kad god ide nešto dobro u Helldiverima, uvijek dobijemo neki side order da nas skrene s puta, to mi je onako simpatično.
Imam ja.
Jeste, da bijemo iluminate, ali pazi, znaš koji je mamac? Mamac je taj što možemo, dobijemo free exosuit.
Znači malo su krenuli da slušaju, kao,
a? Dobiješ za kao taj minor order, kako se zove. E sad, i onda imaš postove na Redditu, jeli? Kaže, poneo sam 2 exosuita, onaj što je free i onaj kao koji ja mogu da biram. I kaže, ne vidim da igra zapucava više ili manje, znaš. Jer bila je tvrdnja developera, sećaš se? Bila je tvrdnja.
Da.
Kao da igra, kao nije stabilna, te kao znaš, ne ponaša se dobro, pa zato kao imaš limit. Kao možeš samo, i ako imaš 4, mislim imamo 4, da, imamo 4 strategijama za exosuit. Ali možda poneseš samo jedan od ta 4.
Da.
Međutim, kaže, šta je sad? Kada sad možemo da ponesemo jedan svoj i jedan dobijemo free. I kaže, sve radi. Kao o čemu se radi? Kaže, zašto nas kao jebe Arrowhead? Nice. Hello, Raiders. JGW98. Thanks. They told me this will never work, that I'm a madman, but boy does it work.
Welcome to my
Hello.
channel. Hello.
I never saw you actually. God damn.
God damn.
Thanks for
God
the
damn.
TNX
Pazi
for
ga ovaj
rate.
čovjek uzu Splinter Cell Blacklist. Našu Gadin Grandpa
Finished
Lazy.
streaming.
Lizzy. Busy.
Hope you have good rest. XD.
Opa, hotfix.
Za?
Galactic Survivor.
Aha.
Kristom. No brainer. Vozi, brate, na levi stiku i niš i to je sve. Jaja.
Igrao sam sa momcima, da.
Konstantno otključavaš nešto, konstantno.
Za Far West.
Ej, ko dalje. Ma ne za Far, za ovaj Survivor ti treba da lopne bolest. Pa kao klasičan, znači milijarde i tako. Da? Ne? Ništa.
Nice. Thank you, come again. Not you.
Jel tako je li je? Dobro.
Nisam mislio na tebe, a ti... Ako ste se pronašli, a...
E, jebi ga onda, jebi ga.
Fuck your own image. Kako si rekao profesoru? Lepo si ga ti naučio da psuje. I to Bosnian style.
Ja mislim da je ostao za tečem.
I to Bosnian style, ni manje ni više. A ja sam objasnio koncept bureka i bosanci. Savršeni test za bosanci ti kad mu kažeš da ti donese imali, pošto je burek sa sirom. I onda on krene da u vatru padne, razumeš, da ne postoji burek sa sirom, postoji sirnica, postoji burek je s mesom. Eko, jedi govno, donesi mi burek sa sirom. What the fuck?
Ja sam na brodu.
Okay. Who's this guy? No, pridružite se, samo da počistimo ovu mapu. Okej. Mhm.
Welcome to my channel. It's noise.
Evo, brate, samo za jedan dan i 3 sata. Au.
Pa to ti je side order, Slavko, nije to ništa posebno. Znaš.
Imam stalwart, brate, da koristim. Ponesi stalwart, ili moramo onda bube za početak.
Ej, šta ću sa stalwartom?
200, pa moramo. Personal je takav, šta da ti kažem?
Moram.
Moraš.
S bube? Kako ćeš personal da radiš s bube ako ćeš da radiš side order? Šta ćeš ti sad da radiš? Imam ja ideju. Ti ponesi stalwart, onda si ga pokupim čim ti se skineš cooldowna. Možda tako?
Može. Radimo marinijate.
A ne, prvo moraš, nažalost ne možeš da uradiš daily, kod, kako se zovu ovih iluminata, kod lignji. Znači moraš prvo da odeš kod buba da bi uradiš daily. A onda možeš i kod iluminata. Da. Wow.
Da ti brže posle light penetracija da ide.
Light penetration. Ultimate power. Da budeš bezobrazan.
As we speak. Ćemo 6, 5. Penzuski možemo, nije ništa ako ti nisi za hardcore, okej.
Kao duo, ja bih preporučio 5. Ako nađeš još jednoga, onda digni na 6 i 7. Ja kad sam solo igrao... A to su iluminati. To možeš i 6. Možeš i 6.
Neću iluminati sad, hoću bube.
Zašto hoćeš to? Zato što ne može...
15 medalja, čoveče.
Pa dobro, to možeš da... Mora da se ubiju bube ili možda ubiš bilo šta?
Bilo šta možda...
Pa onda iluminati. Jeste vi svi opsednuti s tim bubama, šta jeste zaljubljeni u one...
Ne, brate,
nego...
kad ide briks, to ide onda brzo zbog persona.
Ti samo staviš, kako se zove ono...
Opet idemo iluminati.
Jeste. Kako se zove ona mapa gdje se branimo na sredini. Ono kad oni dolaze.
I don't care, idem na iluminati.
Very well.
Znači da se kuči C4 dinamikom i tako.
Ko ja? Ja sam juče igrao čitav dan sa autocanon, samo da znaš. Jer dobiješ 6+1, razumeš, za C4. A to nije dovoljno za one spora bube. I onda... To ti nije dovoljno. I onda moraš da nosiš nešto drugo. Onda sam nosio autocanon jučer čitav dan. I to radi mnogo bolji posao. Prebacim na flek runde i kad krene ona horda buba, samo ih počistim. 40-50 granata, nema nijedna buba.
Nema buba.
Fools.
Ajde da stavim ja neku trojku, na primjer.
Živa istina. Majko. Dobro.
Kad ti je istekla lična karta?
Pre godinu dana. Pa mislim, zašto mi treba lična karta, nego ti je bez.
Ali ne možeš, ako te zaustave neđe na ulicu...
Za šta?
Pa, legitimišu.
Gdje će me naći na ulicu? Da, znam, treba otići, ali kad odem? Kad mi je radno vreme nikako. Sutra. Pa možemo ujutro rano da odem,
Ne moraš rano.
Pa kad ne, neću u nedjeljen, kao oni će od nas dodu u 11 sati. Kaže, oni rade do 12. Oni rade do 12. Ja sam išao, znači, iz posla kad sam radio tu poli. Izlazio sam ranije iz posla da odem u Supnik, znaš šta je bilo? Pa oni sat vremena ranije, znači više nikog nema tamo. Hoćeš kući.
Čiji ujutro Ćale izvede poruču. A najbolje bi bilo ono. Oni u 7:30. Počnu se vratiti.
U 8 ili pola 9.
A 8:30.
Danas ne uvati neka pauza. Pa nema šta da me odbaci, mislim, može, pa nek se vrati slobodno, otići ja ne
Ma dobro, ako ne bude gužva u pola, i onda vam preko puta, on će supa, on će ti je tehnički pregled, tamo možeš da uplatiš, ne znam, 2-3 koliko, da će ti to
tu uplatim preko bilo čega, ima i menjačica.
Jedno ti on će preko puta tehnički. I ono u potrebu što ti daju moraš da čuvaš, jer ne možeš podići ličnu kartu bez njih.
Da, neću nić da je dižem, to je pretpostavka. Ko zna kad će imat slobodno vrijeme. Da, jest, sve tako. Ali ispostavlja se da mi istekla lična karta prošle godine. Fun.
What the fuck?
Ne, nisam primetio. A nije mi ni bitno što u životu.
Take care.
Znaš. To mi je rekao ovaj momak što mi je donao da potpišem ugovor za... A uzeo sam neki nejeftini paket tipa za 600 dinara za telefon. Bez telefona, bez išta, samo 600 dinara i to je to. I donao mi čovjek, ja mu dam ličnu kartu, on kaže, ej, pa ovo ti isteklo prošle godine. Ja rekao, gdje bre? Ovo je ja pogledam stvarno. Aha. Dobro, for.
Yes.
Ja se ne sekiram previše za gluposti.
No dobro, gluposti jebi u mater, mora imaš validnu ličnu kartu, to nije glupost.
Pa i dalje se na taj čija je to lična karta.
Ali možda više nisi ili ja, ti to možda samo misliš da imaš.
Najjeftinija stvar koju mogu da radim je da stanem pristup policajci, kaže molim vas da me delegitimišete. Kad mi napiše kaznu, ja mu gledam, evo ti sad nosi ličnu kartu pa mi pošaljite ispravno. Kako bi se u čudo našao. Volim.
Kaže, on možda naoko izgleda kao normalan.
Ko izgleda, ja?
Ma ne bre, Đorđe Čvarko kad priča on kaže naoko ovako izgleda da je normalan. A u stvari kaže Drogoš. Drogoš. Lele, pazi, dobili smo robotića free ovdje, brate.
Pa šta, kome ja pričam? A jebote, boga, ja ne ništa. Stvarno! Nema kaki, pa ja to nisam znao. Kako? Nevjerovatno. Me zebaš? Nikad ne bi. To mi je novo, znaš. To sam ti rekao pre 5 minuta. Slavko!
Moram da se vratim u Europe.
Onda me jebeš.
Ja se izvinjam.
Nisi ponos Stalvart.
Ne, ponosan Stalvart, ali ponosan i C4. I onda kad prebacim na Stalvart ispadne mi C4 okidač.
Pa nema veze, možeš da ga... Pa nije, možeš da ga uzmeš kasnije. Šta, koliko ti treba za 100... 200 kilova?
200 kilova.
Pa zavisi na koje idemo iluminate. Ako su to oni što imaju dosta robotića i onih zombija, to se lako ubije.
A ja te čekam.
Jeste, stani sad, daj, završio sam, očistio sam mapu i sad mogu da izaći. Ne volim da ostavljam stvari nedovršene. Doduše, izuzetak je bio ono što sam s Darkom igrao Ark Raidersa i trebalo je da se pretraži 20 nekih jebenih fioka i nažalost igra, znači nasumično igra odluči da nemaš toliko fioka na mapi. Znaš, to je problem. Puerto Rico.
Ti vrate, ovo mi spas. Baš je, znači, visina,
šta je
taman.
spas? Oh my god! Moment. Prosto sam malo kafe, sam mi se lepi taster za... What the fuck? Get off! There's place in the north, so far away.
Ilija, još 2 dana, Ilija.
Za?
Odmor.
Kakav odmor?
Odbrajam čovječe dane. Sati minutne.
Šta je good? Yes.
You do very well.
Oh my god. Mislim ja da ću da pustim seriju kasnije.
Nema ništa od serije, sad se, brate, oslobađa.
Možda i neću, zato što se zalepila neki dugmici. I mislim da bih mogao da... Šta je? Se oslobađa. Kur moj. Da oprostiš. Budem vulgaran. Kao što jesu.
Doprostiš.
Kao što jesu. Da budem vulgaran kao što jesu. What the fuck? Oh my god. Hell no. Okay. God damn it. How the fuck? Kako oni očekuju ovo da čovjek navesti? Juče smo prešli, ja brat Bloodborne, dobro više on nego ja. Ja igram one tamnice i to, side content, on je prešao glavnu priču. Mnogo je lag zadnji boss, da budem iskren. Sav side content je malo sjeban, ali zadnji boss, ne.
Pa dobro. Pa dobro.
To je sve stvar levelovanja, isto kao kad bi igrao Castlevania i ne bi skupljao nikakve prstenje, nikakve trinkete, kartice i ostalo, nego kao idem dubim zadnjeg bossa, važi. Možda duš kurac. Sad, ako si jedan od onih streamera, ljudi koji to baš rade profi za pare, koji su stvarno dobri u tome, ja sam onako average, teški prosek, gledao sam ja lika i brat, gledali smo lika, znači bukvalno level 4, bez ikakvog posebnog gira. Znači samo ona zna šemu kako boss napada, znači kaže 1, 2, 3, ona ne glasa 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, kako te boss udara. Dodge nazad, dodge levo, dodge desno, sve tako. I to ti je najjači napad koji taj boss ima. Ima još par nekih, ali taj najgori, zato što ako te bilo koji put uvati s kanđama da te šine...
Nagnate odmah.
Nagnate, a to nije zadnji boss, to je jedini opcijni boss u igri i sjebanje.
Kukulele i lele kuku.
Kukulele ima glavu kao tele. Evo, uspio sam malo da očistim tastaturu, morat ću kasnije možda i...
Ne, samo polako, ne bez žurbe. Imam ja vremena.
Imam ja do sutra večer. A vi samo polako.
Sutra ići, jao. Laku noć. Kako mi je ovo bolje, brate, za kičmu, ne mogu da ti opišem.
Pravo si. Ne mere, ne možeš.
Ma bre, brate. Ovo mi je za kičmu top. Degamazy.
Kada vidim kako živimo. A, ne znam. I don't know. On ti je ono... divlja karta. Da kažemo tako.
Wild card, da jeste, brate, znaš si u pravu. Totalno wild card. Znači ja, brate, ajde čekam tebe, ušao na trivial malo oduzem neki dinar da bi imao.
Da. A on ti igra i sam pomalo. Znaš, to je rekao bio.
Ajde, rekao će farmom, on uradio glavni objektiv, rekao te bra. Kad uradiš glavni objektiv, onda samo ja mogu da se vratim, ne mogu da povučem i tebe sa mnom u istoj postavi, razumeš? Evo kao jebi ga nisam znao, lagano. Evo da je, znači Illuminati, a?
Yes. Oh.
You are unlucky son of a bitch. Na 5 ćemo.
Aj. Namesti se da priča na japanski. Čitao posao.
Na Guarani.
Zjebam se, baš dobro zvuči. Imaš da instaliraš tamo DLC-ove sa glasilom.
Odlično. Taman da čujem.
Samo moram da pojačam dijalog.
Pojači dijalog da čujem. Pa barem bude nešto interesantno.
Jeste.
私がヘルダイバーなら一番殺したい敵はロボットかな。火花を散らして爆発するのを見れば自由の心がきっと湧き立つ。
Ovo je uvijek ekstatična žena. Ovaj je mehaničar.
I odmah ošijemo sve to.
Yes. Kogova?
What about here?
Znaš šta je rekao? Kogova? Kad se kliknuo bi. Pa dobro. Šta hoćeš, mitraljez da nosimo? Ko nosi od nas dvojice? Ne, jedan mora da nosi. I jedan. Naravno. Jer ne treba nam...
Ili hot dog ili laser rifle.
Uzmi onaj zgas. Zato što ih zbunjava.
Zbunjaje. Baca im kako se kaže... Baca im...
Konfuziju.
Ma nije konfuziju. Dobro konfuziju nego...
Konfučije.
Za masovno...
Uništenje, ne neprijatelja. Masovno uništenje neprijatelja.
Sad, pa i sad.
Gas, uzmi gas, uzmi... Ne taj. Jel imaš... Stani, kako si ne... Ne, kako si nekreativan. Sve moram da objašnjavam ovom slavu. Ne, gledaj. Gdje mi je to govno? Evo, ovo uzmeš.
A, pretpostavio si. Dobra, vidit ćemo i to kako.
Dobro će...
Hoću, imam ga ovdje, ne mogu da verim da imam otključeno. Ilija, pošto igram s tobom, neću da gubim živce.
Jer šta sam ja, osoba za gubljenje živaca?
Jes, ti si ta osoba, lično ti. Da bacam SOS ili ćemo...
Šta da bacaš?
Sos.
Ne. Pošto ja ne znam kakva ti sesija, otvoreno, zatvoreno.
Nije zatvoreno.
Odlično. Prvo ću da uradim daily, pa kad uradimo daily onda otvaraj ko noćiš. Ne moram da se stresiram zbog nasumičnih tipova. Bilo je kad sam ušao, kad oni nisu radili kurce, ja sam otišao drugi deo mape da uradim glavni objektiv.
Peticu ti upadaju u ovu i kada je...
Znam.
Veoma lako, i oslobađaš.
Vrlo oslobađajući.
ポートを送ってくれ。補給ビーコンを使う。装備を送ってくれ。
Calling down equipment. Deploy.
何かあった。
Burn bitches, burn. Burn bitches. Lele i barači imam, lele, brate, mili, ovo ti bude izgin.
Pa ne moraš sve da bacaš.
Sve ti mora baš.
Šta nas bombarduje to koji kurac? Ajmo vamo.
マップにマーク、北東200メートル。
Idemo komisare, what? Time for connection.
Idemo. A da znaš šta imamo od oružja, ne bi to misio.
Pa dobro. 6 minuta, brate, koliko...
Ajde, pucaj.
Cooldown, mada, pa... Ma nema, brzo je to.
何かあった。
Pre neki dan smo uzeli koliko, 100 i nešto medalja, ja mislim. Ne 100, nego 100 super kredita iz jednog onoga.
On my way.
Makariva šta?
Engaging.
Jebate, pun krug sam otrčao.
Ima li šta pametno?
Evo, pogledaj. Da ti izbaci.
Samo rekvizicije sam vidio.
Bile su pare.
Oho, ide gas. A, matar čovjek.
A tank ćemo da bacimo u grad, da izoremo one kako se zovu leteće tanjire. Ne sad nema potrebe.
Tanjure.
Tanjučići, jes.
ポートを送ってくれ。
Ujebote, ne ostaje.
位置をマークする。忘れてくれ。イルミネート。
Ajde, pucaj.
Brate mi.
Slabo ti to puckaš. Znaš šta bi ti preporučio? Stavi na maksimum fire rate.
Stavio sam na maksimum fire rate, brini.
A, nešto mašiš.
To je već urađeno.
Nešto mašiš, evo.
Mašim.
Pa lezi. Je ti neko rekao da legneš kad pucaš?
Lazy.
補給を要請する。民主主義に支え
Pusti ga da zone pojačanje, taj govnar.
Affirmative.
Sad pucaj. Tu je 6 i 8 ubio. Daj meni te mitralez, ajde. Ajde. Boršu pičku, materinu. Bilo bi lepo da ovaj nije lego na njega. I tada kop. Borš! Headshot ono. Ne mogu, ovo je sve konstantno zapaljeno, bacio si na najgore moguće mjesto dok si pritisnuo dugme, znači razbit ću ti prste kad te vidim, kunem ti se. Znači, ko je rekao da imaš dobre kontrole za kill divere na joysticku, aj reci mi, ko? Niko, bukvalno niko. Treba da držiš dugme pritisnuto da bi on odragovao, kako? Objasni mi kako je to dobro, čoveče. Evo gledaj koliko brzo bacam oružje, vidi, op, izletelo iz ruku. Znači, svi ti inputi, igrao sam ja Bloodborne na jebenom emulatoru. Svi ti inputi gdje moraš da držiš dugme pa da pustiš dugme. Input. Znači, to je sranje. Pa ja se izvinjavam. Ali to je moje mišljenje. Pusti mene, ja ću. I'll do it. Zovi tu konjicu.
Moram da redirektujem prvo manu mini igru, onda ove ventile.
Jeste, direktora. Redirektuj. Evo ih. Evo ih govna. Slabo ti pucaš. A sad si pobio ko zec. Ne, inače. Da vidim samo. A dao, ide ovo.
Ajde, ili je ventil.
A ja pucam. Ja pucam, ti... Urš, bre, gadovi. Ali još neko. Jedna molba. Jedna molba. Daj mi toga, a nije ti dron, još ti na cooldown.
Jeste.
Dobro, gledao sam bio, ali nisam dobro vidio.
Ne vidim treći čovječ.
2B si našao, da.
Pa valjda jeste, čekaj ovo. Mislim da sam sve našao.
Jesi.
Evo gasim, čekaj duš. Eto. Trebalo je da ugašim na sad.
Sam prekačuje.
Hoćeš da makriš?
Dajni mokhyou ga chikaku ni aru.
Evo ga ti zastavio. Ali slabo to ide. Ja sam ti rekao...
Ja ne vidim ništa. Nije nego ne vidim ništa. Pa ti idi na spora bube, ima da umreš koliko ćeš pucati. To je sve radi 15 medalja, to je vrlo random to što radimo, znaš. Nisam nešto zainteresovan, preću da skupim 15 medalja ovako nego što ću ih na kilove uzeti. Ali polako, bit će. Nešto ima ovdje. Tako.
Samplu o kako?
Samplu. Može taj dron?
Pa šta? Ili je šta da ti kažem, može.
Ne tvoj.
Može. Evo. Dog bread, ti treba šta?
Pa... Jes, da, gdje mi je C4? U koji džep ga vidiš na mene? Aj reci, gdje?
Pa ne vidim.
Pa šta onda pričaš?
Imam ovdje, evo ga, tebe ovaj dron.
Dok koristim Stalwart, znači ne koristim nikakav backpack je vidi. Eno ti ga bunker dole, uzde budi rečeno. Ne pucaš dobro, rekao sam ti već.
Ne koristi malo tvojim jebite, neću.
Pa pucaj, ako već koristiš Stalwart, uzmi pun rapalu njega. Evo ti ga auto, sjeo. Zove se mozak. Nisam ti rekao da koristiš auto aim, ali bar pogodi centar masa.
Nisam rekao da koristi mozak, izvini molim.
Ne. Oči i ruka i koordinacija. Za to ti služi mozak. Pa ja ne koristim auto aim.
Ilija, fokusiraj...
Preterano sereš. Ne, preterano sereš. Dođi, vidio sam bunker. Ne vidiš, ne gledaš gdje treba.
応答を要請応答を要請する装備を頼む何かあるな
Za sad ne mogu.
任せろ
Aj samo da su neki pare.
A medalja? Jedno 15
Može i
medalja.
Može, može.
A ne trebaju medalje, jeli?
Ma treba.
A ovo radimo za medalje. Jedna. Okej.
Nego neki beacon vamo.
場所はここだ北西300メートル
Sporo pucaš.
Brate, ovo je najbrže paljivo.
Nije. Drži dugme za reload i ja pucam brže.
A, nije, ovaj nije.
Ne, nije, počujem po zvuku. Ne, nije.
Nije, ovaj nije. Mislim da nešto ovo.
Nije nego ne čuva podešanje. Ja te pitam, a zašto pucaš kao penzioner?
Znamo da su pare.
Ne, nema. Dve medalje. I'll take it.
Dobro.
Vamo gore, vidiš?
位置をマークした北東
Pa vidim.
位置北東やめとこう位置をマークした北東
I ovdje isto ima.
Yes.
補給を要請装備パッケージを移送中
Urš, bre. I ti tvor tak. I'll take it.
Pare, a? Može staviti. Malo da me nagneju.
Čujem kako neko njih baca bombu, ali ne znam kako ga čujem oko daleko.
Flip, ništa, nema pare. Neće da dadne.
Ja imam 3 štapina dinamita za te brodove. Umri. Aha. Pređimo. Samo se izmakne malo. Ajde. Utićeš ti, gade. Evo ih. Ajde, još neki dođe.
Jel krećaju? Krećaju.
Pa imamo 60 kilova, ja mislim da je to solidno.
Jasno. Idemo dalje.
A kad igramo penzionerski level 5, da se stavio level 6-7, da viš kako ih ne bi tražili.
Pa ajde ako hoćeš.
Ne, sad završi. Sad završi.
Šta like imaš, brate?
Možeš da ga skembaš, ali pozadi, znaš. Koliko mi ih onaj Fire Sentry, vidjeli?
Da. Ej, leader station.
Sve je to lepo, polako staje leader station. Imaš ovdje municiju lepo. Evo ih i brodovi, iha. Oho. Haj, evo. Pucaj sad, ti što radiš, strada. Da su izbacili brod pun jedinica.
Pa, radio se diži polako.
A ne, to znači da ne možeš da putaš.
Samo, nemam i ovdje sad nikog tako.
Aha, pa popni se na visočije pa pucaj u mom pravcu. Šta ću, ja bi se pomerio da nisu ovako... Da, daj mi taj reflektor da te bolje ubijem. Yes. Kako se ovaj gubi ovdje?
Treće isto. Onda sam 2 dana slobodan i odmah.
98%, ne znam koji je učiš.
Sample, all day sample. Dalje. Jel uradi smo ili nismo?
Pa budući da sam pucam, čudi me da nismo uradili. Izvini. Ali ima osjećaj kao da su ovi roboti samo mene jure. Čim uđeš u selo odmah se pojača koncentracije. tako po ivici sela ništa, a ovako...
Uopšte nije lako. Dvojka, nije malo lako.
ポートをよせ。ポートを送ってくれ。
Dođi još malo. Veliki problem to što nemam dobru metodu za ove robote. A juri me kombinacija pešadija, ovih njihovih robota i znaš, a ja pokušavam da napravim kila. Jeste. Još. Znam. Zadnji put kad sam gledao bilo je 123. Pa ne mogu, svi strana mi dolaze, znaš. Znači, našao sam se u jednom trenutku, znači, njih kordon je ispred mene, ja kako se povlačim i pucam, drugi kordon s druge strane dolazi. Pa... Evo ga, pucaj Slavko, još 37 kilova. Ovi roboti ti se bukvalno guraju na nišano, ni mali. Oni dronovi. Tako.
No, mislim malo bolje.
Levo, iza tebe. Bukvalno iza. Nemaj koliko hoćeš. Taj poručio bježanje. Daći sam 380 mm.
Gdje, brate? Ne vidim nigdje.
Vidjet ćeš uskoro.
Ovo, brate...
Mnogo ih ima, znaš. Moraš da bežiš brzo od toga. Mnogo ih ima, ovo će malo da ih razredim. Uzmi Steam i bježi.
Daj mi ja 360. Nemam Steam više, nemam Steam više.
Uzeo sam Steam, ali ne mogu da stignem da se Steama zato što je govedo pretrčalo da me bije sa lopatom. Niže, 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 niže. Kad tako krenem da ide na tebe robotići, ništa ni niže. Ne moraš da ga pogodiš u glavu, možda ga pogodiš u ona peraje. Ako imaš Steamova iskoristi ih, pošto ti kuci po leđima.
Samo opušteno, ja sam čovjek neuništiv.
Profesionalac.
Jeste.
Neuništivi čovječ, uradili smo jebeni order, tako da, gledaj sad što će da bude. Ništa te prackice što su nam dali kao da radimo za daily. Marš u pičku, materinu. Ide sad heavy artiljerija.
To mi je drago i da vidim i da čujem.
Pa, kad ne moram da igram sa glupim stvarima. Ne kažem da je onaj robot na gaz glup, nego su... Ne moraš to više koristiš. Kako nećeš. Završili su. Drži mene. Samo na prednju gustenicu se popni. Ne, uradili smo 200 kila, ne znam zašto si mislio da to ne može da se uradi. Ili da ti treba ne znam koliko vremena. Apsolutno ne treba. Ima dovoljno gama di ne boj se. Onih dronova ima i više nego što ti trebaju. Dobro, u redu, ali nisam znao da imaš planiran ručak. Da sam znao, ne bi ti pustio da me ubediš da igramo. Nego bi rekao kad fruštukuješ. Pucaj. Ne tako, mitraljec pa onda. Sad granat. Bravo. Dobro, ali brže ćemo ga ubiti, razumiješ? Ovo po gradu ti je municija. Može da bude onaj mali bunker u sred grada, ali da budem iskren, jako ih retko vidim po gradu uopšte. Tako je mali procenat, osim ako ne vidiš bikon. Ako vidiš bikon, onu kapsulu, to se isplati, a ostalo... Kad bi bar video da je vozim, evo dobro, mislim da je dobar pravac. Gazi. To ih ne sprečava da nam pucaju u leđe. To što nas ne vide. Pucaj. Ma evo, pretvorio sam ga u palačinku. Stigli smo tačno kako treba. Sve urađeno.
stiče iskustvo. Pa eto.
Kad ću vam ja dat super?
Pa ovdje nemam otvoreno sve. Ja hoću da vam im sve otvorim. Nemam završen sve od zadnji Warban da se kućem, ali igram.
Jest, one man army. Možda ipak dva čovjeka, ali dobro, u tom ritmu. Dobrodošli, dragi gosti. Ajde, lansiraj pa da bjegamo. Honk, Sve urađeno, hvala. Sjećaš se kad je kolizija s ovim kolima dizala u vazduh tank?
Bilo ne.
Marš! Za meni sediš tako ćeš da izađeš.
A? Šta kažeš, Ilija?
Za meni sediš tako ćeš da izađeš napolje, te ne bi pragadio rikvac.
Dobar sam.
Stižu.
Ma, tu sam. A me čuješ?
Tu si, ali nisi mi rekao da imaš obaveze, da si mi rekao bi ti ne može da si igra Helldiver.
Nemam obaveze, samo da jedem.
A pa to je obaveza porodična, imam i ja takvih obaveza. Daješ da uđeš, jel?
Pa naravno, klopno da se ulazi.
Ajde, dođite sad. Evo i sledi.
Mislim da je drug.
Nešto su se umorili.
Ne znam, nema gi.
Ja sam zabrinut za njih.
Pa da, to su najgora govna.
Sample.
Pa otrov. Šis. Šis. Gle, ovi nesrećni kučkini sinovi dolaze sad.
Sad dolaze, čim smo se malo ohrabrili.
Stiže nam.
Jes, vidli. Ti vidi? Znam. Vidiš gdje sam? Daj mi 20 sekundi. Vreme. Možeš da uđeš, ti ću ja. Gas ih malo drži na distanci, ajde, ulazi. Uzmi s tim i trčiš unutra. Tako. Uradili smo sve, Slavko. Da si imao super sample i to bi našlo.
Kolači. A ima i to, čokoladi.
Čokolat.
Pa da, to jeste, mora izbaciti šećer. Gotovo te šećere. Bolje da jede prirodni nego voćni, da, okej, to ti pričam.
Čujemo se za pola sat i treba ja da ručam isto.
Eto, to vidiš.
Pa ja sam pokušao lepo da ti kažem, ali ti ne slušaš ništa.
Opušteno čoveče, taman ja ću ručem i to je to.
Tako.
Tako.
Onda čujem se malo kasnije.
Dogovorim.
Democracy protects. Gorilla Man. Look at that. Oh my god. Yeehaw! For democracy. Damn. Look at all that shiny metals. I want it all, I want it all, I want it now. Yep. That's pretty much it. Give me another warband, please. I'm done with that one. No, not a pet of anything. the fuck is this? Eh? Who the fuck?
Men are looking to you as their guide, as their mentor, as the
of intervention. I know what to do here. You're right. I am an addict. I've hurt all my friends and family with my addiction.
Very soon, the next update for Fear and Hunger Termina will be coming out. Alongside a massive amount of gameplay additions and new areas, we'll be getting some new lore. Surely some of it will be of world-shaking importance, but without a full knowledge of the series, you may not understand just how world-shaking it is. I've made a number of videos about the lore, as well as a few crazy theories, so I'd like to present the lore of Fear and Hunger as it currently stands. Whether you've watched every single lore video or this is your first time exploring this side of the series, this video should be a useful recap of important events. Before we dive in, however, we have a quick word from today's sponsor, Manta Sleep. Sleep is pretty important, don't you agree, Michael? I always struggle with it, but you know what helps? Sleep masks. I've actually used sleep masks for years, so I was pretty happy to try one out from Manta Sleep, and look, no joke, it's the best one I've ever used. Circadian rhythm, blue light, extra daytime in summer, etc, etc. Look, your sleep sucks. You need good sleep, and sleep masks help. It's that simple. I even love a good nap. I'm #pro-nap, you might say. Trying to nap during the day is a pain when you can't block out the light, especially in the brighter days of summer, which is coming up soon, by the way. But Manta sleep masks are particularly awesome for that. They're really comfortable, there's no pressure on your eyes, and straight up pitch black, and easy to wear. If you want a great sleep mask, Manta Sleep are giving you 10% off if you use code Mythonics while you order. Right now, you have to order right now. Click the link in the description if you want a cool sleep mask and or you want to see me torment Michael some more. Thank you very much to Manta Sleep for sponsoring today's video. And now, into the lore. Let's start from the start, shall we? The oldest known beings are the old gods. They are a kind of living idea, the embodiment of a concept. The most important gods for our story right now are Grogeroth, the god of destruction, and Sylvian, the god of love and life. Eons ago, they communed with the lizard men, a race that lived on the earth long before humanity, and together they built the city of the gods, Mahab. There, lizard man champions would rise to demigodhood, known by humans as blights. Eventually, though, their society fell, and human civilization rose up. Humans found that they too could rise to demigodhood, and those that did were called new gods. The humans would come to dominate the world, but civilization and their gods still rose and fell in regular cycles. No new god would last forever. Eventually, humanity turned away from old god worship and solely worshipped the corrupt new gods. The old gods had left humanity some time earlier, and the only things left of them were their traces, which were entities that were still immensely strong, but only echoes of the true power of the god. It isn't clear which came first, though, whether the old gods left or humanity stopped believing in them. A man would appear who tried to bring humanity back under the banner of the old gods, and the rulers of his time had him crucified. He was reborn as a full god, a man become idea, and became as powerful as the old gods. He was known as Olmir, the Ascended One, and when he returned to Earth, he led a bloody campaign of violence against the corrupt new gods and re-established the worship of the old gods. His birth would mark the year 0 on the calendar. However, it wasn't long before he vanished, although his mark remained and the new gods took over leading humanity again. Worship was mostly split between the new and the old gods until the Age of the Fellowship, about 800 years later. They were a team of people who became new gods, and to ensure their rule, they sent out books to change the narrative. They quietly erased the other new gods from history. They said that the old gods ruled the world until they failed, and the Fellowship went to Mahab to confront them and took over in their stead. Around another 800 years after they took over, in the year 1590, the land once again was stagnant and plagued. The natural cycles had been perverted, and the Fellowship had lasted much longer than new gods usually do, but it was inevitable that others would seek to challenge them to take their place. One such man was a mercenary leader named Lagarde. He believed that by embodying the virtues of the 4 new gods, which, remember, he believed were the only new gods that had ever existed, he would ascend higher, to the level of Allmere. In this quest, he sought enlightenment, endless freedom, domination through military victories, and finally, had himself captured and sent to the dungeons of fear and hunger for torment. It's his capture that sets the stage for the events of the dungeon. 4 people arrived there to find him. Kahara the Rogue was paid to rescue him. Das was a loyal knight of his who had come to save him. Ragnvaldr the Outlander was there to avenge the slaughter of his village. Enki, the Dark Priest, had visions that Lagard was a man of prophecy, and as he had similar goals, he wanted to find him and find out why he was so special. Many events that take place in the dungeon are obscured by history, but there are certain definite outcomes. It's certain that Enki, who received aid from a mysterious alchemist hidden in the dungeon, was able to anchor his soul to his body and become effectively immortal. He would then spend his years researching in the great library of Mahab. It's very likely that Ragnvaldr also survived the dungeon, having cleansed it of all the evil there and returned to slaughter any monster he could find outside in the world and start a new family. What happened to Das and Kahara? Well, that's not so clear. 2 gods were born in the aftermath of the dungeon. The first was the Yellow King. Lagard can become a new god during the game, taking the form of the Yellow King, although the one we see in Termina may or may not be a new god. It's possible that Das, upon finding Lagard dead in the lowest level of the dungeon, performed a secret ritual to resurrect him. That ritual turned him into a cold, bloodthirsty monster. Either way, a figure called the Yellow King would leave the dungeon and wage a bloody war across the land. Unsatisfied with his results, he would return to the dungeon for many years. As for why or what he found there, well, the other god born in the dungeon was a new, ascended god, one that reached the heights of Allmere, one that would reshape the minds of humanity. Before entering the dungeon, Lagard would commune with the new god Nilvan, the Endless One. Together they would have a child, one who was raised in the darkness and misery of the dungeon, the Nameless Girl. She would be taken to the deepest place in the dungeon, the corpse of the dead god of the depths. There, she would become a god embodying the torment she had endured. The god of fear and hunger. It's likely that Kahara brought the girl down there. It was the plan of Nilvan, and the 2 shared the same soul type, the Endless Soul. Kahara was also an expectant father, and, out of all of them, had the most hope for the future. Who better to usher in a new age of humanity? But, as we said earlier, this is only the most likely event, and who actually delivered her is not explicitly confirmed. The god of fear and hunger was a human-born god, one that recognized the suffering of humanity. It turned those forces into a motivator. Instead of fear and hunger holding humanity back, it would drive them forward. The god of fear and hunger was a major influence over human civilization after her birth. She was the equivalent to the real world's Age of Enlightenment, where humanity began to slowly turn away from religion and mysticism and focus on science. In the modern era, very few people believe in magic and many aren't religious at all. When the god of fear and hunger ascended, she used the soul of the god of the depths to do so. One would assume that meant the mysterious god of the depths would be completely gone, but that isn't quite the case. We see at least 2 worshippers of this god much later who have been completely encased in wasps' nests. It seems that the god of fear and hunger took most of its power and left it with scraps, although again it isn't quite clear exactly what's happened. Humanity would rapidly advance from this point, with technology advancing as belief in the gods and magic waned. With this dying belief, humanity turned inwards as always, and as a result, the new gods would gain more influence. The whole of the new gods, where dead new gods of eras past waited, would gain more influence. Lagard as the Yellow King was their agent in the human world, or perhaps it's better to say that they were partners. Together they would be known as the Illuminati and would steer major world events, which of course was written up by most as a conspiracy. Religious belief in Europa would mostly be formalized under the Vatican. Allmere was the primary god, but they practiced magic of all known old gods, even the secret moon god. They would recategorize Allmere as no longer an old god, but something slightly different, an ascended god, alongside his younger sister, the god of fear and hunger. War was never far away from humanity, and drove their technological advancement. In the early 21st century, a war of unprecedented scale would break out, known as the Great War. It was a time of massive upheaval and great loss, but only a few decades later, another would occur. Within this span of time, Legard was busy. Perhaps as early as the late 1800s, but definitely after the end of the First Great War, Legard began his next moves. He organised an advanced technological project involving electronic networks, working with the Eastern Union to construct it in the out-of-the-way nation of Bohemia, in a city called Friedrichshafen. He would recruit from the best and brightest, even fresh university students. It was called the Logic Project. And it was to connect all of humanity together. At the same time, he rose up the ranks of the Bremen Empire's political sphere, eventually being elected Chancellor amidst a flurry of populism, and setting the people against their own elites. Against his control, Bremen and the Eastern Union would work together in an official capacity on the Logic Project, but he would still cause tensions. Legard would use the military to expand the empire, triggering a second Great War. Prehevel was under the control of the Eastern Union, now an enemy of Bremen and Legard, and he used his military might to push towards it.
Submit!
You may now be asking why Legard, who invested so much time and effort in building Logic, would rise up the ranks of a separate nation, seemingly to intentionally trigger a war with the people who had control over it. Well, that's a good question. One without any explicit answers. If you're curious, then after this video I recommend watching some of my theory videos. In many nations across Europa, various partisan groups that stood against the war during the First Great War banded together under the banner of the NLU, the Nameless Liberty Underground. They opposed the endless wars driven by what they thought were their greedy rulers, and worked to expose any secrets from them. After years of bloody war, when the rest of the world was either crushed or convinced to ally with the Bremen, the Eastern Union too would start peace talks. In a last blitz, the Bremen Army's special units pushed into Friedrichshafen and took over the city, ostensibly as a bargaining chip for the negotiations, but Legard had his eyes on the still-secret Logic Project. Just before his special forces, the marching men of Knight's Day arrived, the NLU arrived in Friedrichshafen and saw devastation. If, in all this discussion of politics and troop mobilizations, you'd forgotten that this is a supernatural horror series, allow me to remind you. As the focus of so many world-changing events, the city of Friedrichshafen had drawn the gaze of the moon god. The mysterious old god Rare had appeared overhead, the light from his gaze sending those exposed to it mad, slowly transforming them into monsters that tear their friends, family, and neighbors apart. The festival of Terminal had begun. Shortly after, the Bremen Special Forces reached the city and slaughtered their way to their destination, digging through the ground to reach the hidden bunker protecting the Logic Project and sealing the doors behind them. Legard would follow shortly after. He was too late. Then, 14 people are stranded outside the city of Friedrichshafen when their train breaks down. They've been accidentally entered into the Festival of Terminal, a special event marked by the presence of the secretive moon god Rare and his cultists. It's a battle royale where only one person can survive, but we're here for the bigger picture. The city of Friedrichshafen is an ancient ground for worshipping the gods, in particular but not exclusively, the moon god. Human sacrifices were common, as they were to other gods like Grogroth and Ormir in the past, although whether they were made to Rare specifically or not isn't clear. The method of execution, throwing people into pits, suggests the sacrifices were for another god, one who himself was thrown into the pit, the Sulphur god. The Sulphur god is introduced to us first through a mysterious figure known as the Man in Black. He tells us that when Ormir ascended, he was split into two. Half became the man god we all know, and the other half was sent deep into the sulphur pits. The host of the festival, the Jester Percole, fills in more gaps for us. He's an angry, tortured god, burning for eternity in the sulphurous fire, and his cultists are chosen for their revelry in violence and blood. Suitable candidates are, after death, sent to the pit to burn in his rage and are sent back to Earth to revel once more. The festival was originally controlled by Rare, but as he has long since left this plane of existence and only his traces remain, the Sulphur cult took it over as a recruitment grounds. They're trying to see if any of the contestants are worthy to join them, and you can, if you are bloodthirsty enough. The Church of Friedrichshafen are, on the surface, staunch Ormir worshippers. The city has very few religious icons dedicated to any other god, and they even seem to have some very old Ormir ritual spaces. However, if you look closer, you'll find they too have gone to worship sulfur, and likely have for some time. The priesthood had strict control over the entire city, even relocating the mayor's manor outside of its walls. Its history of rare and sulfur worship makes one wonder about why this location was chosen as a space to build logic. Before the Second Great War, the countries of the Eastern Sanctuaries and Veronia, along with some smaller nations, joined forces to become the Eastern Union. This new partnership undertook advanced electronic network experiments, organised by Lagarde, underground in Preheval. The lead engineer chosen for this project was Ryla Haas, the twin sister of the future festival contestant and playable character, Olivia Haas. Ryla was secretly recruited to the anti-war organisation known as the Nameless Liberty Underground. Their mission was to interfere with the powers that be that seemingly hungered for endless war, and to prevent any of them from getting too powerful. Lagarde's push to take Preheval and Ryla's rush to stop him would draw many of the contestants to the city. Abella, a fellow NLU member, came later to support Ryla, and Olivia travelled to the city to find her. Karen, a war journalist, would travel there too to find out exactly what Kaiser really wanted there, as Logic and his history as Lagarde was, of course, entirely secret. While exploring the city, one can find the doppelgangers. They're monstrous versions of the contestants, an attempt by something to make copies of them. There's a lot of theories about what they are exactly. Some say the moon god's presence mix. Some think they're born from a mysterious god currently gestating below the earth, but there's little hard facts about them. Another contestant, Osar, a yellow mage from Abyssonia, was travelling to the city because his master sensed that something magically important was happening. His master, naturally, was fan favourite Nashra, the disembodied head who was a new god who ruled over the world 1,000 years earlier. And as we find out underneath the Preheval Museum, he was right. There was an event of world-shaping proportions about to happen. Nashra was the bodiless new god wizard that could carefully be recruited in the dungeons, and again he plays an interesting role now too. During Osar's opening story, it is revealed that he and a number of other yellow mages were magically called to a remote location. The Dungeon of Fear and Hunger, which had been exposed to a number of archaeological examinations in the hundreds of years since the birth of the god of Fear and Hunger. We later find many artifacts from Mahab, the city of the gods, in the Museum of Preheval. Nashra was trapped down there apparently for the entire time, but the power welling up in Preheval caused him to act and summon help. Osar brings the withered head with him, and they communicate telepathically. We're also introduced to some other new gods, those humans who rose to semi-divine status. They're all very mysterious, and it's not clear if they arose before or after the time in the dungeon. Other than the returning Ron Chambara, who was the tormented one of the Fellowship, we also have the Radiating One, who trades rusted pearls for powerful items, the Tainted One, who trades heads for soulstone shards, and the Heartless One, a powerful warrior who hates the other new gods. All the new gods' titles align with the various soul types, of which there are 28. The update will be giving us a full list of the types which hasn't been seen in game before, and as such, the Heartless One's title is confirmed to be changed, although we don't know what a new one will be. Since this relates to information in the update and not currently in-game, I'd like to note that this still may change. But, as far as I'm aware, this is the only retcon that's planned. The museum itself features some interesting items with equally interesting lore implications. The first is the clock. On its face are a number of sigils of the old gods, including all the ones with which we are familiar, Sulfur, and some we haven't met before. It makes clear that there are some old gods that are long forgotten, that we may never know who or what they are. Hidden away amongst the displays is a carving from the southern land of Abyssonia. Their belief, as told to us through Osar's opening, is focused much less on the old gods and more on ancestor worship. Here in the museum we have a carving that suggests why. It shows the old gods arriving from space to meet with humanity, around the year 3000 BC. This apparently flies in the face of the belief that the old gods created humanity in the first place, and the lore implications of this I have tackled in another recent video called War in Heaven. There is some contention between characters in this series as to whether the gods are real and how separate they are from the minds of humanity. Osar, the yellow mage, seems to consider them mere forces of nature for humans to harness. Enki thinks they can die, but Father Hugo, one of the priests of Preheval, claims they cannot. Father Hugo highlights some interesting facets about the law that have wide-ranging implications. He is building what seems to be a method of contacting the new gods in his house. Copying carvings found in Mahar, it allows one to visit the Hall of the New Gods, where those demigod humans who have fallen from power reside in the City of the Gods. Father Hugo knew how to do this due to dreaming he was in Mahar, which is one of the methods one can use to access that city. Hugo's notes tell us of the clay statue people there, who we meet in the first game, who are all awaiting the return of the king. They also tell of a sulphur sun, which gives us a final clue to the true nature of Olmir. As said earlier, Olmir and Sulphur are two gods born from the same man. The ascension of the god of fear and hunger shows us that the process requires the death of an old god, and thus the question is, what god died so Olmir could ascend? Hugo's notes, along with other symbology, suggest the god that died was the sun god, of whose existence we still know very little. The moon god is almost as mysterious. Hercule tells us a little, but he's not a true cultist or whatever. We know the effects that his presence brings, the festival, and we know he's left this plane and that only his traces remain. But what did he really want? We find two true rare cultists, the Lady of Moon and the Pocket Cat. Both tell us that their master wants the unnamed girl, the child of Lagard and Nilvan, who would go on to become the god of fear and hunger. Both also refuse to attack you properly. One could use these properties to draw some conclusions about the moon god himself, who casts a harsh gaze upon humanity from a distance, but I'll leave the implications of that for another video, which I have already made on my channel right now. Pocket Cat in particular shows an interesting side of the supernatural. He is the subject of a fairy tale and even seems to possess the book. He's not the only one that is related to legends. The Cromawla, Rontil, and Skin Granny are all said to be mythological creatures that we find out are more tangible than people think. Whether the creatures or legends were born first isn't so clear, but both Pocket Cat and Cromawla possess people and use them to walk among humans. As the old gods are born from the realm of pure concept, this is a world where ideas and reality regularly intersect. The museum confirms that the lizard men were the planet's dominant race before humanity and had their own versions of the new gods, called Bloods. We found a number of these in the void, and they appeared similar to dinosaurs, although carvings suggest that some were still humanoid in shape, like the ones we still find living under the dungeon. While they are apparently unintelligent now, they were civilized in the past and have their own new god pantheon, called the Nine Chromatic Bloods. A carving depicting them dates back to the year 20,000 BC, the height of the last ice age, although it is not known precisely how or when their civilization fell. Underneath the museum, that well of history, logic awaits. Various clues scattered around the city have given us more questions than answers about this machine. We find Lagard waiting outside its doors, protecting it, and since we're now a threat, he tries to ward us off by explaining what it actually is. The Logic Project was an attempt to make a purely human god, by connecting humanity through electronic signals and using a human mind to process them. As the old gods were born from the green hue and thus external to humanity, Logic would make an artificial green hue and use the power of humanity's minds to birth a new world. Well, at least, that's the plan. Lagard planned to become the vessel that this machine god used to process souls and become the new god of humanity, but fate saw that he was beaten to the finish line by Olivia's sister, the genius engineer and NLU member, Ryla. The machine god was gestating hours, if not days, before Lagard even arrived to the city, and one of the endings is connecting it to the outside world and waking it up. While it is technically an ending and we don't know for sure what is and isn't canon until the third game comes out, I think it's very likely that Logic was born as a god by the end of the festival. How exactly she interacts with the existing pantheon, the outside world, and humanity isn't clear yet. The old gods Grogroth and Sylvian don't make major appearances in Termina, but we do see a god related to them, Venushka. The union of the god of destruction and the god of love, Venushka is the god of nature. A secret book reveals that humanity actually killed this god some time ago, likely before the time of the dungeon. Venushka, before being killed by humanity, went by the name Nanush, and was renamed after death to reflect humanity's guilt. This god's power still lies in the totems called the Ikitursa, one of which can be found in the woods outside of Brihir. It's particularly interesting because Logic appears to have a cube of Venushka attached to her chest, one that is crossed out. A similar cube, or perhaps even the same cube, was used to access the city of the gods Mahab, and it granted Lagard enlightenment. Does its use here represent humanity's final victory over nature? A reversal of the hierarchy of the old gods? A complete enlightenment of humanity? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Thus, the festival that marked the end of the Second World War ends with hundreds, if not thousands, of people dead in the city alone. Strange clones swarming the land, the ruler of the world's strongest country missing, and a new god and new technology born.
I cannot do that.
It's a position ripe for an interesting new world, one where the chaos of humanity either explodes in every direction, or is stamped out entirely. We know a little about what the update will hold, but most of it is a mystery. I made a video compiling...
Ništa od toga posle. Znači, neću kao ti, razumeš, izvini, idem da jedem, znaš, ko te jede. Kao prošli put kad su me zeznuli, znaš, kad s tobom i Amazing bio. Pa su me zvali na ručak. I onda sam rekao, jebi ga, moram da izađem, pa ono, igrajte, pa ću ući. Pa, ja lepo kažem.
A lepo piše na plakatu gore.
Lepo piše, tako je. U svakom slučaju smo uradili to što si teo da uradiš i bez da ubivam bube. Ne mogu. Znači ima dovoljno buboubica bez da im ja pomažem.
Buboubica, da.
Jest.
To si lepo rekao.
Da, znam. Vidio sam kako se ponaša kad mi uđu u lobby, razumeš. Kao da imaju dve leve noge. Ajde, čovjek je, razumeš, počeo jučer da igra Medi, pa ne, pokušam nekako da mu objasnim, pa mislim da kapira. Ako pucaš u njih, samo ćeš bez veze da stvoriš više onih oblaka i to će da te poslije ujede za gudicu. On nema pristup, jebi ga onome, kako se zove, krematoru, jeli? Ali ima onaj besplatni batač plamena, to možemo svi da kupimo. Kako kažeš, pita sa sirom. Jes, pa to je za fruštuk danas. Možda vam nije treba taj podatak, ali to je to.
Ma sve je to super.
Znam.
Tozla, kaže.
A to ćemo brzinski da uradimo, taj minor order, koliko ja vidim.
Misliš, a?
Ajde, si vidio na koliko to već posto. Ne mogu da se setim, mislim da ti je nagrada za to isto medalja. Mislim da je tako. Nisam siguran. Taka i taka stvar, već sam otjuču čitav Warbond.
Pa to je divno.
A dobro, ne znam šta ćeš tim podatkom, ali tako ostavi stvar.
Too heavy.
It's Nekert. Welcome to my channel.
It's Neko. Who?
What?
It's Neko TV. TV.
Da, sam rekao ja.
Who said me? Ah. Oh, so you're playing as a falconer. Interesting, interesting. Stava. I played that ages ago.
Professor Amizi.
Hello, Eric.
Welcome to my channel. D. E.
E, F,
O.
demo?
R.
No, C, you forgot C. You forgot C.
A.
God damn it.
C.
D-E-M-O-C-R-A-C-Y. I think I'm good. D-E-M-O-C-R-A-C-Y. Yep. Should be that.
Hey, just checking.
Yeah, I have to feed the calories to myself. Good, I guess. Today is like my day off, and tomorrow, so I'm good. It is kind of funky. They fucked up my work schedule, so I work 2 days, and I have like almost 2 free days after that. So they think like, oh well, you're gonna have like a lesser payment.
Are these your free days?
Yeah.
I cannot do
They were asking like, well, do you want that much of a free time? And I said like, well, I don't care. I'd rather have free time than money. And there you
LOL.
go.
Yes.
Hoćeš da ga pitam, hoćeš da igra Hildevera?
Bre, brate.
I think... Ne. Okay, did you finish Dispatch? Da pitam čovjeka prvo to. I know you played it yesterday, I watched it a bit. I don't think you finished it, to be honest. I'm not underestimating you or anything, but...
I'm going to today.
I knew it. Okay.
I have more episodes.
Yeah, I know. You were saying like you're gonna finish it one day, and I was like, story driven, you're gonna finish it in one day? Nah, not gonna work. Slavko wouldn't say that.
I could be.
No, you can't. You literally can't. It's story driven.
It would only have been about hours.
10 hours. But you wanna read the dialogues and watch, cinematics. Don't wanna skip anything. Like, what's the point if you skip everything? Like, oh, I finished the game. Or GG. Kupio je Dispatch, znaš onu, kako zove igru.
Dobro.
Pa to je juče streamao. Ja sam gledao malo stream.
I played the game twice before stream for a total of hours.
You played it already twice for 16 hours.
But anyway, I should be able to finish it today, I think.
So this is like you're doing it officially for viewers. You are tricky. You're quite tricky guy.
Yeah.
Boo. You're like one of those guys doing a reaction video.
I've had a blast. The game is so witty.
Okay. I figured out. I watched it a bit. Hand of Judgment.
Is this like Path of Exile?
It is, but it's more a theory crafting. Like all of this is actually made or mixed by me. Well, not this one. This. So the purple or the reddish attributes were added by me. Yeah, also I'm a goblin for loot, as you may have noticed. Never would have guessed that. Huh? I told Slavko that I finished the warband. The warband they put like last week ago. Well, I finished it. There you go. Slavko said good for you. Something like that. I'm not gonna quote him. So, yep.
LOL.
I mean, you just play. Like, if you just play the game, you can unlock everything. It's really not a big deal.
Yeah, and quick play is pretty easy.
Yeah, and also that you don't host anything. You just join random teams and let them pull the.
Like it's easy to just get in and play with people. Most people are decent and aren't dicks.
Most people are decent. Interesting how you said that. Yeah, most people. Not all people, but most people. Not me though. Slavko told me that I'm a very bad person. I believe you. If I keep telling that to myself, I might start believing it eventually. Oh my god. So yeah, I'm waiting for a cheese pie or a sirnica or burek. I would call it burek, but if there was any Bosnian, you know those guys, they would tell me like there is no burek, there is only sirnica. Fuck them. Sure. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they do. One day these boots are gonna walk away from you. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, get this off my hand. Sure. Not bad. Hey. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Huh. Funny, funny, funny.
Yes.
Shop. Sell, sell. Sell, 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 sell. God dingity dang. Ugh. Yes. Što kaže, now I'm making up words.
Take care.
Hey, going to get this train started.
Train. Let's see your train. It's kind of cheating, you know. Well, I appreciate you.
Take care and see you soon.
Yeah. I appreciate you streaming this patch, but everybody would probably prefer you not knowing anything when you play it. It's okay. I understand.
Yes.
Maybe shrugs.
I'm not criticizing you. It's like reaction videos on YouTube. You know, like people like reading randomly something and like, oh wow, but you know, it's kind of obvious.
Oh,
They are,
you're all right, I get it.
yeah. So I'm not saying that's you. I'm just saying like almost every like content creator, like, okay, dude, like stop selling me like
Take care.
fog. Yeah, there is a saying in my country, don't sell fog to me, you know, like a fart cloud. Okay. Bada bim, bada boom. He's dead. Fuck you. Okay. The Harbinger. Harbinger. The Harbinger. Judas Priest. Koliko je sati? 4:26. Sad će negdje ručak. Ajde. Što je?
Ajde, nema što da uspijem kišelo mlijeko jebote živo.
A pitaj Sime. A gdje misliš da su te šefe?
On sve donosi tu.
Gdje misliš? Onda ih je posio okolo. Šta ti kaže?
Ajde.
Evo dolazi. Ej! Ja. Yeah. Well, it's upgraded, I guess. Upgraded enough. The Kate's Cow. So this is a void knight, right? Banish. Get lost.
Too heavy. Too heavy.
Dragon Glaive. Sure, buddy. Alright. Get the fucking lost.
Too heavy.
Oh no. Okay, that was interesting reward.
Yes. Take care.
Oder pojedem nešto. Oder pojedem nešto.
A ideš, ajde.
Be right back.
Golem, you are so right. Why were those bots went in on this shit?
Say less.
Robbery downtown. Suspect is in pursuit, but we need SDN to defrost the bank. Might take a while, but you could try chipping away at the ice.
Wow. I like the new me.
I could have, but I started late yesterday. Yeah, I know you're laughing at that, Snake. Because he says that I couldn't. But it literally only took me 8 or 9 hours each playthrough off stream. But I played an hour and a half yesterday of what's the other fucking game? Helldivers. Increase and chase it together. How are you guys doing? I feel weird.
Danelle Fondren. Welcome to my channel.
And the
Nice.
And the talking makes it a lot longer on stream. That's true, it does.
Yes.
I've had a blast playing this though. Really have. It's a great game, and honestly, I wish there were like 5 more like it I could play on stream, because I would. I mean, they're all the Telltale games, but the Telltale games are not all created equally. Do I want to max her out? I don't necessarily like having entirely maxed out hunters or heroes. Melt the ice, break the ice. Use your fists or whatever it takes. Be careful. Alright, so I would need someone with high combat.
Mein horns?
New me? Fucking rocks.
See ya.
Opportunity for flambe to burn shit.
Yeah, I don't have flambe. Alright,
There's a really cool club over here. Have you been?
I thought he could try using the workplace, so ship. Can't move for the shipment.
I've been wanting to fight.
Good
The old
luck.
doctor used to be over here. Technically, he's a veterinarian, but I got the physiognomy of a pygmy hippo.
Catch up, treating. Oh shit! She's gonna automatically fail that. Oh well.
There's some activity down.
スーパーアース人類の故郷
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to send Prism down into this.
繁栄民主主義人類の生きる道
Walking Dead had some good moments, but yeah, I mean it's not my favorite. I really like
だが自由には対価も
Batman.
そんななんてことだやめろ
Yamero.
They are pretty
Almost.
hit and miss.
よく
Not
あ
all
る
of
こ
them
と
are
だ
great.
こういう状況は銀河中で起きているこの瞬間もなそして君の身にも起こりうるだが君が人生最大の決断をすれば話は別だ自由に値する力と勇気があることを世界に示せエルダイバーに志願するのだ平和を維持する精鋭部隊に加わろう魅力的な生命体との出会い偉大な管理民主主義を銀河中に広めよう英雄になれ歴史に名を刻め伝説のヘルダイバーになるのだ
An
entire race of mole people leaving beneath torrents. Engage in diplomatic relations. Sure.
Too bad there's no Grammy for this.
Max career rank. Yay. And only on the 7th episode. What? I'm doing a hand thing. Now the hand thing's getting weird. Anyway.
Fuck. Ova planeta je oslobođena. Oh my god.
Good morning, Sully.
Ko ti to rekao? Kako si pogodio? Pa tamo sam rekao, onako reda, otkud ja znam. Ti igraš Castlevania, a?
Galactic ovaj... Ti pro Galactic Survivor.
Was the only option. Whether it's the suit exploding or just keeling over in it as a man, I figured my story would always end in there. But not so much anymore.
Beef is so cute.
Just when I feel like I got a handle on it, got it figured out. 我々の領土から追い払うのだ。これはスーパーアースの安定のために必要なのだ。Yeah, exactly. See, this is why I appreciate dogs.
FTL ジャンプ開始。目標カイド成形。
Are you decent? Definitely a house that needs some work.
FTL ジャンプ成功。ミッションの座標をセット。
Yeah, you're a decent.
ヘルポット始動。
No breaking involved, dude. That rubs out, by the way. You just have to put a little muscle. Do you know why you'd want to hang this?
Why are you holding a lamp?
I think he's only considered where he'd hang himself. That corner seems fine. It's a housewarming gift for your housewarming party, Robert. They told people to bring a lamp or something.
Wait, people? More people are coming here? To my home. Look, I'm not really in a party mood.
Know what it looks like to me, Tidy whities.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear about your wife, dude. That's awesome. For those that don't know, Sully's wife had a bit of a scare. I'm glad you're all clear. That's awesome. And yeah, it does look like a dog. Yeah, we'll be about it.
Is that my work computer?
We figured it out, brother. A man can make a...
応答要請応答要請 補給品だ場所はここだ南西300メートル補給品だ
急なサンプルを入手
La 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 la.
Ako roknemo ove glavanje, bit će super.
Arigato. Storm the front. God damn. A? Ma, ovo će biti brzo gotovo.
Padam ili nastavljaš dalje da igraš?
Ja igram dalje, ali kažem neću da izlazim iz ovoga, zato što pretpostavio sam da si ti u igri, ali ovako, ja nisam ja pravio ništa, samo sam ušao u meč.
Tuđi meč.
Pa, kad neću da sebi pravim obavezu, da pravim sesiju i da posle moram da šutiram nekoga, a nisam teo da igram tipa na difficulty 1-2. I onda sam ušao na... Pa možda se čeka da završimo, ovo pa ćemo igrat... Kjecan igra previše brzo i pomislimo, onako kao dva seratora, znaš. Igram se s njima maratona. Ona mogu ja, znači bukvalno se stvari oko mene, uopšte nemam pojma šta radim. Kako mislio, pa radim ovo, brate, ja ne radim nikakve zaradke, znači samo se stvari jedinice pored mene. Možemo zajedno, nije problem. Čekaj, pa ta igra ima co-op multiplayer, o čemu se radi? Ima? Odradi ga slatko. Baš ga odradi, malo istraži. Odradi ga Severad, znaš. Ja ne volim kad me neko kao speedrune kao, ma ne treba ti tutorial. Naravno kad je nešto... Tu su kecmani, to mislav krivci. Easy. Move it, move it, move it. Ow! Pretty fucked up, guys. You don't wanna know what's waiting us at the exit. Sayonara. This is amazing, guys. They've been chasing me for like 2 minutes straight. Amazing.
場所はここだ。南西300メートル。補給ビーコン。装備パッケージを展開。
Bunker? No. No, no.
補給品だ。今日はここだ。北東。ポートを要請。ポートを移送する。ポートを要請する。補給を頼む。ポートを要請。アウェイのために。補給品だ。地球増援を頼む。グレネードを投げる。要請を確認。増援を展開。報道を要請。マップにマーク。北東50メートル。分かった。グレネードを投げる。いいかな。報道を要請。もっと強力な武器を頼む。バックパックを要請。報道を要請。やめた。北東爆上攻撃要請。位置をマークした。霊下忘れてくれ。北東。報道を要請する。パッケージを。
I'll do it. Blame me. I'll try to do it solo. Maybe just grab samples. Maybe wait for a C1. Arigato.
No? Ma saçıdan buraya. Bak.
All the samples are at exfil, so don't worry. Almost all. Your rank, sir? You did a rookie mistake. You didn't find all the shells. So pro tip, always find 5 shells, then turn on the sieve. You just call them for no reason. Got the last one. Go to the console. Go, 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 go. Console, console. Fast, fast, fast. Wait, what? I literally put the fifth one in. Must be a bug. Must be a bug. No, it's bugged! It's fucking bugged. Great. It's bugged. There is 5 shells. Bugged. I did told you I did it. That was all for nothing.
And nothing for all.
Guys, I can't see what I'm running.
Why are you there?
Zato što je ovaj krelac krenuo da radi sif i zabagovao se i tačno sam znao da će to biti. I viče mi nisam bacio 5. granatu, on uzima 6. granatu, donosi i ono, gdje ćeš da ju baciš? 5 stoji u nizu. Znaš? Nema mjesta bukvalno. Bug. Thanks for waiting, but it was useless. Well, we got the samples. Yippee! If you found the bug, just make the host load the cannon, load the shells. Only the host. Pretpostavljam da je ovaj bio host, a ja sam ubacio bio 2-3 one granate i zabagao se.
I zabagao si.
Šta ću? Takva je takva stvar. ...436 kilo. Zašto ima najviše kilo? 70 strategijama bačenih. Democracy protects. Good luck, guys. Sentry su pobili grdilo, a i eksplozivac sam bacao leve i desno. Ovo je gotovo, ovaj side order. 84,9%. Biće gotovo za manje od sat vremena, ja mislim. Sat i po možda. Nekad su mi bolji ti minor orderi nego major orderi. Brže se urade i imaš osjećaj, bukvalno daš signal čitavom community, to napadnite i onda svi odjednom dođu tamo i urade. A major order svi ono sad jako neozbiljni, znaš, ono, bez veze. Niko se ne cima previše za to.
Da.
I kako ti se igra s tim dečetu?
Dobro mogu da kažem. Kontrole su odlične.
Da.
Malo je još ono hibrid tastatura kontroler, ali generalno kontroler radi 90%.
To mi sad nije znao da možda se joine na sesiju, znaš.
Pa da,
možeš. Ok, šta radimo?
A ja prvo glad vidiš što radimo.
Ma, znam. Šta je to, ovaj sa znakom pitanja, ali? Evo ga pored nas. Šta tu trebaš da se popne gore, jel? Na ovu kulu. Jeste nešto gore, vidiš? Gledaj. Na vrhu osmotračnice.
A jeste tu gore, treba onaj... Da.
Kako se penje gore? Probaj na konju.
Drži mi fige. Uspio sam. Ne pucaj mi, čovječe.
Ko te puca?
Ti nesrećni.
Kakao lobanje ovdje.
Ne znam, možemo da odemo i ovdje.
Ajde. To ti je trader, Bob.
Evo ga ovdje ima.
Options, controls, pam. Ne mogu, moram da promenim dugme za mapu na ma. Kakva ovo škrinja ovdje, jeli? Ili sam slabo?
Markova sam ti vjerovatno da će ti puniciju, najvjerovatno.
Misliš? Vidim. Da.
Šta je to?
Pa da prisluškujemo nekoga. Kako označavam na mapi nešto?
A to je hibrid, brate, to ti ono...
No.
Ovdje treba.
Konzolitis.
Konzolica i...
No. Kontao sam.
Tamo gdje piše quest 520 i nešto.
Pa ajde, jašemo tamo. Našao sam grob. Šta je ovo?
Marko mi samo secret,
Nije grob.
1 od 10.
Neka rupa ispucavate gore.
Da. To je rupa odlično.
Ovdje su bili neki razbojnici.
Jeste.
Zašto si uvatio kod za? Za ovaj surveillance, šta? 9757. To ti bacaš titere? Devet, 7, 5, 7, gdje kucam to? Aha. 9, 7. Evo antena se diže, ovo ti je kao leader station.
Da, da.
Neki, on ga ne znam. Jeli gospodo, ćete vi da napadnete nas? Oni samo stoje tamo na sred pustinje i pucaju random u nas. Ja ne vidim gdje jedan metak doleće vam, znaš?
Nema ništa.
Ma čujem kako pucaju u pustinji. Ali ne prelaze, znaš? Kao pičkice neke stoje tamo daleko. Vidi dete. Viš dole. Koji mi jebe mater? Ko ne istera dođete, neće da vas jurim. Bravo. Evo ti municija. Kaže kill the boss and complete objective. Ali ima još jedan side quest, znaš? Gore kod toga doktora.
Usrešeno ovaj mječ.
Znaš lako.
Da, da.
A šta je ovdje gore? Si gledao?
Ima svašta, nisam ništa gledao.
Ima na vrhu nekih vodovodnih cevi. Ima blago da se kopa ovdje. Viš?
Ovdje ima onaj bazen želja, jel te nam?
A šta je s bazenom?
Pa baciš jedan novčić pa random se desi nešto.
Dakle, grob gore. Na vrhu cevi je grob, da nisi to? Tu.
A da. Ima nešto kako se ga vozi.
S ove strane?
Moraš. Pa da, s druge strane. Da skočiš da uzmeš što je jedan od 10 secretsa na mapi.
Siguran da je s druge strane.
Poprilično, mada te šeme ono demolišu.
Ali ja sam ga pokupio ovako. Mi samo... Aha. Duzem, onaj doktor ima još jedan zaratak, znaš.
Ja sam stavio na easy odmah ti kažem jer...
Ja i ne znam šta radim. Tako da pusti.
Što ti kažem? Aha.
Finger sanger. Vidim blago, opet. Evo ga još jedan grob. Da, pokupio sam zlato. Ej, ima i grob tu. Si uzeo grob?
Ne.
Evo ga ovdje. Među stenama. Vidiš ga?
Sad ti gleda to pečalo. Sad, ako ti uzmeš, to je to.
Šta, ti ne možeš da ga otvoriš onda?
Ne mogu da ga interaktiram.
Pa možda se računa. Šta ješ s kaktusom?
Ma nemam pojma, to ima i secrets i pita i kure šta se radi s njim.
Treba neki kaktus da nosim. Viš? Kaže Mama Cavern, Bone Skull, Bone Skull. Mama Cave Cavern,
Treba da nađemo, da, neki kaktus.
Neku pećinu.
A i to je isto, to možemo da radimo.
to je objektiv za kaktus, ne?
No, nemam pojma, brat.
A šta ti je to objektiv?
Od nekog glavnog darovka.
Vidim. Da ne treba u rupu da se baci ovo. Evo ga grob. Ja kontam kad jednom nađeš grob, svaka mapa ima određen broj tih stvari koje možda nađeš. Kad ga jednom nađeš, poslije ne moraš da ga tražiš non stop. Da ti objasnim.
A, moguće.
Jer recimo ako si ga već pokupio ranije na tom mestu, poslije ga nećeš naći, zato si ga već, to ti collectible kao, znaš, kontam da je to. Da ne moraš ono u jednom meču da pokupiš 10 stvari, nije logično. Nego ono, da na jednoj mapi pokupiš sve što možeš. To mi je logičnije.
Evo imam ovdje nadgledu jedno, ja?
Stižem. Hoću, ali veriš mi da nosim kaktus preko čitave mape. Stižem. Nosim na kraju mape taj kaktus jebeni. Nisam siguran da treba da ga otpeljam. Uspio sam. Grob!
Ovo treba da je skortujemo samo.
Viš označiti ga na mapi. Ene kartice.
Sad će biti interesantno.
Da?
Ajde se ono refreshuje.
Tu se ja.
To je to, a?
Ti ćeš da ga aktiviraš. Vuku sam ovaj nesretni kaktus koji se čita mapu. Kaktus.
Daj mi nešto ovdje. A to je extraction.
Gdje je extraction? Ajde, označi ga. Evo ja ska kući mi nosim kaktus. A gdje ta se nosi ne znam. Mogu da googlam gdje je pećina. Mora bi negdje da stanem gdje mene biju. Znaš? Evo ga grob. 5 od 10. Svaka mapa ti ima određen broj ovih grobova. Mislim da su ti uvijek na istom mjestu kad ih.
Da, ja sam mi 7 od 10 za crne. Ako smo ti pati, ja sam ti već naši.
A me samo pokriva, da vidim samo. Možeš se vam skinuti što mi gađa uglo. Nema. Konstantno me gađa. Ostani da me jebeš. Kaktus. Ljudi bre govna ptičurino. Ogavne. Znam. Tad ćemo da ima šta je. Pustit ću ga na drugi monitor. Treba da se nosi. Ima više kaktusa. Evo sad on objašnjava gdje se nalaze, ali to mene ne interesuje. Ima jedan tu. Evo, tu ti ovaj. Ovo sam ja našao. A i ovdje evo treba se nosi, ja. Za mnom. Našao sam. Samo za mnom.
Ma brate, vidiš ti resti.
No, dobro. Mislim da je to ovo. Ovo. Čekaj. Onda negdje tada se nasadi, ne ulazi. Aha! Evo ti grob.
Gdje je brate grob, nisam vidio.
Markov sam ga bio, ispod zemlje. Evo ga unutra. Pa, kažeš mi imam ga.
Vjerovatno tek sam igrao pamitom. Šta bi? Ne znam, kaže da si umro.
No da, možeš me revivovat.
taj gdje je nek trakćom.
Ne, možeš da me živiš, pitam te.
Ne znam, evo ću da probam.
Pa to ti kažem, vidim da sam kuglice moram spomeram. Pa otišao sam alt tab da pogledam ovo, ali ti si utekao od mene, pa Slavko ne... Znači, ako ćeš da igramo, onda daj da provalimo nešto, nemoj da begaš od mene. Znači, bukvalno sam...
Vidim da smo odradili sve,
Ne, nismo, imaš ovaj secret. A možemo da radimo samo glavno, nisi ni jedno drugo više, razumeš? Evo me kao kuglica sam. Možeš nešto odraditi. Evo me ovdje dole, pored kaktusa. A možeš. Bravo, hvala. Staje se da možeš, hvala. Dobro. Evo ga, odi da vidiš. Jebo mu ja majku. Aj jebo. To je to. Više ih nemamo. Ima ih još da se nađe, ali drugi put.
Ja nemam amuniciju, brate.
Evo ti vam amuniciju. Imam ja, drži ovo, evo ti kutija ovdje amuniciju.
Refili.
Daj, refiliti, baci. Odžene me voz. Šta je bunar?
Random ti daje. Thanks. Hvala. Već su stali grobovi. Ti ih nemaš sve, ili tako? Pa ovako ti ovo easy ovdje ti znam da si sve uradio Slavko, ali
Zašto žuriš da što pre izađeš? Pa nađi barem sve ove grobove da drugi put ne moraš ni tražiš. Ako ti easy, bar ti ne easy nivo težine, lako naći sve collectible. Na veći nivo težine ti je teže zato što... O jebi ga, jaše konje.
Ma evo.
Grob. Čekaj, sad ću da dođem do tebe.
Apsolutno ti ga slobodno možeš da vidiš. Kao krst.
Znam, vidi se lepo. Lepo piše.
Lepo piše na plakatu gore.
Ne, ovaj sam ja pokupio s tobom. Da vidim. Mora da ima jedan ovdje. Vidim kako su rasporedili. Jes, ima ga već od ranije. I to zapravo, kažem od ranije, mislim u ovom meču bukvalno smo ga našli. Jesi odradio ovo? A ovdje je bilo smo kupio neka duša sada u selu. Ovdje imaš municiju, gdje je stalo. Očekujem da ovdje ima, znam da je extraction, nego kažem ti kad je već nivo težine nije veliki da probam da uradimo. Ti našao blago da ti paže.
Idi tebi čeru, sve to znam.
Pa vidim da dobijam pare za to što pitam. Čekaj, vidim samo dole na jug.
Welcome to my channel.
Šta je ovo? Kaseta. Imaš ovu kasetu? Da, dođeš. CD player. Gramofon kako hoćeš. Gramofonska ploča. Ne znam li. Ovdje dole. Pa dođi pa vidi. Ispod vodopada. Da li znaš? Ti uzeo?
Evo da se slobodno veliki skinuo. Skidaj šrem.
Pa baci magije, to je radim.
Evo i Kion, brate.
Ili sam ja možda pokupio za tebe. A? Si bio u hotelu?
Šta sam bio?
Ne znam šta je ovo, neka krčma hotel.
Ono se Kecman pridružio, čovječ.
Ali ne priča s nama. Koga jebe? Ko neće priča, nema. Sad kad pitaš što ne izlazi, to će biti dobra fora. O, pare. Možda treba neki upgrade. Šta je ljubica stalo da? A? Musim Ivanović. Op, vidi ga. Ti je da ga razneseš. Pucaj njega. Vidiš? Kiselina mislim da mu radi štetu. Viš? Da ti municiju. Ne znam. Ne pogledam gdje su ostali ovi grobovi. Evo ga. Nešto se sija ovdje. A, bunar. O, duše. Gledaj koliko duša. Ček sekundu, šta misliš da pravam pivkom da bijem onu stenu? Ajde jebote, vuko sam kaktus, s pola mape sam vuko. Kaj na kraj. Da, quest. Samo koji kaktus? Copy video URL. Ja, prodao sam. Koji je to kaktus? Ako mi nekome pokriva dva dvojice, ja mu bio zahvalan do groba. Ko je otišao? Keckom, uradili smo keckom na sve zaradke, a jebote kad ovako se igramo gluvi telefona s njim. Umjesto da mu kažemo uradili smo side cut.
A dobro, Brelija, bre, vidi ovo ti kure. A sad će da vidimo bilo šta ovako malo.
Pa nećemo da vidimo ništa, zato sam ja
Vidi lepo kaj trakciju.
Pa dobro, ali čekaj malo. Vi samo radite glavni quest, ne radite ništa sporedno.
A vi u glavi ništa, da.
Kaže da ga odvedem do jezera. Kaže da ga odvedem blizu ponda. Zdravo, Slavko hoće da pobegne, znači ono kao klasičan izdajnik, znaš. A nismo. Šta si izvršio sve? Kaktuse.
Šta kaktus?
Šta kaktuse? Kaktuse, brate.
Kaktuse, brate mili.
Ovo bi neko da pokrija dok nosim kaktus. Ovaj mi kaže da ga nosim pored vode. Znaš. Sve pokrije.
Znači ovdje dignem Ilija sve u vazduh, samo da ti kažem. Pripremite se. Možda bežite.
Mi smo 500 metara od tebe.
Jedan nuklearka, for good measure.
Prati me Ketmana, znam gdje. Ovo ti je kao da igraš Helldivere, ali čim su radi glavni quest izlazi se s mape. Pamatiš ti ja to? Budem li igrao s tobom, znači samo to ću da uradim. Glavni quest je odmah ekstrakt. Pa ću me kikovat svaki put. Evo te daj, uradi ga jednom. Ne moraš svaki put da uradiš ovo, uradi ga jednom. Imaš. Evo ga, drugi kaktus. Vidiš? Evo ga ovdje, si pokupio ovo Kecmane, di si? Mislim, pokupi jedan i svi imaju, pa probaj ti ga pokupiti. Kako, ne možeš u ovoj sesiji, šta? Tako radi.
Ili ga imam, to.
Verovatno ga imaš.
Najverovatnije ga imam.
Znaš li gdje su ostali grobovi? Ti ih imaš na mapi sve obeležene, ne?
Ne, zato što je u tvojoj igri. Ali imao sam dao sam ti sliku na ovom, kako se zove?
Na.
Discordu.
Kad? Juče?
Sad, malo pre.
Dobro da nas. Sve se
8
to
komada
desilo
sam
da nas.
nastavio.
Znači nisi našao sve. Mi smo našli 6-7.
Ja sam 6.
A nije u ista map.
Ma čoveče.
Što si mi poslao?
Nije, da, ovo je 10.
Ovaj Kecman je evo dođi vam. 7 od 10. Evo ti ovdje.
Markuj ga nabijem.
Pa Markovo ti ga jesam.
Eto, nađi ga nabijem. To ima.
Drago mi. Ajde nađi neki koji ja nemam.
Pa jebi ga, gledam.
Jebi ga. Wow. Lovely. Piše mi 7 od 10. Mislim da dobiješ onoga grobara. Kad nađeš 10. Da, grobara.
Da.
Znaš Slavko? Ili to nisi ni gledao, da? Ako nađeš 10 groba, možda igraš sa ovim grobarom.
Sa grobarom?
Jes, grobarom. Toma Nikolić, da. Nani grobar.
Ali
Nabijem ja
to
vas
ti-
na kurac. Da.
Ali to ti razumiješ 10 ukupno, znači možeš ovdje 2, 3, možeš ondje 2, 3, 10 ukupno. Znači, ne
Ali
možeš
dobro,
10 ukupno.
pusti, Ilija mora, on je...
Kontraš, da.
Meni što konstantno rokaju, to nema veze.
Tebe, pa mene su 2 puta ubili dok sam nosio ono malo čudo i glodane vodiče. Ja kad ne Slavko pokriva, on ode, znaš, boli ga kure. Ko te jebe?
Zašto vodič?
Pa za grobove. Ne za grobove, nego za kaktus. Ima ovdje neki secret. Šta je ovo? Evo ga, grob. 8 od 10. Znaš šta me podsjećam? Kad sam igrao prvi put Elden Ring, je ta osoba s koju sam igrao bila ono pozvano kao idemo da bijemo bossa. Rekao čekaj stani čovječe, nismo istražili svaki dungeon. Ma nema veze, poslije ćeš.
Znači mi to kad neko kaže ko...
Da. Ja mislim, kakva ti je to progresija kao ubijemo bossa? Pa kad ubiješ bossa završio si, više se ne vraćaš. Ideš dalje. Naopako razmišljanje. Kad ubiješ bossa onda se ne backtrackuješ. 9 od 10. Okej. Daj pokaži mi taj 9. Ima li jedan ovdje u ovom sektoru gdje sam ja, kad otvoriš mapu?
Ja mislim da on ne može da vidi svoju mapu, nego da vidi kogod je host.
To tako radi. Siguran.
Ja mislim ovo je sa sigurno.
Gdje ga?
Sad sam kod to da potvrdi ili...
Evo ga tata kaktus. A gdje je sin? Viš?
A, tu je negdje.
Piše da je u Maruder kampu. Ima neki Maruder kamp nadaleko odavde.
Da, to su ovi crveni gdje gore u stvari.
Gdje?
To je 5 sliči. Evo imaš jednu ovdje. Kad ideš mjesto njihova udara, to je isto...
Čekaj, gdje im je kamp? Ovdje?
Evo ga ovdje gdje sam ja. Ali imaš u krišu, nije to jedan kamp.
Ovdje gdje si ti.
Da. To je jedan gdje sam ja, evo sad tražim kako.
A kaktus ti je skroz gori čošku gdje sam ga ja markao.
Da. Ovdje nije.
Možda je negdje zavučen iza.
Pa ne mora da znači, ne znam čemu, zato što kažem ti nemaš jedan marauder tank, imaš nekoliko. Obično prepoznaš po tom crvenilu.
Heroes recognize themselves.
Znači da imamo ovdje marauder kamp.
Može neko da me revive. Svako je to da se ekstraktuje, znaš što mi radio? Pa alt-tabujem i gledam ovo. Da, razumeš.
Tako sam isto prvi put zadnji.
Slavko meni kaže, ja izlazim. Jer ako daj dođi revive-uj me. On kaže, može, jer ako otkud znam, dođi probaj. Kaže, ja se ekstrakujem. Bre. Kak je to Hell Diver, 0.
Da, znaš kada ovdje...
Kako markiraš na mapi, da? Vidio sam.
Možeš da se krećeš i možeš da klikćeš kao da napadaš, kao radiš neke...
Kako... Znam da je kaktus. Kako taguješ na mapi?
Mouse 3.
Ne, nije. To je default.
Pa sad sam to promijenio, kako mogu da znam da sam to promijenio?
Ali to što sam promijenio ne radi, ja stavio B.
Kako bi default?
I sad treba da odem i da ribandem, to šta? To ću mi kaži. Ti ko Helldiver i samo nemaš ni ono malo pauze, znaš? Kao onaj jedan zombi ti udara non stop u leđe, znaš? Koliko ja vidim ovdje, neće da marka na mapi. Neće. Ne znam zašto neće. Evo probao sam default. Jeboj taj keybind. Govnavi. Marš u pičku materiju. Dole, tačno tu gdje si ti, znaš?
Znaš?
Aj sad ideš gore. Skroz gore na sever. Samo znaš šta je fora?
Gdje si stavio na...
Skroz gore. Skroz gore na sever. Nema, ne stave mark. Kad su me ubili, ne stave mark. A Marko sam ga bio, znaš.
Ček, ti mene vidiš ovog prilike na mapu kada se kreću, pa mi samo...
Idem za tobom, ali ne ideš dobro.
Ja sam ne znam da li imate ovaj ovdje grob.
Nemam.
Imate.
9 od 10, nemam. Čekaj, kako ga ti vidiš? Jel ti se sad pokazao?
Ne, zašto bi imao.
Pa znači imaš sve grobove na ovoj mapi, šta?
Nijem sve grobove, jedan taj, ono koji izgledavamo pali.
Ne, opet te pitam, ti sad kad otvoriš mapu, da li se taj na tvojoj mapi vidi?
Taj vidim, da.
Pa, koliko ih vidiš?
Gore isto, tako. Vidim kako nešto.
Pa to će kada, znači nekom random teorijom mogu da ti pokažem gdje su svi grobovi. Ja tako ti...
Evo ja naš.
Evo, odlično. Sad će mi pokaži gdje su svi ostali.
Ima, čekaj što... Evo, može i ovdje jedan isto.
Taj mislim da imam. Daj Marku drugi da vidim. Daj samo Marku ih, reći ti koji nemam.
Ovdje je crveno i žuto.
Ne, taj imam, daj sljedeći. Da me razumeš, markuj mi da vidim. Taj. Ti imaš sve čoveč na ovoj mapi. Ovo je Slavko je čovjek. Kažeš da imaš 10 od 10. Ok, da.
Onda Slavko, ja i krenem sve na ovoj mapi, ovdje imam nešto poput mapi.
Čekaj, samo vidimo kako izgledaju oni na mapi, da ću da vam Marko, samo malo.
Pa plavo.
Negdje u pičku mater.
Pa plavi su, kad otvoriš mapu.
Dobro, evo ima, vi ste tu, ima zeleno.
Čekaj, tu.
Ti zeleni znak?
Da.
Sad si ga sklonio.
Ostavi taj Mark.
Taj, tu.
Dobro, ostavi ga, ne mrdaj. Jel ti pisalo 4 od 5 kaktuse, kako to?
Sad je pisalo 3 od 5.
Bravo. Meni fali jedan kaktus, ali bilo bi lepo kad bi Slavko redom markovao svaki da vidim koji nema.
Kaktus ili grob?
Ne, grob. On ima 10.
Pa evo sad ću ili pokupi ovi što ti markirao.
Koju sad vode?
Zeleno markirano, brate, X. Tako sad vidim na mapi.
To nije ovdje kod onog... Mislim ima kao neka voda oko da se glasa. Ali viš kao bar, kao pot.
Ovdje sam ja sad, jeli?
Ovdje da sam ja.
Tu gdje si ti? Momci, options za audio, sound effect volume. Znaš, mnogo su glasni se spucnjavo.
Da, i muzika isto, ja sam muziku skroz glasio.
A mogu da je malo smanjim, ali...
Jesi uzdo Ilija što sam ti
Nisam! Koji si bio Marko? Onaj u sred jezera? Onaj X, je li to?
Čekaj, imaš ovdje gdje sam ja, baš ovdje gdje ja stojim.
Kecman, tu sam Marko.
Gdje je taj?
Na to.
Ne, imam ja taj smo zajedno pokupili. Ajde sljedeći.
Jel imaš taj?
Imam!
Onda ima, ajde ovdje.
Ajde, kad smo nešamo.
Mislim da meni fali 5 ovdje ili tako nešto.
Pa dobro, sad kad može, ovo je easy znači. Sad kad možeš na easy da ih pokupiš, sve pokupi.
Pa to i treba što radiš na easy, to je...
Ne, staviš hard i onda razumeš dok gledaš mapu ubiju te. Tako to ide.
I ovdje ću da ubio, desilo mi se isto tako nešto sam gledao mapu, ovo ono i...
I gdje sad gore da spopnemo? Ovaj nemam sigurno.
Gdje je, okolo.
Ovaj nemam sigurno.
A, samo vidim ovu lokaciju i već ono. Ovako kako si se popio gore?
Ja znam kako sam se popio. Vidim ga na mapi, brate.
Ali sigurno si ga dobro obilježio da nije to dole. Dole Ilija, dole.
Gdje
dole, ali tu je.
Jeste.
Gdje dole, kjecam?
Uđi samo u tunel.
Ajde sa mnom, Ilija, idi sa mnom, ajde. dođemo.
Obilazimo okolo. Ali taj smo našli malo pre, ja mislim. To da im. Taj smo našli jedan malo. Hajde sledeći.
Sljedeći, ja?
Ja.
Sljedeći... Ovdje.
Možeš li da markuješ pored njega? Kako ti objasnim? Da ti kažem odmah. Samo pored njega milimetar. Dobro, nema veze. Ajmo. Jer kad ga tako markuje, preklopi ga preko groba, znaš?
To ti ovdje gore na cepku, brate.
To smo zajedno pokupili, zato te pitam. To smo danas na početku radili zajedno. Nekad smo pokupili. Stani, neka. Na vrhu cevi, stani.
Aha, vidim.
Ga vidiš gore?
Vidi, pokupili smo i ti zajedno to.
Evo, sljedeći sam Marko.
Tamo dole.
Da.
O, podoh.
Inače to se može lagano pokupiti, nije neka velika mudrost.
Ne.
Nije muzika annoying, već je glasna. Ne volim nešto što je glasno, razumiješ, zaglušuje sve ostalo, razumiješ.
O, to je 3 od 7, mogu da verujem.
Kako 37?
Ilija, jesi vidio?
Šta? Šta ti to, grob?
To nisam uzao.
Ne, ja mislim da je to kako se zove?
Kaseta, šta? A kaktus?
Ne. Kaktus.
Jeste, ali čekaj, gdje se on nosi?
Kako se skida.
Vidim kako se skida. Gledaj ovo.
Evo, uspio sam.
Uspio si.
Ostavio sam ga tu.
Skinuli ste, a?
Skinu, da.
Ovaj grob imam. Imaš ti ovaj kecman. A dobro, kaktus se označi sad na mapi. Vidi si ga ti Marko, ako si ga Marko, ne ti skidaj Marka.
Ja sam to Markova.
Dobro, a gdje je sljedeći grob? Ti kecman na taj pokupio? Ovdje.
Ja sam mislim uzeo.
Ajde sljedeći.
Taj nisam imao.
Sljedeći.
Da.
To ovdje, ovako.
Pa malo pre smo tako pokupili, ne? A? To onaj ispod. To je taj gore.
Pa ima i ovdje nešto, vidiš?
Ne, ovaj smo pokupili zima, boži.
Ovo je kaktus.
Je to taj kaktus? A, kjecana, mislim da jeste.
Da.
Mislim, tam da je taj.
Vratno tu treba da se donese.
A gdje, onaj sad se onaj izgubio s mape, znaš?
Čekaj, evo našao sam. Ajde, ostanite tu da imam barem makar referencu u kom pravcu da idem, pošto je...
Nije taj.
Ne.
Spusti ga dole. Ko je to? Ovaj s ventilom, jel? Sad će da im...
Da.
Ajde, ostavi ga ovdje. Markirat ću ih ja obojicu. Daj mi Slavko Mark za grob. Meni će ostati Marko na ovo.
Evo ovdje sljedeći.
Skroz gore, desno.
Da.
Dobro. Znaš, malo je glupo kad on to tako markira, znaš. Ja otvorim mapu ni ne vidim da li ga imam ili nema, znaš.
Ja
ovaj
nisam
ne.
imao.
Isto. 10 od 10, to je to.
Jeste ga našli, ja?
Je, to je to.
Meni fališ jedan.
Imam fališ jedan, sad. Da ću ja da...
Koji ja?
Čekaj, sad je ga morate markirati.
Ti...
Ja mislim da je negdje ovdje. Imam taj. Ovdje, ili ima nešto ovdje gdje sam dao žuto?
Ček samo malo. Mnogo ima oko mene će da mi izrokaju, brate.
Znam. Tako su mene rokali.
Znači nije taj, a? Da nije ovaj ovdje. Tu. Da li imaš tu?
Ne, ovdje ne. Onda to poslije. Eno ga gore skroz.
Uspjeli smo svi.
Iha!
I sad kaktusi. Imaš tamo onaj vodič što sam ti ja linkovao, samo treba neko da ga pogleda. Treba da li tabo da bi vidio da je. Pa ti jebiš. Treba mi sentri neki, ili ima sentri da se uzme kao ability? A?
Da.
Gde je tač? Na kojem elementu?
U kaktusima.
Bacim sentri da me čuva, razumiješ, dok ovakve stvari radi.
Možeš da uzmeš isto da kaktus bude ti kao golem.
Kao golem?
Kao golem, kao peto, da.
Znači imamo dva kaktusa, koji je ovo?
Ček, šta kaže ovo? Moram kao detačno dobro software, neki...
A ti si našao ovoga s ventilom, jeli?
Da, i mislit će da će to ovdje, Vrate, odakle?
Ne znam da je pucaju kecmenu.
Samo mi da pročitam.
No.
Rock. My tongue found in the rocky pyramid. Doesn't know how the stuff. Je li ovo rocky pyramid onda, a?
Može biti. Ovaj mi kaže da ga nosim, a...
Nije.
Tad odem na obalu, kad smo, to mi kaže ovaj mali kaktus, znaš.
O, koju?
Pa evo je tu. Piše seal with pipes. Mislim da je to ovo.
O.
Čini mi se vamo. Tu idu cevi ispod nekih cevije. Kako li glupo radi, uopšte nije objasnio gde.
Ćao.
Ima neki veliki silos ispod cevije. To isto govori, moje objašnjenje.
Pa imaju tamo one sve gdje sam ja, na primjer, skakao da uzmem ovaj...
Ne, silos, imaš silos veliki. I u njegu ulaze cevi. To mi nađi. To ovo. Viš? Tamo sam se skinuo.
Pa čekaj, možda jašeš sa tim, a?
Ej, i šta sad? Kako jaš?
Ne, pitam jel možeš.
Pa si, aj probaj daš. Znam da je glupo objašnjenje, ali misliš da nisam probao. Bilo šta da uradiš, znači, bukvalno si glineni golub s ovim u ruci. Ovo ti daje malo HP, nije li štuk. Možda je ovdje negdje, no? Ovih cevi. Linkovao sam ti, ja ne mogu da provalim ništa iz ovoga vodiča dela. Mislim, draw distance je tipa 15 metara. Ne mogu da ti objasnim kako mi to ide na kurac. Sad ja treba gledam kao debil u mapu, razumeš, non stop. Jer, hvala Bogu, orijentira nemam jer ono, vidljivosti nula.
Ne vidiš ništa upravo.
Negde blizu neke vode. Na klipu koji sam video ima voda i blizu vode ima neki kao pecaraš. Kako to znaš?
Jo, znam ga!
A, gde? Bravo ti ga. Gde?
Čekaj, daj samo da ga provjerim. Obično bude ovdje gdje sam, ali vidim da ga sad nema, jeste ga dirali?
Ne dira ga niko, bukvalno se, šta, ajde,
ja
pomeri
mislim
se.
da on bude ovdje.
Verovatno, evo idem.
Ali ne vidim ga da je sad tu pecaraš kaktus.
Ja bih rekao su uvijek isto. Ali ja idem duž vode ove, razumeš?
Vidim kako kao jezerse u pitanju.
Pa, na ovom klipu što sam linkovao, čovjek ide ispod nekih cevi pored neke vode. Kontam da je to to.
Čekaj, onda to ga...
Došli ti momke. Obavezno. Ni.
Nije ovdje nema cevi da sam ja, znaš?
Da, kaže da tu ti kao kaktus pecaraš, onako veoma je mali, ako tako na njega misliš?
Pa kaktus pecaroš stoji pored neke stene, pored vode. I tu kao nešto peca.
A ovo je video u pitanju, a?
Pa ne moraš da ga čitavo gledaš, samo na tom tačno... Evo ga, vidim ga sad. Vidim silos. I onda nađem gdje je kaktus. Evo blizu mene ovdje, samo ne znam gdje. To mi kaže. I need to report to him to that silo with pipes near the shore. Near the shore. To ispada da onda na jugu mape, ali?
Nego jebano što ne možeš nigdje da se uštekaš ovdje.
Ne.
Čekaj, ja mogu neko da me dohvati ovdje, mislim ne može. Ajde vidim. Kaktus 3, kaktus 4.
To ti je kaktus 1 ako se ne varam bukvalno. To ti je ovaj s ventilom mali.
Aha.
Welcome to my channel.
Zdravo Makić. Šta ima?
Jack TV. Welcome to my channel. Jay's I snitch, Q Stera the lemur no scavers.
Da, ali on ga negdje ovdje odneo.
Kuća stara, da li mirno spavaš? Pazi s kim spavaš, ko se s tobom budi, ostaćeš kao šta je žena kad poludi. Evo ti ga, na.
Znaš ili ja?
Nema ga šta.
Vidiš žuti marker.
Znači nije to.
Ne, on ga je, koliko sam je vidio u njegovom videu, on ga je odneo na žuti marker. Ovdje sam ga ja stavio, sad idem tamo da provjerim.
Pa proveri da li je tu.
Tu imaju cijevi koji idu tamo u...
Pa to je to. Proveri.
Naš, jest tu, evo.
Stižem onda, šta da radim. Znaš ti koliko se ja vukao prvi kaktus? Ovo je već, ja mislim, treći kaktus koji smo našli na mapi. Ne, četvrti. Prvi kaktus sam vukao ko slepac, razumiješ, 5 minuta. Svijem pojma da se nosi. Znaš što rekao, malo od road distance-a bi definitivno pomoglo mnogo. Na duže staze. Idem ka vama.
Ka meni, žuti marker, da sam ja.
Da. Gledao se neki lik stavi AFK vodič, znaš. Te kao baciš one kao mine, valjda neke 3 i baciš na spawner i onda kao taj spawner non stop ubija ove kako se zovu.
Znam za ove kao kaktus mine, ali nisam siguran, nisam ih koristio.
Znači postoji u igri izbor koji je ono bolji od svega ostalog, tu ti je shotgun, jel?
Ja ga sad koristim, nisam ga do sad uopšte koristio.
Priču sam siguran da je bolji. Šta mislim o igrama koje imaš stvari koje su očigledno bolje od drugih. Znači, izbor je takav da izbora nema. Upravo o tome mislim. Čak ni Helldiverima. Čak ni Helldiverima, razumeš.
Kad ga naprediš pa ispadne, evo ja sad koristim shotgun, ne ono.
Evo ga. Koji je ovo? 4., 5., pojma nema. 4. ja mislim.
4. treba uzelo, meni ništa ne izbacio. Evo ga sad,
4-6.
4-6. Ja sad ne znam, brate, koji su završeni, koji nisu, tako da to moraš onda ti.
Ja znam koji nisu. Samo
Pa zato
ako
ti
ćeš da
kažem, ajde, ti
pucaš,
pogledaj.
ne znam, popucao me neko. Ovo si sakrio neko.
Uradi ovo što sam uradio, dođi ovdje na cevi.
Na cevi?
Velo ovdje da sam ja, vidi, dođi ovdje. Nisam stao.
A šta je s pticom?
Ja mislim samo ptice mogu da te onda diraju. Nego ajde ti pogledaj koje dva nismo završili, pa ćeš ti da kreneš jedan, ja ću drugi, da ne moramo jedan po jedan nego.
JBT single player igra I sajtli maglanista enividis nigivis.
To se zove draw distance, koji je nepostojeći u igri.
Marlo Budze igra Max.
Nije magla već draw distance. To ti je kad nešto je vjerojatno optimizovano za konzole.
Ne. Ovo ti je Sandstorm ili ja?
Koliko se inače vidi.
Da, inače se vidi. Čak, ja mislim da je moguće da ste vi sami izazvali ovo.
Čime?
Pa ne znam da li ste otvarali one bunare.
Možda bunar želje.
Kao Oluja.
Imate da nađete te neke oluje i onda vam sjebe, ili da padne skroz mrak i da imaš samo kao da vidiš koliko ti baterijska lampa dozvoljava da vidiš.
Gle ga ovaj ide ušao, dušice. Gle ga ovaj ide ušao i bemlim u čorbu.
Ovo je negdje na stenama, znaš kad svane.
Pa ti nije pokazao mapu, ajde reci mi koji gledaš, koji broj gledaš.
Mislim da je drugi, treći, tako nešto.
A jebi ga, nam je zabavati drugi ili treći, ono.
Meni dalje ne radi mark na mapi, znaš, ne bude markao ništa.
A kad pritisneš šta bi samo klikneš na mapu, ti radi to?
Samo kliknem.
Da, levi klik.
A, vidim sad radi. Ne mark, mora ovako da vidim. Ajde znam.
Eto. Ali čekaj, daj, ja ću drugi da pogledam, ti idi taj radi, ja ću drugi.
Ozbiljno, ćeš tako?
Pa ja mislim da je tako malo bolje, a?
A da, ali nemoj me sad tražiti da premotavam moj klip što ga gledam, znači tačno...
Pa ne, ali sad, to mi se radi što ja ne znam koji si završio, koji nisi završio, zbog toga trebaš...
Pa...
Ili ajde, ja ću da ispuštujem ovaj, a ti ne znam.
Tačno, ništa.
Evo me na 300 metara sam od njega. Samo mi reci koji je broj da mogu da pogledam gdje se nosi.
To ti je kaktus broj 3.
Dobro. Aha, evo ga gore.
Nisi jedno smo mi bili kod toga.
Našao sam ga, to je kaktus sa kamenom za glavu.
To ti je nešto rekao da mu je sin otišao u piramide da vidi. Da jađe ga nosi, priča.
Čekaj, samo za ide.
Daj mi toga malo.
Ne, idi ti radi svoj.
Nema svoj, pa otkud znam šta radim, ne znaš. Ti čekaš da ja vidio vi šta je.
Da znam šta radiš, da, očekujem da znam šta radiš.
Really?
Ste uspjeli?
Evo, svako završujem ja, sad sam ja došao, sad će to sve brže da ide. Još jedan fali Slavko i to je to. Evo. Gotov.
Treba bi jedan kaktus da ima, kecmane.
Ništa mi bre nije izbacio njega.
Evo, sad ćemo da prođe
Mora
tekst,
da
imate-
prođe
evo ga,
kilometar
5
tekst.
5 od 6 mi piše.
Tako,
Što
pa
si
to ti kažem,
što si
imamo još jedan
nestrpljiv?
sloj.
Stani malo, što si nestrpljiv? Polako. On mora da ti kaže neki tekst, znači jedno kilometar.
Evo, to je to,
I
to je
tek
to,
onda ti
izbacio.
izbaci. Ne izbaci instant kao achievement completed ili to. nego Bukvalno mora da...
Slavko je naučio, skide gaći, hoću rezultate.
Nije nego ja znam šta je. Gledao sam kad čovjek radi one achievementi za PlayStation, znaš, i to samo pop ispadne, znaš, kao to je gotovo. Ali to je, nažalost, ne radi svaku
To nije
igru.
možda lik sekao video, jer vidim da ima neki tekst, izbaci nešto ti priča i ono te gotovo.
Priča pola sata, koga briga. Samo mu izbaci complete.
Reci mi, koji je crveno na 600, to je to, a? To je
Ja
zadnje.
mislim da, mislim da je ovaj zajedno. Sad da vidim da li je tu uopšte, znaš.
Aha,
To ti
mislim.
je 4.5. Nice. Evo jeste. Ajme nađi gde se nosi.
A koji gledam, recimo, 4 ili 5?
4. Gdje s njim?
4. Sad ću ti
Piše
kažem.
pored piramide.
Mislim, trebalo tu da bude onda.
Na 400 metara. Jest. Mislim da sam tu gledao na video da...
Pa, ako je
Je,
to
to je
te što
taj.
si mi rekao, to je to. Jeste piramide, ja imam ovdje piramide. Tamo je tu jedan grob.
Stalno ko jaša pored mene, znaš, ne bih skinuo konja da pali metak. Ja ne mogu bukvalno da se bravim, znaš. Bre, izdajniče! Me podsjeća na Helldivere kad ja uđem u tank i on trči pored mene peške. Ne, kao njemu sviđa peške da ide. Dobro. Pusti me noge da opružim, a? To je sve, ja mislim, što tiče kaktusa.
Jej.
To je to, secret completed. Eto.
Amo napolje.
A ja više ni ne znam šta možeš da se uradi. Našli smo kaktuse, našli smo sve grobove i našli još neki objektiv. Uradili smo 2 questa, ja mislim, za nove tradera. Šta je to?
Sve smo uradili skaj...
Pa ne, Kecman je nešto našao. Šta je to Kecmane?
Bomba.
Bomba? Kao od kaktusa? Plod. Šta je ovo banje tamo u mraku?
To ti narator. On ti najavljuje tako te neke delovi scene. Jel vidio neku tomu, brate, rekao...
Si uzima onaj zlatni zub, to sam čuo preporuku da nije loša kartica. Udeš eklipuješ na oružje ovaj zlatni zub i onda s tim oružjem kad ubijaš, kad smo me to gađaš strelama lebeti.
To sam sam u tebi.
To su mi gličio kroz model, znaš.
To je to.
Kako je, ja veze imam s tim, čoveč. Sedim kući, perem čarape.
Na tako. Koliko ćeš ti iskustva sad dobiti, a?
Igrali smo sat vremena.
Jebo.
Dok ti nisi ušao, igrali smo 15 minuta do 30. I onda Slavko, hajde izađemo, jer ako nećemo dok ne nađemo sve sikrete.
Dobro, odradili smo, brate, super.
Ovo je easy bio inače. Samo sad. Ovo je easy bio.
Pa da, no ne, ako će ove stvari da radiš, vidiš koliko te saliću, non stop te saliću.
Pa da vidiš.
Ovim većim težinima imaš...
to mene interesuje. Interesuje me da radim sve ove mini sikrete, razumiješ?
To je isto hoću da kažem, sad ti se više isplati da radiš to na easy.
Ako ćeš baš mehanički da pucaš to, onda ne tražiš sikrete, nego pucaš.
Da. Jel ono da li tabuješ i ovo, ma brate, ubili bi te.
Ubili bi te 5 puta. Piše...
Soul Reaper Joker, obtain completing challenge.
Cactus Day Joker. Šta je ovo?
Da relisuješ 1000.
Da, znam. Hvala Snake, nema računa.
Kaže, obtain after completing the challenge, complete the secret mission on the desert map. Cactus Day, Joker, to je vjerovatno... Aha.
Kartica neka koju možeš staviš na oružje.
Ne, skin.
Kartica, boga mi.
Ja ti kažem kartica.
Kartica. 3% šanse da spawnuješ kaktus minu.
Mapa nova.
Venene mi daj.
Area 41. Super. Dosta toga ja ključamo sad.
Šta je? Imam band speed, band.
Ali kako skidam kartice, to me zanima. Aha, ovako. Evo. Sad sam stavio kaktus. Kaktus D. To ti je upgrade, Slavko. Clip size, ali nemaš da povećaš maksimum.
Imaš ammo bag, valjda, to ti je maksimum.
A gdje se kupuje karakter?
Ovdje. Imaš ovaj šešir.
Gdje je šešir?
Evo ga.
Ja kao pored vas.
Skinovi.
Kad bi ja znao da se ulazi.
Evo ja ću sad uzem ovaj skin, ovo mi je...
Ovdje uzmeš starog Rufusa za 2000.
Gledaj. Kako izgleda?
Traži 30 grobova, majku mu jebe.
Kecmane, šta kažeš? Pazi njega što ima noge, brate, ove znakove.
Ja idem na ovog Maraudera, trebaš da ubiješ 200 Maraudera da bi ga otvorio.
Hosti Marauderi?
Pa oni iz Marauder kape, oni kao vojnici što pucaju na tebe s onim laserima. Postavljaju što je to je.
Ja sam uzeo Viejo.
I ja sam ga uzeo, ili ja?
Onda ćemo drugu uzeti. Zajebi.
Da vidim.
Zajebi. Fuck that. Viš?
Odlično.
Izbacio nas.
Connection lost.
To što sam mu rekao da sam uzeo skin kon. To mi izbacio.
Mora odmah, brate...
Odmah penal. Za copycat.
A lepo sam ti rekao, znači nemoj to da radiš ovdje.
30 grobova treba se nađe, nema veze, imamo bar 10.
A dobro, ima mapa i evo te ukupno kombinovano što kaže on. Ali da, valja kad se uđe na mapu da se očisti cela, apsolutno.
Ne, izađeš odmah.
Dobro, de.
Molim? Kako igramo mi Helldivere? Odmah izlazimo, da? Čim radimo glavni efektiv. Pa što onda me zebavaš?
Jebi ga, došla mi duška, hoću mogu.
Pa kaži nemam vremena, izlazimo. Pa tako reci. Ja volim direktno kad neko kaže, ne izokolno.
Direktno.
Reci nemamo vremena, ajmo. A ne da ti sad ja uzimam vreme, da si rekao da izađem, izašao bi odmah. Joj, slako što si, nije toliko teško.
Ajde.
Ajde. Ej, Twitch dropovi.
Zašto?
Sa Return of the Ancient. Kad ovo je launch? Maj 7.
Aha, band speed je u stvari drop speed, ono koliko brzo nateže strelu.
Ovo ti je danas dropovi za Path of Exile 2.
Ujevo.
Baš ček, danas ide patch ili šta?
Ne znam, mi pisalo, ja nisam vidio da...
Piše drop soon. Drop soon? A dobro, imaš ono vreme, znaš, ne gluposti. Piše ti po kojoj vremenskoj zoni te glupo.
Čekaj, gdje su...
1 PM. Šta je PDT? Pacific... Koliko je 1 PDT?
Moram kucam. Path of... X... Jel' dvojka?
Da.
To meni ništa ne piše sad ovdje. A drop soon?
Da, piše. Start time, maj 7. 1 PM. PDT. Šta je 1 PM?
Jebe ga čak sad ću, znači šta sam rekao, 1 PM?
PDT. Pa to je vjerojatno pacifičko to vreme. Srednje pacifičko.
Pacific Day Time.
Neka.
-7 to translate. Mi smo cest, jel' tako? To bi trebalo bude 10 onda za nas.
Znači u 10, dobro, samo znam.
Britanci su 9, mi smo 10 onda, da. Ja ne znam šta, pa da, evo i kod ovog lika, brate, piše ono 2,5 sata, znači to ti to.
Za 2,5 sat ćemo mi da igramo Last Epoch dok oni stave taj update.
Možemo ovo kako hoćeš.
Našao sam mač sa 3 Legendary Powera, verovati ili ne?
Ili valjaju?
Valjaju? To je isti mač koji koristim, stavio sam ga u slot na onaj Weaver Web, znaš? Kad ga staviš u slot, igra ima šansu da ti ga baci. Kad ubiješ redkog moba, imaš šansu da dobiješ 2 komada. I pošto dobiješ 2 komada, ja sam dobio 4 što je neče fora. 2 dobio sam 4 od toga moba. Legendary Power 1, Legendary Power 2, 1 bez Legendary Powera i 1 imao Legendary Power 3 komada. Evo, ovo je dobra slika. Sviđa mi se ovo. Ovo mi je Cage posle.
Čekaj, kvit. Šta smo rekli, poje, jel' tako?
Da, poje 2.
Ne bre, nego ovaj, Last Epoch igram.
Da.
Ajde.
Izgleda da gomila debelih riba ima nešto protiv toga da se ubacuju deca u igru. Ja nisam pedofil, nemam ništa protiv.
Ali imao sam osjećaj, svaki put kada izađe ta neka igra, kada izašao ovaj, kako se zove, onaj Stellar Blade, znači uvek, ja ne znam, brate, stvarno, ljudi su postali takve kretenčine da ono... Znaš šta je fascinantno, što sam siguran da oni nevratni oni ne igraju takve igre.
Ne, oni su
kao... Ali bitno je da kenjaju, ono.
Da, kenjanje na maks. To ste ti kao, kako zove, DI, kao borci, znaš, Diversity, Quality, Inclusivity, koji za Harry Pottera, sjećaš se kad je bilo, olejavali su onu, kako se zove pisac Harry Pottera.
J.K. Rowling.
J.K. Rowling, zato što ona, ne znam, ona je protiv, anti-transgender, znaš, community.
Da, zamislim.
I kad izašla igre Harry Potter, igra ko igra, znaš, kakve veze ima igre s time, jeste bazirana na tome, ali igra nema nikakvu propagandu, razumeš, ovako i onako. Razumeš? Nema veze sa pisom, možda ona dobija par od toga, razumeš, za IP, to stoji, ali to je to, igra nema nikakvih banera i gluposti, razumeš. I ovi, kao ti borci, razumeš, su pozivali da svako ko igra Harry Potter, da ga treba kao napujdati, znaš, ko streamuje tu igru.
Da, znam.
Daj sto,
Znači, ono, kao, bukvalno trebaš da sediš, ono, da ti taj tweetovi i Instagrami ulaze direktno u venu, čoveče, da bi mogu sve to da ispratiš te gluposti, ta sranja.
Ne, ja samo pogledam na YouTube-u koja je kao gamerska kontroverza. Isto ti onaj Ross, onaj kako se zove, onaj bradati tip, bio ispred Evropske unije, ispred onoga kao na saslušanju, ispred... bila je hearing za, za pokret Stop Killing Games, ili ti šta se dešava s igrama kad se ugasi live servis. Da li igra treba da postane javno dostupna svima, razumeš? Jeste, developer više ne troše pare na servere, ne update-uju igru, ali da li community može, razumeš, da ima pravo da igra, razumeš, i da je sami moduju ako ima sposobnosti neko od njih to da radi, kapiraš?
Ali nemaš šanse da će neko to da uzme danas. Na takav način, znači...
Kako misliš?
Pa kao da dozvoli da to postane kao javno vlasništvo, znači ono, iz privatnog u javnog, samo zato što...
Ne, nego ne žele više da podržavaju tu igru, ne žele više da updateuju, ne žele više da uzimaju bilo kakav profit, samo je skinu da ne možeš da igraš, to je bilo za igru Crew. Imaš je kupljenu, ali oni, pošto ne mogu od toga da imaju pare, razumeš, samo će da je skinu, razumeš, da nema niko od toga koristi. Ne mogu da ti objasnim koliko je to nisko i onako bedno, po meni. Bedno.
Zato kažem, brate, nek se ono napravi taj neki ono public domen.
Da, za abandonware, već imaš, ali ne i za...
Upravo to. I onda, znaš, kao, ako budeš danas sutra odlučio da nešto hoćeš da radiš s tim proteom, kao... Sjećaš u Blizzarda, ono, kad je bio Blizzard Vanilla, kad su oni samo kao predali taj neki key s kojim mogu da rade ljudi i onda je nastalo gomilu tih...
Modova?
Pa ne modova, nego samo ovih falš servera i tako to, nelegalnih i to sve. I onda kad su odlučili sad, pre par godina da...
Za Blizzard?
Da. Kad su odlučili da rade vanilu iz početka.
Da, onda su povukli rikvac.
Samo su tražili kao nameravamo to da uradimo, ako možete da nam vratite taj ključ, ali nam treba da bi mogli da nastavimo dalje da radimo. I ljudi su im samo lagano vratili. Ali to je bio Blizzard početkom kao 2000-ih, da kažeš, dok je još to nešto valjalo. I nikakav problem je bio znači to je bilo u domenu, public domenu, znači ljudi su to imali, s tim su radili i odatle je nastalo gomila tih pirate servera i drugih WoW modova i drugih sranja. I kad su to pre par godina tražili, kad su lanchovali iz početka WoW Classic, vada kad je bio neki BlizzCon i kad su to najavili i samo su u BlizzConu javno tražili ako može to da im se vrati da bi mogli da rade to i bez problema su dobili. Tako da znaš, kao ne možeš da kažeš kao ljudi su svi stoka. Nisu, brate, svi stoka. Ako tretiraš ljude, brate, ko stoku, znaš, nije čudo što ti tako i vraćaju. Ali evo, vidiš, ovo je bilo totalno cool, ali to je bio stari Blizzard.
Pa je Blizzard igre...
Aj, Blizzard nema više ništa s ovim.
Ne. Što sam htio da kažem... Koristio sam boostere za ove, kako se zove, znaš?
Kakve boostere?
Aj samo da uradim jedan dungeon.
Hoćeš da mi reci da idemo odmah ili...
Da, idemo odmah u dungeon. Boostere sam koristio, koristiš booster da nabiš odmah stability na taj timeline. Pa znaš?
Da, to su vidjeli, mislim da
Da ga skipujem. Pa ne moraš, ali bukvalno da ne bi radio 10 mapa koji su tipa level 60 ili 70. Da bi ništa experience, razumeš? Da ne skupljam gomilu otpada od itema. Samo sam speedrunuo to. Dok mi ne da kasnije opciju da mogu da raizujem tu mapu, razumeš? Na veći nivo.
A što radimo ovdje?
Idemo bossa da koknemo.
Onog, čekaj.
Ajde. Slušaj me sad, možemo da ubijemo, reci mi da nemaš spremno ništa. Da stvarno nemaš ništa spremno, nemaš ni jedan egzolte, dajte. Pa pogledaj u sanduka, završimo.
Mislim da imam, ali...
Samo nemoj da se teleportuješ napolje, kao što si prošli put uradio.
A to?
Mogu ja da pokrenem ovo kad doći, znaš. I mogu i da je ubijem kad doći. Nemoj ostati duže ono što bi treba. Umreći.
Ja, ovo sam pritisnuo!
Nemoj, nije V.
Ja znam, pogrešno dugo sam pritisnuo, prošlo.
Mislim, rekao sam ti fino, nemoj da ostaješ duže nego što treba. Tačno znam da si teo da je DPS-u, što sam mogu i ja. Ne, odeš. Ne, nisi imao. Nisi imao, verujem.
Benti V. Meni to se to samo da... Ne moram se da ustane, idemo drugu sobu da pokreću.
A idi, ajde, meni je.
Materijalno, majku jedan. Si završio?
Misliš da li sam umro? Pa ne, stalno ti ona pali.
Čekaj, ima kao spend key to retry.
Da, ajde.
Ali to piše mi 0.
Šta je, nemaš ključa?
Ne, ovo kao ne da kao bend.
Pa sad čekaj da završim, ajde smisli šta bih htio da napraviš za početak. Ako uopće, ja sam znao šta hoću, samo što sam pokušavao pokazati ti šta hoću da napravim. Jedno 2 sata se ja to planiram, šta bi mogu da napravim. Pokušao sam da upgradem item, ali više nisam mogu. Shit.
Ma da, vratimo ovdje na početak.
Gledaj sad. Imam ovo. Ovo mi je drop. A hoću da ga izmiksam s ovim.
Čekaj, vidite mi, ovdje imam 2 legendary powera, ovdje imam 2 legendary potencijala, znači ja kažem da kupimo 2 prstena sa...
Kako prstena? Mora isti item da bude, to znaš. Može biti baba i žaba. To znaš.
Al, ne, čekaj, treba mi exalted...
Isti
pred... Koji ima inteligenciju na sebi, koji ima...
Ali ti treba, ne možeš da uzmeš mač sa legendary powerem da ubaciš prsten u njega. To sam to da kažem. To znaš, jel tako?
Čekaj, prošli put kad smo radili ove stvari...
Ne, mora biti isti item. Meni se ovo zabagalo zašto si poginuo, znaš?
Nije valjda.
Da. Da. I zato si ispao, izašao si bukvalno, nisi ovdje sa mnom, nego si izašao napad. Ne mogu ništa da radim s ovim. Ništa ne mogu da radim.
Ovako. Imam ta dva i uzeo sam ova dva.
Mogu da izađemo odavde, pošto ne mogu ništa da napravim. Ubio sam bossa, ne mogu ništa. A? Šta imaš? Imaš Phantom Grip prsten. Ok, znam šta je.
I uzeo sam primjer ovo. I sad ću prebaciti Dexterity Intelligence na njega. Ne veze da ću da ima ključak za to.
Nemoj to da radiš. Upgrade pro Dexterity. Jel znaš? I treba ti četvrti atribut. I treba ti četvrti atribut. Ne može s 3.
Ja sam...
Ne može s 3.
A ne može?
Ne, važi. Da, ne, važi za to. Imaš iteme ljubičaste koji imaju jedan atribut. Znaju tako da dropuju. To ti zapravo samo bonus je. Možeš sad sam da izabereš četvrti atribut, razumeš, koji ti najviše odgovara kao alternativa. O tome se radi.
Kao alternativa.
A Poison Resistance ako imaš Chaos Provider i roluješ je vi. Znaš šta ti kažem? To ti bukvalno dump stat taj. I nemoj da pokušavaš da ga ukloniš sa onim remove, zato što ćeš polomiti sav crafting potencijal. Bez veze. To ti lomi po 10-15 potencijala.
Long weapons, sharp prices. Claymore, pay less. You're gonna run around with that on your head?
Yes. Jesi ga napravio?
Jes.
Da vidim šta si napravio.
I ovi ću otprilike isto da bude.
Ali onda imaš koju ćeš garantovani stat s njega. Dexterity šta? Jedan ti je garantovan. A drugi ti je random. Da, ti ćeš dobiti jedan random. Ako staviš 7 dexterity. Ali ti to nije baš malo tih 7 dexterity ako mi slučajno.
Pa nije zašto se stekuje.
Možeš dobiti 12-13 dexterity, to pokušavam ti kažem.
Vidi, ovdje na jednom prostanu imam 13 dexterity-a, 13
a misliš, Phantom Grip već ima dexterity na sebi, šta?
A na drugom imam 11 dexterity-a i 7 inteligencije.
Aha. Dobro, ajde. Otvorit ću opet to, molim te, nemoj da umreš i nemoj da budeš greedy za DPS, znači nerviraš me već.
Ne. A nisam, nego pogrešno dugom sam pritisnuo samo.
Pogrešno ni pravo moći, moraš ranije da odeš. Ranije, bukvalno ranije. Zato što ćete ubiti lag. Nisi, otišao si kasnije. Ja sam otišao pred tebe. Zašto znam, umro sam 5 puta tako. 5 puta sam umro zašto sam bio greedy, teo sam da je kao ono DPS. I ona bukvalno pumpa i samo pukne, onda razumeš i mrtav si. To ne možeš da pretekneš. To ti je garantovan kill. I s tim se ne zjeba. Bez veze ti ode ključ, razumeš. Ne glupost. Imam ja ključeva dovoljno.
Ja ću.
Važi. Ajmo. Ješ. Je, brzo smo nabili nogu. Doći on opet. Opa. 2 seta item. I ovaj njen prsten klošarski. Daj mi spell damage kao garantovani. Evo sad ga je napravio. Ajde još.
Inteligencija i poison resist.
To si bir inteligencija?
Znači ima više inteligencije.
Pa ima više inteligencije, to sam ti ja rekao.
Ne veze, ne smeta me ni inteligencija, ni dexterity. Jedan će da ide dexterity, drugi će da ide inteligenciju, tako da eto ono. Bilo bi lepo da jedan ima obe stvari, ali ono. Pošto uživam bonuse od jednog i od drugog.
Ali imaš 2 ista, šta?
Dole, ja sam ono, razmišljao sam šta ja stavim, rekao, bolam je, stavit ću 2 ista prstena.
Možeš i to, nemaš restrikciju što toga tiče. Bar ja nisam primetio.
To ti kažem. Znaš kao ono, bilo je nešto tu da previše razmišljamo, da rekao zep, neću da razmišljam uopšte.
Jesi radio Dead Forest?
Ajmo još jedan put ovo samo.
Ovaj dungeon? Ajde. Jesi tamo?
Čekaj, sad gledam, Temporal Sanctum, je li to to?
Jeste.
Jeste, tamo se.
Ne, otvori. Stavi drugi. Umjesto prvi.
Temporal Sanctum Key, jel tako to ide?
Pa ide portal.
Treba mi Portal Charm.
Pa onda staviš drugi, taj rimski.
A ne treći, na drugi krom.
Te ćeš treći preći, šta je s tobom? Ko će to ubiti?
Jes?
Level 90. Skoliko resistance ima i health.
Da.
Razlika ti je level toga unique itema. Ako ti je unique item veći level, onda ti treba jebi ga dungeon 3. Ako ti nije, onda nema veze. Ajde, dobro. Au, neće stići više ništa da radi. Samo jednom uradilo peteru. Neko prstenje ogolice, pa dobro.
Ovdje sam dobio Dexterity Dodge rating.
Tako odgovara.
Čuš što da ne, znaš kako nije loše. Koliko mi sad Dexterity? 109, inteligencija 62. Fino.
Poklonjenom konju se u zube ne gleda, tako kaže.
Oda. One spell gun and all, increase spell damage, dobro to nije loše, ali nije sve. Triple for 4 seconds na tim. Dobro, ovo nije toliko loše, ali nije toliko dobro, ono.
Vidim kako si rekao, nije toliko ni dobro.
Ono, znaš kad je nekako
meh.
Prostečno, ali, da. Gdje kraca? Koji si rank na ovim vovinima?
7. 8.
O.
6. lažem. Za 7 treba 7000. Na to sve ti preporučim da speedrunuješ ove, znaš, questove. Da možeš da pokreneš svaku mapu na veći nivo težine. To ti je jako pro savjet. Ne znam da li ti se sviđa taj ideja.
A kako misliš da speedrunuje?
Aj za mnom, aj pokaži ti odmah.
Ne, mislim, šta, samo da uzmem kao onaj bonus na tom ostrovu, ili to mi pričaš?
Da.
Gdje si stigao? Na 70. Black Sun ili...
Koji je zadnji koji si uzeo bonus? Jesi uzeo bonus za Black Sun?
Nisam. To je 70.
Ajmo na Black Sun, ajde.
Jeste ga ti uzeo?
Ajmo na Black Sun. Baš zato da ne bi radio te koji su level 70, ja sam 87, 8. Ne dobije ništa XP, razumeš? Da dobijem item uopšte dobro.
Ti mislim samo juče jebote nisam igrao, ono.
87 sam level. Gledaj, vidiš i gore, iskoristi token, onaj zeleni. Koliko imaš stability uopšte tu?
0, tek sam stigao ovdje.
Iskoristi booster da ga maksuš. Šta uradi?
Iskoristi booster.
I šta sad? Sad radiš quest, jeli?
Da.
Aha, dobro.
I cannot do that.
A ovo je ono zaseljeno, ovo znam, ovo sam radio. Tamo se raštrkli ko selo i... Evo ima i para, boga mi ovdje.
O.
Piše mi da Judgment radi 100.000 damage. Kao DPS aura. Pa imam ono par itema, ono stekovano. Kao, mislim da sam dao 150.000 za prsten, znaš. Kad kažem 150.000 za prsten, mislim... Evo ovo. Imao je 3 legendary powera i gledao sam malo statistike i odlučio se da taj kupim. Imao sam 150.000 ili 140 i onda mi pala 10.000. Ja sam odradio par mapa, da skupim pare, kupio prsten i onda odigrao još par mapa da kupim prsten ili sam imao taj prsten koji mi dodaje attunement, fire damage i physical resistance.
I cannot do that.
Eto, to je gotovo. Tap.
Yes.
Da, ovo je da pretrčiš uz planinu. Možeš ti da kupiš iteme sa legendary powerom, znaš, samo...
Aha, samo što mogu mnogo da koštaju.
Pa zavisi od statistika, na primjer, koliko oni prefiksi imaju, kvalitet, koliko ostali atributi ima, a mislim da ti Legendary Power bukvalno dođe kao, znaš, ono kao okej, to ti neki base price, da kažemo. A sve što hoćeš preko Legendary Powera te košta, znaš, sa statistikama. Naprimjer...
Ako uzimaš bez toga, nisi mogu skupiti.
Ne, generalno nisu mnogo skuplji. 100 ide da ti otprilike sa 3 Legendary Powera. 100 i nešto. To je pristupačno po meni. Može se napravi. Znaš kad dođeš ovako malo kasnije, znaš. Evo što si ti ostaje para ovdje. Izvijeni, samo se kotrljam nizbrdo, skupnu lovu.
Ja nešto nisam osjećao da ga ima toliko.
Ide na drugu stranu, tamo da se ja pustio pa vidi. Sad meni malo fali stability, znaš. Što možemo da uradimo za... Mada meni piše da se ja... Čekaj, mogu sam da uđem s tobom, ozbiljno. Ja sam uzeo ovdje bonus, znaš. Ne, ja sam uzeo ovdje bonus pa mi onda nije ni tražio stability, znaš. Šta god. Ja sam ovdje kao gost. Inače ovdje bi kao trebalo da poštuješ mehanike. Da. Si umro?
Ne.
Za dlaku je bilo.
Za dlaku sinko.
Da ga nismo ubili, bilo bi pečenje. Viš meni nije ponudio bonuse, nisi imao stability, ali nam boli mi briga. Šta imaš dalje? Posle Black Sun-e 70. level, šta ide ono dalje? Ide... Ima Ending the Storm. Koji je ovo? 85. ne. Stolen Lance je manje level.
O, ide Ending the Storm, to je 78,
ne,
to je
ide
najbliže.
Ne, nije. Ide level, sad ću se reći. Nije. Imaš Blood, Frost and Death, 74. Smo to radili? Jer imaš bonus tu?
Da.
Onda jesmo. Onda koji reče? 82. level, jel?
85. ne?
Ne, jel imaš ovaj...
78 je Ending the Storm, 78 mislim.
Taj nemaš, jel?
Ne.
Taj je. Tu imam boostere. Si uzeo?
Ništa.
A ovo te spasiš mornare, znaš. Da, sad samo dolaze ovdje, znaš. Ne volim toliko brzo da se spawnem, bojim se, znaš.
O, laće. Mislim, damage nam drži, jedino je pitanje koliko će on jako dogoriti.
Ja nisam imao problema na 90 levela, ja sam igrao 90 level, one, znaš, da kažemo, map. Zavisi koliko su na buffu oni, znaš da imaš one modifiere da imaju više damage i health. Na onim mapama. To je to. Možeš ti da igraš regularno i da istražuješ mape i da radiš one, razumeš? Ali moj ti savjet uradi sve, koliko možeš. I tek kad osjetiš da su ono mape boostovane, onda radi te vube neko. Razmišljam kakva korist od toga da ono kao buffujem stability na max. I onda otprilike ovo. Znaš, ako si over level, on kao što jesam u suštini, ne treba da igram one stare mape. Skupljamo ove tokene pod... A neš da igraš sigurno kao level 87 mapu koja je 72 level. Znaš kad dobit level, nikad. Ajde, ma ni lutneš naći bog zna kakav. Naći item koji ima, razumeš, tier 6 ono, affix. Umjesto da ti baca tier 7 ono. Primjer, ja imam Rune of Evolution, kaže treba mi item koji ima tier 7 affixe, a ono na tom levelu, na toj mapi koji igraš na šanse ti padne tier 7 affix, onaj ljubički item. Nema šanse. Si imao sreće s onim Zerikom? Ja sam gledao danas jednom, pa da ti se spone na mapi 7%, ima šanse da se spone i da ti buffuje gold dropove jer igra. Oko duplo para dobiš, znaš, koliko bi dobio inače, tako po mapi. Obratraže nam naziv smrti.
Ne znam kako to radi, da li zahu jedan drugim taj skill, da li onda obojica imamo po 7% šanse, ono.
2 puta rola za to. To je tako
Pa
radi.
da li tako ide?
Prvo gledaj, jednom doće se sponuje, pa ako nema, onda rolaš jednom.
Ili nam sabjera.
Aditivno, ala from stop.
A šta je bolje, da li jedna šansa od 7 ili...
Ja kad sam pročitao kako radi formula za DPS u Souls igrama, ustro sam se.
Ja mislim da sam isto tako nešto gledao i ono...
Kad ti piše da 10% buffuje, to nije 10%, to je puta 0,1 modifier. Ako ti piše da ti prsten daje 10-15% holy damage-a, to nije 15% holy damage-a, to je 0,15 modifier. Ako piše da ti Miracle buffuje 20% fire i physical, to ti je puta 0,2 samo na fire. Ako ima i physical, dodaš i puta 0,2 na physical isto. I dobiješ neku formulu tipa, razumeš, da lik tuče 1700 damage-a, razumeš, casual. Svim tim glupostima.
Znači da se samo sve na telefon.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
It is too late. I beg you. I couldn't stop Lagon's rage. Couldn't protect his people. I assure my fate belongs to the Lord of Storms. Just like it always has.
An ocean above, an abyss below. You come. Today will break you.
Dobre, bonus imam, majko mu jebe. To je 78. 85. To je 72. Fall of the Empire.
I see.
I cannot do that.
Nešto mu gotovo i...
Možeš teleportat na mene, ako hoćeš.
82.
Da, Fall of Empire.
Zato nemamo ove bonuse.
Pa nisi kupio Stability. A?
Kako misliš nisam, gdje se uzima?
Ne znaš da se kupuje Stability?
Ne.
Znaš kad ti, kada otvoriš mapu? Ne znaš kako radi Stability, šta?
Ne znam kako radi Stability, ali ne sam zapustio.
Aj, pokazat ću ti kad završim mapu. Možda zapravo možemo odmah da izađemo, ja? Evo ti izađi. Izađi jer radiš bez veze, znaš.
Pa što bez veze igramo sada?
Izađi.
Ajde izađi.
Gle. Otvori mapu, klikni ovdje na monolith, to je mali, doći. Klikni na monolith. Vidiš i gore tamo na onoj skali, više Stability, vidiš mali plusić. Zeleni. Skroz na kraju desno.
Dobro.
Klikni na plusić, da kupiš.
Ali nemam, iskoristio sam 2.
A nemaš više?
Igrao sam 2 i 2 sam... Pa šta sam ti rekao sada?
Pa dobro, daj onda nešto, šta ima? Šta ima gospođe, nema ništa. Evo, ovo.
Ja ti pričam da sam ih iskoristio, da sam imao 2, da sam 2 iskoristio.
Ja ne znam gdje se nalazi, ja znam da si imao 4 komada 5.
O, možda padaju.
You've returned, traveler.
Simpatično kaže, you have returned traveler.
A, nekako ono baš... Šta je bilo prošli put, recimo tačno? Ima neka istorija tu.
Ne, pita te on kao, mora da kao ima kao jaki zveri u tvom kao vremenu, i onda te pita kakvih ima zveri u tvom vremenu, i onda kao, ne, bolje mi nemoj ništa reći. Kao ne želi da zna budućnost. Kao koliko zapravo želiš da znaš kao čovjek iz prošlosti šta se dešava u budućnosti.
Brate, nema šanse da to neko nije pao po taj utjecaj da ga zaista zanima.
Pa neke ljudi zanima. Koliko te zanima?
Zanima sve.
Pa zašto bi te zanimalo? A ne.
To mi je već ono.
Ne, ti kao karakter, dolaziš, ja mislim, tvoj karakter dolazi iz godine 1000, ja mislim da je tako. Ne, nije 1000, godina 100 ili tako nešto. To ti je Divinera. Pad Imperije ti je u 1000. godini. U 1400, to je 500, tad ti je ono bukvalno kao počinje taj kao void era ili kao opadanje. I imaš taj ono end of time, to ti je onom nedefinisano nekom vremenskom periodu. Ovo se dešava u ono minus 6000 godine. Pre Divine ere. Znači, u suštini bilo šta da mu kažemo, ne može imati nikakvog utjecaja. Može kao neko usmeno prodanje, razumeš? Teoretski.
Čekaj, smo bili gore po onoj chest.
Ja sam otvorio, pogledaj.
Au, da sam znao da ih je ovoliko palo, ne bi se ne vratio po ovo.
Pa ne znam koliko palo.
Šta znam, oko 60.
60?
Wow.
Wow.
80, kada je bilo iz kusura.
Won't hold for long.
Pita me za evoluciju. Imamo još jednu evoluciju. Bilo bi lepo kad mi je opet dao legendarni potencijal kao prošli put. Prošli put mi je dao legendarni potencijal, stavio sam added, onaj fire damage na njega. Znaš?
Što kaže ovdje?
Znaš koliki mi je
Ovi kristala iz hard kada kupiš, gdje on ide? Ili ti ide u inventor ili ti ide u neke resurse?
To ti automatski takav mob ti bude. Kad nađeš rift i iskoči ti primordial beast iz njega, imaš šansu da ti bude kao sa tim buffom. S tim kristalizovanim srcem.
No,
ako me to... Nije uopšte retko. Nije retko. Ako, mislim, moraš igrati.
Samo su nizak level za to što onda.
A?
Malo smo nizak, jel to pada na većim levelima ili šta?
Ne, bukvalno, pa igraš mapu za mapom, jebi ga. Skoro na svakoj mapi, ako ne speedrunuješ, možeš naći po jedan ovaj beast. I po jedan beast i možeš naći ove, kako se zovu, Tombovi raised. Skoro svaku mapu sam imao kasnije. Čak i ako ne piše da ima, najdiš na to.
Nešto sam izmišljao za ovog Sentinela build, s obzirom da ima onaj Warpath, mislim se zove skill.
Warpath je kao Whirlwind.
To, rekao.
Samo što ne piše tako.
Pa da. Sigurno sam da najvjerojatno postoji neka verzija Splintovina onda u igri.
Ej, postoji.
Jel da?
To ti je bukvalno Whirlwind. I animacija jako lepo, znaš. Ja sam očekivao u Warpath da bude bog zna šta, ne, bukvalno je Whirlwind.
Da vidimo što mi je dao. Poison resist.
Misliš kao enhance, neka ti da item sa recimo 2 legendary potencijala, 1 do 2.
Moram kroz 8 flick asset skin, ovo možda nije loše za narkomancera.
Svinji dijamanti. To ti je zapravo snatch, znaš, tako je preveden snatch. Svinji dijamanti, jel znaš? Da. Pearl and the Swine.
To je originalni naziv bio, a?
Ne, nego snatch ti je original. A domaći distributer ti ga preveo kao svinje dijamanti, zato bukvalno to imaš u prase proguta ono i onda oni kao će da, znaš.
Zar je bio pas?
Jel pas?
Ne znam da je bilo i pas da guta pa čekaju da Kenja ili naš, ono više se ne sjećam.
Ne mogu da ti googla ako te baš zanima.
Ne možeš.
Neće da ispadne kao da izmišljam.
Aha.
Oju nikad sam davno video. Scales of Vetera. To je katali za Major, ja mislim. Zna kao mala ručna vaga.
Ovaj lik uvijek ima potencijal da da neke dobre stvari.
Ima. Njegovi koraptovani itemi su nekad toliko moćni da se zapitaš zašto služe ljubičisti itemi kad čovjek baca ovako dobra itemi.
Da. Evo, na primjer, ovo mi se skroz sviđa. Ne sviđam se što ima ovaj kao dodge rating if hit, to je sranje statistika, ali ovo kao 5% mana regen, to je uvijek dobro došlo.
Imam jedan što daje 20-30 bow damage-a, znaš. Te zanima to?
Kako izgleda? Koji je opet?
Pa ono, 2-3 je, kao taj, sličan je tome kao što si mi pokazao. Po obliku.
I naravno je ovo isto ono koji tip, jer mislim u ovog njega što imam da mogu dva omena da stavim. Ne znam da li ima se više.
Ima, većina omena su mi, naš, sranji, da budem iskren. Samo ih pogledam ovako na šta liči, ni ne pokupim. Zato što ti ograničavaju koliko možda da ekvipuš itema.
Pa da, znaš kao mogu dva omena stavim, međutim imam ja dva omena, jedan je...
Jer ja mogu da iskombinujem stvari sa manjim, razumeš, ovim, da kažem.
Physical damage, minion physical damage, ovdje fire penetration, increase ball critical strike chance. Ali su oni ležeći, znači mislim možda malo drugačijeg oblika, ali ja...
Pa ne mora biti da su ležeći, možeš ti da zameniš ali si zapravo kako...
Pa to ti kažem, morat ćeš da menjaš mnogo više od jednog.
Pa ja gledam da isti kao ove što imam ako pokupim.
Pa znam.
Ne volim baš toliko da menjam se odjednom.
Tako, da prekombinuješ.
Mogu da prekombinujem, ali razumeš, ne znam, jednu stvar, da menjam 5 komada, razumeš, neće. Iako imam 5-6 stranica idola, mogu bi da iskombinujem nešto. Stoji. Naprimjer, sad sam iskombinuo, imam 19% šanse za 292% damage. To mi je critical sa fizikalom i sa melee udarcima i sa magijom.
Čekaj, kažeš iskombinovo, šta si ih rolovo ili si tako dobio?
Ne, dobio sam.
Ili samo klopio?
Bukvalno sam dobio, evo ti gledaj, dobio sam. Šta ja radim?
Ne, mislim da je to to novim opet.
Da. Mnogo sam ti bacio. 12% crit chance. 13% crit chance. 10% crit chance. Tako dalje. I kad se sve to isabere, jer su nekim mojim pasivom, to se nagura lepo na 19% crit. Razumeš? Skoro 300% više niče. Da, stvari umiru dosta brzo. Ali imaš moboje koji imaju onaj critical strike avoidance, to si video, jel da? Taj modifier ima.
Da.
Što znači da nije da neš radit critical, nego ti nije baš toliko jaka šansa da uradiš critical protiv takvih mobova koji imaju critical strike. Isto kao što ti sebi naguraš critical strike avoidance. Meni je critical strike avoidance 190% čini mi se, a maksimalno koliko moguće 100%. Bukvalno, ali nema već. Ne je dosta para palo. Skoro 40.000 imam. Ne s ove mape, nego ono ukupno. Si gledao na YouTube-u onaj jedan lik što ima klipove za Elden Ring. Obuko se kao patches i ide okolo i ono troluje ljudi. I baš ono roleplay radi, ne znam, uzme i nosi onaj kako zove veliki štit i koplje. I baca ono zamke, pa se sakrije, pa razumeš ono, promeni oružje, pa radi peri, pa šutne ga u provol i tako. Ono smicalice pravi. Ima neki low pitch voice, onako umorni, znaš.
Ja
kad
mislim sam
priča.
to nešto gledao i gledao sam to... za Dark Souls 1, ja mislim da je bio neki lik dolazi iz video se zvao Trusty
Patches.
Trusty ili Trusty? Nemam pojma,
Trusty.
daj nek bude Trusty. Ja, Trusty, onda eto.
Trusty kao onaj koji možeš verovati, ne da li
Pa
ne.
da, znam, ali ono može i kao žedni, gladni, znaš, ono ima to. Ima smisla jedno i drugo, što najgore.
Trusty. Ovo sam ovo sam imao ranije. Ovo ti je item za onoga spellcastera mage'a. Onoga što menja između elemenata, ne znam da li si gledao. On bukvalno ima bonuse na sva 3 tipa štete elementarne, na fire, cold i lightning, znaš. Tako mu radi skillset čitav. Kao invoker varijanta iz Dota. Ako ti je poznato to.
Da, znam Invoker, sećam da sam imali. Što baca vatricu, hmmm of the last nomad. Ujebot.
Još nisam dobio onaj, kako se zove, rezonans, najsrpni.
Skills of Terror.
To ti za Elemental Mage.
Da, sad ti kažemo nešto za Elementalistu, ali... Attunement tells of cast speed 16.
Koliko imaš ovdje stability? Koliko ti treba za bossa?
A treba ti mnogo, brate, tek smo odigrali jebote jednu mapu koliko mi treba.
A treba ti nekoliko mapa, ali da uradiš maks. Ili da speedrunuješ 10 mapa jako brzo. Inače nisam pristalica toga, radije bi da odradim jednu mapu full nego da uradim jednu minimum. Znaš šta piše za ovu mapu? 40% XP gain increase, sve? Čak iako je manje gledala...
Nije ćemo raditi isto,
Znači, čak iako je manje gledala, opet...
Ja sam 83, tako da... Da kažem da sam tamo gdje treba da budem, ne bi bilo ono... Ne bi bilo laše.
Nisi prelazio most.
Nisam rekao samo da vratim ovdje da bi nešto zatomno, pa... O, pa imamo i dole most.
Sad ćemo morat dole.
Ajmo dole.
E? Može, hvala. Hvala. Pa namazat će prije spavanje, neću sad. Ima, hvala. Hoću. Pobježe guster neće.
Nije, hvati se. Ovo gore dole. Imaš i šrajn. Pare.
Dolazi. Šrajn za pare?
Dobro. Znaš ti da ja klikćem najbolju stvar.
Da li si imao mapu gdje imaš samo šajnove? Tipa svaki 10 metara, da, znaš koliko para može se uzme tu. Ajaj. Ali to si imao odvojeno od onoga mercenarija, da ste mi se mercenari spomnili na tvoj mapu.
Da.
Svaki drugi šajn tamo je bio bukvalno gold šajn. Jel para gomilu i bez njega. I bez njega je bilo dosta para.
Aha, možda rešati se lopti stigu se.
Imaš jednog rare moba koji je kao jailer, znaš. I on ti čuva kao... Kako se zove... Kavez od onoga temporal mage. I kada ubiješ toga moba, ispadne kave, klikneš kave i ispadne meč, onaj exalt meč. Uje.
Ovo je lepo da.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Ma može cemetery forgotten.
Da?
I moguće da imaš na ovoj mapi, ako nije na sljedećoj, ako nije na cemetariju, onoga Nemesis. A nisi ti bio tu, ja sam danas odradio jedan onaj Nemesis chain, znaš, random sam ga našao bio.
Aha, super. Jel počastio?
Gomilu random stvari, to tako obično ide. Više sam ga radio da bih upgradeao neki mač.
Aha. Vidiš da će ti da 2 legendara potencijala.
Na primjer, tako.
I cannot do that.
Ništa, imamo cemetery.
I cannot do that.
$20 golda je bilo.
Kod mene 58. Sam bili 20 mjesta, si otišao.
Ja sam otišao zbog 20.
Interesantno.
Pa.
I cannot do that.
Što se ono kaže, beggars can't be choosers.
Upravo, stop.
Ne postoji način da uzmemo zajem od nekog u ovoj igri, pa...
Znaš što ono, ali dobro tako je postavljeno.
Možda zbog kao nekih real money transakcije.
Transakcija, da.
Što je ono rak rana boljka, recimo u Pet Fexelu.
Koji u dijabu?
Ja nemam ništa protiv, ja nemam nikakve tripu u mozgu, razumeš, da neko mora da se muči ako se ja muči, nemam mu. Ako neko može...
Radi se o tome, vidi, nije to što ljudi botuju, nego, brate, kradu akauntove. Onda su kradenog akaunta, brate, kao to ono pišu, spamuju i te neke stvari, znaš, nije to baš bezazlazno. Ja sam prvo mislio da je, ali danas nije. Nekad je bilo ono 2000-ih, znaš, kao kvaliti akaunt i popraviti stvari s akaunta. I sad rade ono, dosta loše stvari.
Ovdje ti kompanija flaguje akaunt da si skaver. Ovo gore varijanta, bojim se.
Grand Gold. Meni po rezonans. Opet mi daje permanent swine.
Ostaništa imaju neobičan izgled. A naše da im je, rekao sam ti bio da im je model sasvim drugačiji.
Meni je ekran pun.
Znam. Ajno.
Dobro da ovakve stvari ne kršuju igru.
Pa, iz toga tiče,
A.
te stvari su rešili bar u ovoj igri. Bar nešto radi kako treba. Javi se nekad lag, ali po pitanju tih itema toga, ali daleko od toga da će krši.
I cannot do that. Stand down.
Podsjeti me samo za ovaj idol.
No, što si im?
Podsjeti me samo. Idol.
Aha, loš. Može da podsjeti pa sad postigne kraj.
Imaš onaj za bov. Daš vidi.
Unique item shards of affix. Ujebote, a? Ovdje ću shardove.
Nije ovo nešto dobro. Nisam kucao how ili bov, ja mislim da sam kucao bao. Mogu se zakljati da se ga ima. I to rogue, što je znači fora. Ali ovo je primalist. Moguće ovo. Ja ne znam da primalist uopšte ne može koristiti bov. Ovo što već mi pokaže kakva glupost. Ako nije za moju klasu, znaš, ovo što mi ga ne pokazuje na srču. Kucao sam statistiku koja mi treba neđe... Sentinel, da Sentinel, idol piše plus 8 bow damage. O mamma mia. Rogue talisman. Ne tako.
Jebate da ja sad hoću da s ovim. Dobro shot chance, idemo to. Kao prvenstveno ne mogu da pogrešim nikad.
Kako ne možeš da pogledaš? Double shot chance.
10% daje po poenu, možeš da staviš 4 poene, znači 40%. To mi zove baliste. Ovo se gine attack speed with each hit 2. Dobro. Cool.
To stvarno znači reroliš, koliko te košta to?
Ne, nisam ništa rerolovao.
Evo ti ga. Ovo sam to ti ponudio. Gledaj.
Čekaj, znači imam...
Oj.
Attack... Ovo. Ovo je ovo veliki. Žus. Na, povod za hard secret koristim.
Ne, 32% increase bow damage.
To je.
Jel? Pa ti probaj pa reci da li ti veći DPS kad ga staviš. Da se pomeri broj. Tebe sam citirao inače.
No ne mogu ja da ugledam sada, znači moram da povedim ih mnogo da bi ostavio.
Moraš.
Da. Ujebote.
Dobro, svi ima najbolju namjeru.
Da, ne, cenim. Ja koristim ovu knjigu.
Misliš oltar, šta?
Da.
Pa tako i ja koristim.
Znaš, samo ima jednu tačku u sredini, brate, i onda sam ih nagurao.
To sam ja uradio, gledaj. Isto.
I sad, znaš, ono kao pošto imam dosta ovih po 3 ležećih, znači ja moram da povodim u 3 komada, da,
Važi. Samo ćeć važi.
Znaš koje prikombinjavanje treba to da se izvede.
Znam.
Sačuvat ću ga u svakom slučaju, sačuvat ću ga pa...
Ako budeš hteo da... Dobro. Ovdje ima uvijek para ko blata, znaš?
Yes.
Da ti dao ove vove nekoje?
Da.
$514 stability, ono. A te ti 400, ja mislim. Ti?
Ne znam koliko je. 64.
Pa, jesi da gura bar do druge skale, ovo za drugi quest?
Ne. Imam samo prvu skalu.
Ajmo onda... ovo. Ovo arena? Jeste, ura. Na mojoj mapi uglavnom ne baca arene. Imaš da uzmeš na onaj skill trio da isključiš sve arene, znaš.
Da isključiš, da. To mi nije bilo jasno, znaš, je to dobro ili loše?
Pa, zavisi kakav si čovjek. Razumeš? Kako ti objasnim? Koliko ti si igre mape? U suštini, na dužim mapama imaš više šansi da nađeš bolje iteme i više eventa, razumeš? Ovo ti je samo za progres, razumeš? Piše ti koja ti nagrada kad završiš mapu i... Čuo. Ajde, gdje su ti bajlove? Dođite.
Čekaj, to znači ako stojimo na jednoj strani, će to sve da bude onda na jednoj
Pojma
strani.
nema. Ti mi kaže.
Pošto čini mi se da ovdje imaš neki kao spawn point, ali to je...
Pa stani ovdje pa ćete ulaziti sa strane.
Znači, ako stojimo ovdje...
Dolazi ti s leve desne. Opa, evo ga, trut. Vi to zovete trut?
Neumoljiv.
Volih te i suviš. Što kaže?
Da. Vidio, priznako sam ispred kad se otme, naravno. Neću da te pokupim.
To sam ja vidio kakav je onaj mali idol i reću sam da ga ne diram uopšte. Šta smeš?
Znači iz inata neću da te pokupim.
Neću da ga dignem s vode. Evo para ovdje, pomalo.
Ima po Đoškovim.
A eto, nije loše za pare. Ovako kad igraš na dvoje, ono... Gomilice fine. Još malo para.
Rare helmet sa rare rings, ujebote. Ajmo rare ring, dobro.
Like a cemetery of erased. Evo ona mapa iz kampanje, znaš. Samo što je ovo u Ruin Terry. Zapravo originalna mapa jeste i u Ruin Terry. Šta ja pričam?
Ovi su mi najjači zbog smeha.
Imaš onoga komandara od ovih, kako se zove, Undeada kad kaže Bring them to me. Ili kaže Fetch me their soul. Ono, maksimum edgy.
Ancient Bones.
Da, ima malu šansu da spone grupu mobova sa sobom.
What the fuck?
Taman shotno. A ima neki dive, da?
1200, overkill 300.
Ne, ima dive neki. Random može da ubije. Mislim da ima atributa koji samo ja ono tražio, znaš.
Pa tako to treba da ide, da.
Da, mislim da je ovaj malo jači.
Uje, dosta tu momenta.
Šta je danas atomet?
Rukavicama.
Jedanaest.
Što ćete klikla?
Šta misliš o ovome? I koliko košta ovo? No?
O čemu?
Pa evo, pogledaj
A,
ovo.
evo ga sad ga vidim, da. Ujebote.
Ovo ti košta 200.000, mislim, znaš. Znači, itemi koji imaju maksimum roll na primary stat su jako retki i preskupi su. To ćeš najmanje naći, samo to ti kažem. Naćiš ga najmanje što vjerojatno ljudi troše za crafting, to je pretpostavka.
Da.
I ne prodaju ga, nema ga na prodaju. I neko jedino možda ko, eto, kao, znaš, ima komplet build i ima i viška, razumeš, gere, možda će ti... A, možda bi ti on prodao. Ali generalno da ne prodaju niko.
Dobro, primjer ovu, to ima maksimum. Ali na kill.
Pogrešan pravac, ja moram da ima nazad.
On je pogrešan pravac, samo što nisu očistili.
Ovo je ćor sokak bi. Mislim da mi resistance sad capao, znaš.
Meni nije void.
Sam je capoan i fire mi je 150%.
A ko će mu šport na mene?
Mogu. Ja. Si otišao 100 metara dole.
Mislim da se pusti taj koridor dole.
Pustimo gore desno. Pošto je očigledno da se ide dole. Ima ovih idola kako hoćeš.
Da, nažalost nisu svi baš dobri.
Pa to da nisu dobro, to stoji. O. Imam 2 legendarnih potencijala iz kutije. Bar ne moram sve da kupim u igri.
Mokar.
Pa našao sam mač sa 3 legendarne potencijala što ga tiče. A dobro, to ti je kontrolisani drop, zato što sam ga stavio onaj soket na tamo River Trio. I tražio sam igri da mi forsira, razumeš, da nađem item toga tipa. I tako je bilo. Ovo, to dobio sam tipa 10.
Čekaj, ajmo dole, ajmo tamo.
Znači ovuda se zapravo ide, ne tamo. Jel?
Da.
Promašio
Da, ovdje stavim.
Šta si ti gore aktivirao, lebati?
Nisu ništa aktivirao, bilo samo ono, imaš pokušak stvar.
Inače pokupio sam false temple. Znaš šta ti false temple?
Ne.
False temple ti daje šajnove samo. Jel znaš?
Ono, o čemu si malo pričao.
Sad ću ti reći da li to tamo, moment samo, ne mrde. A temple from forgotten timeline filled with shines. Kad piše filled with shines, to nije kao 2, 3, ne. Ne, mapa ima jedno 20 šajnova, razumeš? Znači, ono ideš od jednog drugog, bap, samo aktiviraš, bukvalno se išao i klikta samo. Se jedan pa drugi. I samo trčkam dok ne vidim, razumeš, da sam našao onaj za pare i ja sreću. Tu se napatirao, 70 ide da možda uzmiš. Na jednom oku. To sam imao bez onoga mrsena, da je on bio još...
Da si imao sreću si ga spawnovao.
Pa ništa ni znao da je moguće. Ima i mapa, jedan od ovih hekova imaš kao Grandmaster Brewery. Bacite u kafanu i gađate neki alkoholičari sa buradima piva. Kad ih ubiješ dovoljno, ozbiljno, kad ih ubiješ dovoljno pojavi se glavni Baja. I on je onako već ima neke napade drugačije. I kad ga pobediš, dobiješ šampionski pojas kao u MMA. To moraš da vidiš, ako nisi radio dobit ćeš i na to onaj boven, onaj kao dobit ćeš onaj skill point, znaš. Ako to nisi radio, to odigraj definitivno. Bar jedno. Pa treba, ako lud je dosta. Znači, jedan te isti neprijatelj, razumeš, bukvalno, mislim da je jedna od onih uvodnih mapa sa kampanje, da ideš kroz ono podzemlje. Znači, ono, imaš gomilu onih uradi piva, kao neki podrum, razumeš, i onako kao stali, razumeš, i baš deluje kao ono kafanska tuča. Ajoj. Rune of Havoc, ko sam nalazio par puta, dalje nemam pojma šta radi.
Brate, ima ih mnogo, znači u jednom momentu, sad ja ne znam, mislim, navratne vremeno navikneš na to, ali, brate, sve ih popamtiti, naučiti da koristiš i ono...
Pa neki ti poboljšavaju crafting, daju ti veće šanse da nešto napraviš ili manje i šta ti ja znam. Fino, još 5600, eko. Ovi, ne, memory ember. Soul Foundry. Ovi su dobri, ovi se nalazi je. Ovi što daju, gledaj ovo. Ovo ti je čist DPS, znaš. Bravo. Magač.
Resist.
Ovo ti čist DPS, ako ti skill ima tag, onaj kao...
Spell power.
Spell power, da.
Spell damage.
Čist DPS.
I kapira to već ovaj samo na onaj nekoro i...
Nije. Pa i Sentinel ti ima modifier na to, znaš.
Opa.
Da. Pa ovaj Judgment ima, on ti tretira kao spell. Kafana je moja sudbina, ona me sebi uzela.
Postavljati ovdje neke stvari ili ne postavljati ovdje neke stvari?
Pa, ako ti daje skill point, stavi. Ako ti ne daje, nemoj. Kako ti je best.
Conqueror Tower, Nemesis, čekaj, stavit ćemo to.
Ako ti fali stability-a, što da ne razumeš. Možemo to dobijemo te memory embere. A također, stability dobijemo za ovu zonu.
Besiege Garden.
Ako traži corrupt, piše da traži corrupt.
Kaj se otra viru kupiti ovo? Cave of Shadows. Ne piše ništa corrupt, ali treba viru.
Piše ljubičasto kao dole.
Ne piše, kao što ne piše.
Jel imaš ovo za pivaru, nemaš?
Ovo sad gledam, nemam.
Imam ja, da.
Minimum corrupt, evo nije ovdje za corrupt Blood Glade. Bloodland Glade. Ali kaže minimum 100 corruption. Što čekao da nema u kuticu?
Evo, stavio sam jedan Forgotten Temple. Gdje mi je brewery? Imam ga. Stavit ću ga ovdje da ga odigramo. Brzo se igra, a dobit ćeš kill point. Dobro.
Yes.
Ti imate samo zbog aure, čovječe, imaš te visoke rezistore.
Ko ja? Pa, zašto misliš da igram kao paladin?
Take care.
Sekundu samo da pogledam mapu. Gdje su mi ovi jakovi? Evo ga. Ovo je želiti skill point. Ulezi. Fight može da počne.
Iz nekog razloga sam mislio će ovo biti više kao arena. Hoćemo dole da su ovi šajnovi ili...
A vidiš, ovo ti je kao kafana. Ili kao beer fest, kako hoćeš. U suštini treba da ubiješ ih dovoljno pa već se boss. Slično kao... I kad ubiješ bossa onda je kraj. Vidim da imaju šajnovi, pa nisam očekivao toliko.
Da, čak dva.
Evo ga, Bru Kaiser. Si dobio pojac jebeni.
Bro, Master Buckle, jao, ovo je skroz cool.
A. Endurance ti radi kao damage reduction stat, znaš.
Aha.
Znači, to ti je ispod koje, kad prevučeš preko crvenog onoga bara za health, isto koliko imaš endurance-a. Kad dođeš na tu količinu health, onda imaš bonus damage reduction. Znači, želiš da imaš što veći endurance da bi ti taj threshold bio veći teoretski, jel tako? Da te ne bi nešto onšlotovalo. To tako nekako radi. Jebem ga. Ako sam dobro objasnio, valjda si. I dobi si skill point, jel tako?
Da.
To mi je bilo point. Ovo sve ostalo je bilo bonus.
Nešto je Bro Master Buckle, to se mora čuvati.
Pa, konkretno ti ne igraš kao tank neki veliki, a meni toliko još da sam tank i ne treba.
A šta je ovo?
Ne treba. Šta si aktivirao?
Morat ćemo završiti na mapu, ne znam kako nisam igrao.
Nema veze. Moraš da uradiš onaj
kao.
kao. Jel ti ovo ono za šajnove? Nije.
Ne, ovo je obično, ovo je obično. 15 experience i 25 rarity. Ovo je ono doslovno na mapu s početka igre. Kad prvi put odeš ono ruine raru.
Ono ispred onog grada, kad se smucaš.
not do that.
Pokušao sam da uradim jedan od triala u Ark Raiderima, ali sam digao ruke njega.
Što? Koji?
Kada lutuješ natkasne u kuhinjama, ali natkasne
Da,
Znači,
pričao si mi to mi da je nešto tu malo...
retardirano, zato što kuhinja ima određen broj slotova koji može da spomne. A ne računaju se male fiokice, one dole, već mora biti ona gore viseća. Ono što ti visi iznad glave, ako je bilo koja druga ne dobiš ništa pojena. Zato je onako retardirano. Evo ga ovaj, kako se zove, Void.
Aha. Da, pričali smo o tome što je malo ono glupo, bukvalno trebaš da ideš i da pokušavaš dok ti ne bude ono stavio maksimalni broj, brate, tih ono ormarića i to ti je bukvalno jedina stvar.
RNG.
Imamo ovdje mnogo više dvojde, samo da znaš.
Ima i Nemesis, ja. To sam ga aktivirao, ne znam, bio mi bliže. Nisam ni vidio Scouts Health, samo je pao dole mrtav.
O da.
Znaš?
Ne, imamo, čini mi se da imamo DPS-a, će pitanje više samo ono, jel možemo preživjeti.
Pa uglavnom mogu, imaju neki ono one shot bullshit, razumeš. Ability koji imaju bossovi, a toga ne mogu ni ja da se defendujem bukvalno.
Ili imaš Nemesisa?
Ima.
A, to.
Evo sam gledao, vidiš stajte. Pa neki bov.
Znaš kako, kraj emisije, tako da možda pokupiš sve.
Ne to nego... Evo ti pogledaj bov prema što startujemo.
Ma ne znači mi ništa.
Znači, za crafting, znači za... Ne, znači ti za crafting. Zato što ima 150% increase bow damage. To ti je maksimalni stat, to je T7 ili T8 koji je to. Pogledaj. Držiš CTRL i Alt da vidiš koji je. Ne, možeš da ga iskoristiš kao template da napraviš bow, razumeš?
Da.
To pokušavam ti kažem.
Ti si imam forge potencijal. Ne, ono, to stoji. Daj, plus ima ono, šansu za upgrade.
A Rune Evolution ti upgrade je tier 7, a atributu tier 8, to znaš. Ja nisam znao da je Bill Paxton režiser. To ti je onaj što glumi onoga Hudsona u Aliens. Op. Moment. 1-2.
E tako, mnogo bolje.
Soba. Za Discord je počela da lemuda.
Lemuda.
To kad sam sa Mezim, da.
Kažemo, mogu Evolution, Sand, Dogglicu i dalje nosim, mislim da je nosim samo zato što mi daje 6 na atribute i movement speed. Mada 11 na sve rezistove, uopšte nije loše.
Daj si koliko imaš problema s rezistom.
40% minion damage, dobro je ovo ogledać kada ono pogledaš, voli bi da je ono s nekim bonusima boljim, ali...
Yes?
Ti nađi bolju.
Pa pokušam, ali svaki put kad mi padne mi gore, brate, imam manje ovih lošiji roll za ovaj bonus.
To ti je žuto oblica, jel?
Da, Exalted.
Ne, rare je žuta, Exalted je ljubičasta.
Šta je boja posle toga, ono?
Exalted je ljubičasta. Žuta ti je rare, plava ti je magic, common ili...
Da, ovo je unique.
Pa unique. To je unique.
Conqueror Staver, to radimo.
Čekaj. Koliko...
Da.
Koliko ima
Prešao sam
stability?
drugi. Prešao sam drugi.
Jel te zanima... To da je...
Ajde završimo ovo, ne misli se, pa ćemo onda se zjebamo s tim.
Ajde. To sam Lost Temple da pokrenem, ajde.
Što bi mu ne misli? Ovdje ćemo u Lost Temple na kraju krajeva.
Ne, sad si startao. Ti si ušao?
Da.
Što ste portam u tebe. A evo ga. Aha, imaš odmah da odeš kod njega, šta? Svašta.
Pa da, ja ti rekao imamo odnosa, ne misli se malo.
Da, mislio sam da moraš da uradiš onaj chain. Znaš, kad ono radiš 4 mape, pa onda 4. mapa ti je kao sa nemezisima.
A, ne, ovo je ono što sam ja postavio.
Nije dugo bio živ.
Too heavy.
Viper, a?
Izvini, ja ću banišem ovo. A, joj, brate, šta ja dobijam ovdje?
Okolo se nikad razube ne gleda.
A onda sam trebao da zvoni stari. Ma...
Čekaj.
Izdrav Slave.
Tu je Slavko.
I cannot do that.
Snimi se na nekom...
Ne snima se nigde. Nego razmišljam da idem u krevet. Ne, razmišljam da idem u krevet, Slavko. Ustao sam se u 10, umjesto se ustanem u 11, pola 12. Probudio me ovaj kurir, ma ga reći. Da mi preda koga boli uvo za ugovor, za telefon. Ja sam znao da je 10 sati, rekao mi druže dođi kasnije jel.
Čekaj, tebi donali ugovor šta, na kuću, na noge?
Pa donao mi kurir da potpišem, ja sam dobio jedan, on je uzeo drugi i to je to.
Da.
Ne može jednostavnije toga kecmane, što?
Pa ne znam, ovdje ti teraju da ideš kod njih, brate, moraš samo da ideš u njihovu poslovnicu.
Što bi išao?
Pa zato što mi ne donesu na noge.
Mi smo selo, samo znaš.
Pa da, nevratni nema tu blizinu, to jest.
Nema poslovnice i onda kao, a pošto ste vi grad i onda mi kao to jeftinije da vi odete, razumeš?
Pa to.
Nogama.
Je, ma da, ali više nije toliko, pošto ovdje postaje sve skuplje i skuplje i oni se sve više i više udaljavaju.
O, koliko kratko živo.
Too heavy.
Ma prvi i drugi su bre smešni.
Kako se razvičuje, to je smešno. Kao epizoda Dragon Balla, znaš?
Dragon Ball.
Ja mislim to? Bossa ne
Too
jest.
heavy. Too heavy.
Mogu stačka je spopnem gore.
Pa
kako misliš da pokupim sve ovo, objasni.
Ja ne znam šta je tebi toliko bačeno da si ti trebalo nekako da pokupiš.
Ti ni ne vidiš koliko luta pada tu, jel da? A ti radiš beniš non stopa, ko te šiša?
Nije, nisam, ne, uradio sam ja...
I ja više ne mogu ovoga da sumanuju, vidiš? Zato sam ti rekao.
Zašto sam ga ubio, zašto sam ga ubio.
A to tako radi, ne?
Ne, to sam znao, nego nisam znao da si dole, ono, i daga.
Je. Creeper. Ti nađi Creeper.
Čekaj, mene je zabala igra ili šta?
Naravno.
Nećemo, kao piše portaling i kao ono stoji.
Gde se portališeš?
Pa u degra. Izađemo odavde.
Kad kažeš portališem, to zvuči kao ono, si čuo za izraz kurtalisati.
Da, ali stvarno piše portaling. Ali kao mogu da radim, mogu kao da šetam između ove dve zone, znaš, ono kao stoji tu i ništa.
Tebi pukla je sesija. Treba da izađeš u glavni meni ili baš da restartuješ igru.
Ajmo koji desktopa. Ne vas bilo je završeno, tako da...
Jesi rekao bile?
Bile.
Bile Titan.
Bilo završeno, bilo završeno.
Ne znaš ti, tako ga je Slavko krstio. Bal Titan, bile Titan.
A bile, a? Ako.
Što se ono kaže od Miloša?
Pošto si planirao da ideš da legneš, ovo ti počinje za 51 minut, tako da ne znam, ono...
Znam.
Da ćeš da ostaviš na nekom streamu, pa...
Znam.
Ko je, šta?
Ništa, ćuti! Ni ne igra treba mu, znaš.
Ne, ako ne igram ništa, okej.
Igraš, nego nikako čovjek da te natera da igraš, o tome se radi. Znaš.
Biće ovdje neki dropovi za Path of Exile 2.
Jest, jel igraš Path of Exile 2? Jel igraš?
Ne, iskreno ne.
Zašto ne? Slavko, šalim se. Ne možeš zaista da odgovoriš na to. Pokušavam samo da budem srnja zbog bez razloga.
What the fuck?
Možeš da uzmeš dropove, šalim se ja, nego... Ja sam stvarno teo da igram taj novi patch, zanima me da li stvarno hoće da stave onu, kako se zove, jel beše Marauder će biti ili tako nešto, Kecmane, šta ono rekoš?
Ne znam, nisam gledao, zbog toga si mislio baš da ga pogledam.
Ili će da ubace konačno, znači ono osnovna jebena D&D klasa, zašto moram da glorifikujemo što će da ubace skillove sa mačem? Pa da je to trebalo da bude ono prvo mač, luk, strela, nož, buzdovan, razumeš? Uradili su sve samo ne to. Zato što su izabrani dosta čudan način da klase ubace.
Da.
Imaš mače koji daju spell power, ja to još nisam vidio, znaš? Da možeš da rolaš na mač spell power. To su samo određeni item. Marš u pičku, mat, izvini. Jel' 9 i 10?
Da.
Znaš kako znam, ali... Ču sam od oba išao na posao 9 i 10. Sad bih otišao kupim kesu čipsa. Da uzmem sada pojedem nešto slavno, vratno i mogu spavam do ponoći.
Pa, verovatno da.
Pa možda ni poslije ponoći. Nešto slavno da stvarno pojedem. Ti... Kako si ti se poslom večeras, Slavko?
Jel mi 82 baš radimo?
Ja krećem u 10.
Da, 82 radimo.
Da se odjavljujem za sat vremena, imam sat vremena.
A,
Pa da. I palim na posao.
imaš sat vremena.
Imam
Dobro,
sat.
ajde da te ne deranžiramo. Možeš da pričaš s nama, ali tako?
Normalno.
Dobro.
Koliko je ninja?
Sad igramo Helldivers, možda ti taj stres ne treba, da?
Take care.
Ne, ako želiš, nije problem. Mogu ja ovo da prekinem.
A šta si počeo? Onu Space igru?
Ma, Galactic, ništa, ovaj Survivor.
Sutra ćemo to.
Klasika.
Sutra ćemo. Što da igramo jednu čitavu kampanju s tobom. Po mogućstvu. Ne da odigramo jednu mapu, znaš.
Pa do sat vremena bi mogli, ja mislim.
Ne može. Jednu kampanju da odigramo. Da, ako ćeš samo da uradiš glavni objektiv i da ne ideš ni levo ni desno, evo ga bunker, evo ga marker, evo ono, ne. Nema šanse da možemo završiti, ne se baviti. Onako kako ja ti igramo, trikanem.
Onda ćemo sutra onako na tenane lagano.
Aj, igri. Keco mi sad željno iščekuje i nestrpljivo također to temu ustao.
Ma ne, ja ću onda jedan, brate, ono, tako da nije nikakav problem, pošto...
Odlično. Odlično.
Nego sad klikćem po ovom kanalu što si ti dao za one, kako se zovu?
Za dropove i? Znaš da su bili bolji... Da, za?
Za ovaj Far West, za kaktus i to, pa samo kliknem da vidim šta lik ima, da sve
Collectibles.
Sve. Da, baš ono da je sve čovjek ono dao i skupio.
Svaka čast.
Sad da ono razmišljam najvratnije sutra, onda ono da li raditi to, ono staviti na easy, kao idem samo to skupiti.
Pa naravno, nego šta. Vidiš, jer to on bio beše napravio jučer kad smo s njim igrali nešto na hardu, pa sam se onda tamo, ne možda dišeš koliko te napade, razumiješ?
To da.
Mislim da je baš na hardu mapu smo dobili, dove sa čime da što smo završili tu mapu, ali bukvalno bili sam na drugom kraju mape, razumiješ, non stop isponujem mobove oko mene. Rekao, to možda radiš ti to? Pa radim zadatke. Rekao, ja ne mogu da hodam, razumiješ, saleću me na svaki metar.
A ne, kad ideš u tim većim težinama, onda sve ih češ i imaš i naletiš na te grupacije.
Ma nisam ni nalećao, razumiješ, bukvalno ne moraš da se mrdaš, idu oni ka tebi, razumiješ. A šta su Helldiveri za ovo? Ništa. Izvoli Slavko. Imate reći.
Ništa ovdje, ma imamo reći.
45 minuta.
Sam se.
Pa da, imaju taj njih oficijalni bre sajt, mislim da ću kod njih to da...
Take care.
Vidim. Ajde da pravim neki sandvič za večer.
Šta da se setim gdje sam stavio jebeni False Temple. Negdje sam ga bacio na ovu mrežu, nema pojma da je. Se desilo tako taj nešto?
Da, zbog toga sam ono, bukvalno... da ih stavim odmah i odmah da ih završim.
Čini mi se kao da mi je u mraku, da moram da odem levo ili desno korak, da mi se pokazao na mapi, da tako bukvalno radi. Svašta.
Gdje ste ih googlao kad si rekao da je sačmurala da najbolje ovo Far West?
Nisam ja googlao ništa, nego ne znam ko mi je poslao poruku. To mi je rekao Tomislav i još mi je rekao od ovih... To ti je kao meta, ono, razumeš, ono... Jo, čini mi se onaj Drakulin drugar. Kako je zove iz Njemačke? Ne mogu sjetiti imena. Viktor ili nije Viktor, koji je? Je kao shotgun, ti kao OP. Ja rekao, ako je OP, onda nećem da sjetim. Jack. Jack se zove. Jack 8 TV. Iz Njemačke neki. Ne znam otko poznaje Drakula.
Pa jebik možda s kanalom, s što igrali preko...
Možda ga poznaje dok je bio tu u Srbiji. Šta je ovo? Poznat mi gameplay.
Ne znam šta gledaš.
Clash, se tako zove. Poznat, jako
Jesi
igra.
čekaj, ga gledaš na streamu ili...
Da.
Aha. Clash.
Artifact of Gods, ili kako zove. Grafika je jako stilizovana.
Ja ti da kažem, ovo mi se nešto asocira na ovaj...
Kao strip je nacrtano. Kaže, ako igra ne bude uspešna, kaže, pridružit će r/ateizm na Redditu. Kao nema boka.
Let me tell you a story. I knew a Corwood once. He said he was no longer a slave of
A voice acting je onako solidan.
He said he was free. Free of all laws. Free to do whatever he wanted.
Ateizam.
A stara igra. I čini mi se gleda. 9. mart 2023.
Gameplay.
Kaže, game looks unique, but the gameplay really needs improvement. Pa, to je isto kao ono što bih rekao za Expedition 33. Ništa što sam do sad igrao, a i jeste, neke stvari su klanki, ali baš Expedition 33 je ono indie igra, znači, ni ne očekujem, nisam očekio puno kad si mi za samo znate, to kažem.
Jel može za nju da se kaže da je indie?
Može. Nisu imali ni jedan veliki developer nije bio iza njih.
Pa nisu bili veliki, ali ono, ljudi koji su bili, da kažeš, koji su radili za velike developere, mislim.
A ako misliš pređašnje iskustvo u tome, to stoji.
Pa to, znaš, to kažem, ono, opet imali su i visok projekat. Da li je lik rekao da ga ipak je koštalo, ono...
Mislim, platili su bili, ne znam, onoga korejskog onoga lika. Onaj Koreanac im je radio animacije, a on je bio baš ono pro. Sve one kombat animacije što vidiš u igru, to je jedan lik radio.
Vidio sam ono dokumentarac kad su tražili nekog za animacije, da su bukvalno ono...
Da ih je ono kupio...
Outsourcovali čak u Koreji, jer su kao našli jednog lika ono koji je radio to nešto što je njima treba.
Da, oni su hteli tako da izgleda...
Kao Evropa i Amerika, kao niko nije radio ono te stvari, efekte.
Da. Trash Goblin. Šta je Trash Goblin? Ne vidim gameplay. Dobro.
The trinket inside. Sponge it clean. Add a little goblin
Malo su poboljšali ovaj UI iz Epic Store, čini mi se. Malo.
There are so many incredible objects to
toliko moram ne priznam.
Čini se da je malo brže.
Da, bio je jako neresponsivan, kako ti kažem. Klikneš pa se nešto dešava pola sata.
So expand your cozy workshop and install handy gadgets to help out, like the display mat, to tempt customers with your most appealing creations? Or the honesty box to clear out surplus. Why not decorate your space, indulge your whimsy, and upgrade your tools? This chisel doesn't look safe. Even hit the road as a pop-up shop. Shout outs to Gerald. Take all the time you want, work at your own pace, and live your best goblin life. Trash Goblin, out now.
Sve su ti goblin zanatlije? Nemam pojma.
Čistiš ono stvari, sređuješ, oporavljaš.
A više ne moraš više da potvrdiš 15 puta, samo staviš... Da to ti kažem, to i primetio sam nakon neke sitne stvari. Ovaj osnovni meni mi je još uvijek isti, ali definitivno se vidi da izgleda da su bar jedan deo kritike, razumeš, na račun svog UI-a uzeli onog srcu. Vidi, ne mora da napravi carbon copy Steama, niko to ne traže njih.
Pa upravo to, ali koriste ga kao neki template, znaš, kao neku ideju, ono.
Da, uzmite bar da vidite zašto to radi, kako radi, razumeš.
Da.
Nije pojenta da oni privuku ili ne privuku user, ali kad bukvalno pokreneš njihov launcher da te ne odbije, razumeš, bukvalno na prvu loptu. Što se dešava jako često.
Što se dešava mnogim ljudima koji kažu, ma brate, neću se zajebam s tim, ne interesuje me, ono... Kaži, brate, znaš kao, ma ne interesuje me ni za te besplatne igre, neću ništa s Epicom i taj fazon, ono, stvarno ima ljudi. Zato što im deluje toliko odbojno.
Fontanec. I? Ali ne znamo šta će biti reveal, to je problem. Ajde sačkat ćeš pola sata.
Ne znam, ono...
Znači nemam pojma, hoću da vidim jebeno.
The 7th and 8th. If you can't make it to New Zealand, don't worry. The event will be live streamed for free, so you won't miss out on any of our announcements or dev talks.
Za ovo nisam siguran, za ovaj Raw Core. Nemam ništa protiv igre, ali nisam siguran i dalje. Koliko mi je gameplay drugačiji u odnosu na Deep Rock naš.
Oh.
Ovo je kao klasična prevara. Imam isti vibe kao da gledam Deep Rock Galactic, samo sa drugačijim mehanikama.
Kako ti da kažem, brate, ko da ima samo više akcije ili tako nešto. No,
ali isti deluju modeli, karakter, animacije. Ok, malo detaljnija grafika stoji. Dakle, kao da su skontali da ne mogu više para da uzmu od one verzije igre koju igramo sad i onda kao kako to monetizujemo, pa ajde da napravimo ono posebnu sezonu, jeli, seasonal content i da to prepakujemo kao drugu igru i prodamo ljudima za punu cenu.
Od prilike.
Mislim, kapiram.
Ali nemam pojma, znaš kao vidi, ja baš i ne vidi, to kao Rogue, lajkovi, te stvari, ja ne znam zašto mora sve da ide u tome.
Ne mora, jer zašto bih ja...
Koji sam kupio igru koja nema veze sa roguelite-om, znaš, treba da to mi bude rogue, znaš, kao to mi nema smisla.
Nisam to mislio, jer meni nije problem kad oni izbace novu sezonu sa novim kontentom, novim mapama, modifierima, nekim unikatnim upgradeovima, recimo u tom Deep Rocku. Nije mi problem da uzmem supporter pack, stave ili stari na popust ili mi se svidi novi, razumeš šta ima. I ajde, puknem 10-15 evra, iako je to ista igra, razumeš. Ali ono kao ajde, igrat će možda neki, ne znam, 15 do 30 sati, taj novi kontent i ono, bit će mi interesantno, ajde. Nema veze. I zar nije to njima dovoljno, recimo, po svakom, recimo, hardcore, ono, starom fanu, razumeš, da, kao neka motivacija da, ono, zapravo naprave takav kontent novi. Ili im to deluje kao sitno neka. Ili baš mora da bude novi IP, koji će da košta, razumeš, ono, $46. Jel mora da bude to? Da se o tome radi. A na drugom tasu vage ti imaš Helldivere 2 koji su ti live servis igre gde stalno se nešto novo ubacuje, da. I nekad to nešto novo ne mora da bude ni dobro, razumeš, imaš ono kao niš stvari. Ne znam, dobiješ, kao što sam rekao, dobiješ nove mekove koji su ti u suštini kao stari mekovi, samo što imaju malo drugačije statistike ili malo drugačije oružje. U suštini je stari kontent samo malo reworkovan. Ili imaš bacač plamena koji je kao stari bacač plamena, ali ima kanister na leđima, pa jeli kao imaš više ono goriva. Ima veći domet zato što je jeli kao veći kao taj trover vatra. Imaš minigun koji ti je u suštini isti kao Stalwart, samo što ima backpack i 1000 metaka, ima bolji penetration.
otprilike.
Jest, to je sve već postoji igri, samo malo drugačije, tu sam rekao Emeziju, imaš ovo, ali to ti isto kao ovo, kao u suštini imaš ga i free, ali je malo drugačije. Ništa ti nije baš ono super pay to win u Helldiverima, zato što sve to već imaš u nekom drugačijem obliku.
Pa realno.
On kaže, sviđa mu se, ne znam, Hello Warbond, ona, ne znam, automatska puška, pa rekao imaš isto tako, ne znam, free. Skoro.
Ali si ga pokupo.
A dobro, njemu se sviđa estetika, razumeš? Njemu se sviđa estetika. A kao što se meni sviđa estetika onome što su izbacili prošli mjesec Warbondu, znam Slavko, kako se zove, ono s onim vojnicima iz ono Prosvetskog rata. Meni se sviđa ta estetika. Možda ne nužno oružje su onako klanki, ne znam, onaj Mauser pištolj i... Izvinjavam se.
Zašto, što si uradio?
Pa imam keybind na tastaturi. Na numpad minus ti je mute. Znači mutira mikrofon i isključi.
Da, sad si jeste, čuo sam da bilo malo zakasno.
I u suštini ako neko uđe u sobu pa hoće nešto da priča sa mnom, ne morate vi sada slušate.
Da.
Ili, mislim, zašto da odgovaram na sumnjiva pitanja, ne znam, ili... Zašto biste bili svedoci, ne znam, nekoj preveri, šta ako sam ja neki diler drogi, zašto budete svedoci? A nisi.
Pa nisu tražili bi dobru cenu. I da jesi i da nisi.
Ili gledajte moj stream kao Milan i onda razumeš, aha.
Ja, gdje njega spomenu?
Zato što on imate neke običaje, znaš.
I dalje, ili?
Ako neko uđe u sobu priča sa mnom, razumeš, onda x puta je bilo, ne znam, da dođe onda i random kao spomene nešto što ja nikom živo nisam rekao, ali on je video na streamu, razumeš, i tako provalim da me špionira.
Da, znači ne bi imao tu informaciju da nije video u tom momentu.
Da nije video neko ušao u sobu i nešto mi rekao, jer ja neće recimo držim do svoje privatnosti i manje više me ne zanima šta pričaš ti u svojim ukućanima, Bojane, ni Slavko isto. Ponekad sam svedok Slavka kad priča s nekim, ali u suštini želim da znam. Jer mislim da vas poštujem vašu privatnost. Iako se vi možda nekad zajebete pa pričate, ali ja stvarno neću da znam. Tuđe informacije mi ne trebaju. I ne bi trebalo nikom da trebaju. Ali ako si neko ko nema posao i nikakve obaveze u životu, možda ti trebaju informacije od drugih ljudi.
Da mu se ulepša dan.
Jeste. Ako zvuči pretenciozno, nije dobra upotreba reči. Da sam da kažem prepotentno. Ne, mislim da nisam to da bude prepotentno.
Nije.
Pretenciozno bi bilo u drugom kontekstu.
Zamisli budeš pretenciozan, zato što ne želiš da presluškuješ druge.
Pa kod mene u selu, to ti je simbol ono starih baba, znaš, one babe što ti sede na penđerima, ne sede nego, imao si one stare, one široke prozore i znaš kako...
Tu su i gleda ko prolazi kad prolazi.
A znaš kako se zovu ti prozori? Kibic penđeri.
Aha.
Zato što su ljudi kibicovali, razumeš? Toga ima kod nas još uvijek na selu, a u gradovima ja mislim da skoro ni nemaš.
Dobro, što su stare kuće, toga može.
I to ti je bukvalno sedneš, razumeš, a koji su malo širi, bukvalno si mogla da sedneš guzicu, razumeš, u okvir, staviš jastuče iza glave i zatvoriš žaluzini, samo gledaš ko prolazi, razumeš, ulicom i ko se domunđava i ko s kim priča. Bukvalno nemaš pametnija posla.
A šta nosiš tu, a šta će ti to?
Čak ne moraš ni da komentarišeš, samo snimaš. I onda poslije kad dođe komšinica na kafu, onda prepričavate.
Ja vidjela ga nosi šta će to njemu, Boga znao.
Jesi vidjela s kim ona ide ili ko dolazi u kuću?
Znači ima niko im bre dolazi u kuću. Kad je nekome to vrhunac dana, zamisli.
Ovo je samo reveal i imaš dropove, a patch je 29. Ovo je samo zapravo da nas drže ovo je samo da nas drže na udici.
Pa da, malo najav. O komarcu desi, majku ti jebem.
Ajde, sačekat ću live stream da vidim, ajde.
Hoćeš, a?
Oć,
Ja...
nažalost hoću. Ali ako ne budu duge najave, ako budu nešto, razumeš, srali i ono bude neki gol...
Ja mislim će trajati malo duže, uvek traju, ono, sat, dva.
Pa dobro, nisam mislio da gledam sve, samo ono što me zanima, razumeš.
A jebik to ništa moći da urodiš, nije YouTube pa da možda ispreskačeš.
Možeš kad pogledaš čitav stream onda pogledaš kasnije,
pa
znaš,
to.
možeš. Bio je Heroes of Might and Magic, kako se zove, reworkovano na stara verzija.
Vidio sam.
Bio je i dalje, sa 39 evra, mislim da si imao da uzmeš za 29. Ok je koliko sam ja vidio, ali moj brat je naletao na neki campaign bug. Podsjeća jako na King's Bounty. Znaš, i jako podsjeća na King's Bounty, što nije uopšte loše. Ali ovo je, da kažemo, još uvijek early access verzija igre, tako da ono, malo rano za to.
Pa što sam da zabavati, čekati, mislim.
Pa čekaj, a mislim, u suštini sam ga uzeo i platio manje.
A, to misliš?
Jer ako
budem... brate, paši to mi cena, mislim, nemam pojma, ono, to je nekako meni...
Modeli su ti 3D, ali je sve napravljeno na 2D ravni, razumeš, kamera je zakucana za jednu ravan i u suštini imaš maksimalan taj fidelity sa, kažemo, dobrim performansama, ajde.
Ne znam da bi da se natreba da igram to opet, mislim, u ono vreme kad sam igrao, brate, nisam mogu da prestanem. Sada ne znam. Da bi kao mogu ono da sedem, da pustim neku muziku, da cirkam neku kafu, nešto slučajem i ono kao klikću. Ništa, Gari, odio da spremim neku večeru, budite mi pozdravljeni. Da se možda šumu posle da vidimo šta će da komentarišemo za Path of Exile.
Pa ja ću ga pustim na drugi ekran.
Pa to ja sam ga stavio tu, pa ono vidio ga, ne vidio ga, nemam pojma šta ću. Ajde, pozdrav.
Pozdrav.
Tried. I farm Uber Shaper like every week. It's my favorite boss, but I've never got one to drop. I can get the jewels to drop, I can get everything to drop, never got the weapon.
So, GGG saw the bingo sheet I was looking at and DM'd me on Discord.
Oh,
looking at your sheet.
Oh my god.
Screenshot of the infinity symbol you made and wrote also there are no Ninja Turtles in 0.5.
Wow, dude, I'm getting roasted, like, Inception-wise roasted from GGG from you looking at my bingo sheet.
Yes, sir.
You know what? I thought that was a clever way to do that. Also, you like the new Atlas tree, and I actually drew a tree up there. You know, you gotta keep it creative.
Oh, sure. I didn't even notice that.
It's a tree.
I thought it was an apparel.
That's an apple. Like, I'm from Alaska. That's where trees look like. Like dog shit with apple.
Are you still gonna live there? Or are you moving?
Nah, I'm moving. Supposedly. The only places we've actually actively looked at was like Tennessee and Texas, but I'm starting to wonder if it's gonna be too hot.
It does sound very warm.
Yeah, it's a stag change from where I'm at, so we'll have to see.
Awesome. Well, dude, thank you for yakking with me. I hope you have a good reveal. Hopefully we're all eating well today, and let's talk more soon.
GG's, brother. GG's. Have fun.
GG's. You too. Bye.
Alrighty. Alright, boys. We are 24 minutes, 29 seconds. It's time, finally. Stall-a-thon completed. I'm gonna run the ads now so that we don't get ads during the review, okay? Run the ads now so that we don't get ads during the review. Got it, boys? We all on the same page? long as possible? No, because if you run multiple sets of them beforehand, you have to wait before you can run them. So if you run them uphill, you get the most time. You can also turn off sound alerts so that they don't pop up. So if you're doing sound alerts, wait on that. We're done with those up before the live stream. You're looking for the subs, by the way, boys. Appreciate all the subs, the primes.
Not bad, not bad.
Gifts, thank you, boys.
Mogli smo da otpikamo neko,
So
ali ne
everyone's
vredi ili
copium
ja.
levels are great.
Pa neću, ti moraš na posao, razumeš? Ne volim da speedrunem. Ja sam ti penzioner, veći nego ti, ja volim polako. Znaš, ne volim kad je efikasno. Kecman nekad voli efikasno. Kad igram s njim, Lies tipo ko igra nekad previše efikasno, brzo, znaš. Ja igram mnogo sporo, mnogo sporo. Ono, kafa, sokici, razumeš. Polako, tap, razumeš. Uopšte ne idemo na brzinu, isto kad igram Helldiver 2. Ja sam stavim da igram 40 minuta jednu mapu. Bez žurbe. Gledam ja na sat. Gledam da uradim, razumeš, glavni objektiv. Gledam da uradim glavni objektiv i ako radim glavni objektiv, polako da se uradi sporedni ako može ikako.
Swords, surely swords. You send me free focus fuel? You want focus fuel?
Pa,
the great
to je plan.
caffeine supplement to use to keep awake while you're gaming. The focus fuel with code DM for 10% off. Wow, focus fuel, you want that? The strawberry lemonade flavor?
Get lost.
Alright, here's the rest.
Baš dobar physical resistance. Trust.
Alright. Can't wait for half the PoE community to be furious that no matter what GGG is cooked up, it's not enough. It's going to be enough. Alright, I'm just going to tell you that. It's going to be enough. Everyone's getting fed right here. You're going to have everything you ever need, everything you ever want.
Još dve noći.
Favorite speculation for the new patch? Favorite speculation? Ooh.
Čo ne vukulak, ne sretni.
I'd love to see multiple classes.
Motherfucker, where are you?
Would be crazy. Is the new patch bringing your dad back? No, sir. He's still at the store. Still at the store.
Thank you, come again. Move, bitch, get out the way, get out the way.
Swinger classes. Any nerfs you think would definitely happen? I think
Tako
we're
nekako
definitely
mu
seeing
doći.
nerfs to Blood Age or Testament. If I had to guess. I think we might actually get Act 5 with this patch. Because you usually wait last second to show names and looks like Genesis with the other one. God damn. Yo, what up, Nick? Asmer, right, sir.
God damn.
God damn.
Kako bi ovaj srp, ovo je strašno.
Tradition. Drops to be active here too. Yes, drops are on. Drops are confirmed on. There will be no ads and drops will be. Release a vid or something so they speed up the reveal? Yeah, every time. Last time I turned off the live stream, they launched their teaser trailer immediately.
Ludak je ovdje završio, majku mu jeben gdje se zavuku.
We get drops if we watch here? Yes, drops work here.
Daj, bitch.
Otprilike.
Vidi.
Already 140,000 viewers on Twitch at even start. Yeah, dude, everyone's subscribed for 0.5.
Do you wish to awaken in the real world? Oh no.
Do we think we'll get a brand new ascendancy with swords or reports from Kill Run? I think we're getting swords. I think at a minimum we're getting swords. Maybe even 2 classes. It's going to be a big day. You want your Shadow and Buman Rogue already? Hell yeah. Think we're getting Cyclone? So what I actually think is, I don't think we're getting a new act. I do think we're getting a new league mechanic. I do think we're getting swords. I think they're reworking the other 4. Like, I think we're getting a fairly significant patch.
Impresiva uborka, kaže. Pa dobro.
Impresionirani su s tvojim radom.
Class, if we get 2,
Moji
this would be
fascinirani su, čoveče.
fucking insane.
Totalno ih svih oduševio.
Okay, how many of you guys actually, like, no cope, you actually think we're getting 2 classes?
Dve klase.
Metio sam ih, brate, mi.
Nope, no, hell no.
Ide okej.
Tweeted out, join is the reveal, our next major content, and they show the wings.
To je krst. Ailing Loran. Glover Loran.
Campaign is finished, $500 sub if I'm wrong. Okay, right there, Force Tactics. No campaign finished. $500 in subs. I'm looking forward to it. That's an easy $500. I'm glad I logged in today,
Moram
boys.
da googlamo Maler.
That man's buying me a hell of a steak today.
Lover Ptumerian Labyrinth.
Wait, why swords are so important? Yes, because they're cool. You're playing a fantasy game with armor, bows, all of that shit, but you don't have a sword. Check out a new tweet, I saw it. Check this out right here. I'll pull up on stream. New tweet. Look at that. Return of the Ancients. Sure looks like fucking ancient to me. Axe, halberd. Dude, if they drop a Marauder out of nowhere, it's so much more hype with the Ancient. The Ancient's actually kind of sick, dude. This might be a record and post, Jim. Oh, shit. Yo, dude. This is actually... I don't know if this is true. CEO Dan Clancy says channels identify this view botting will now have their CCVs capped. View botting is bad for our business. We don't benefit from it. We believe... Get them out of here. Rip fucking bozos. Get the view botting pieces of shit out of here, dude. Hopefully that's real. What CCV concurrent viewership, aka their viewer number, will be capped? It's kind of a big deal if that actually is real, dude. You feel the hype? Absolutely, I feel the hype. $11 minutes. 11 minutes. Yo, thank you for the tier 1 shield. You know what? I'm giving in to the copium. We are getting 2 classes. We are getting 2, 100%. Duelist, Templar, and Shadow. I think we get I think we get 2. I'm calling it. We're getting 2. I'm giving into the hype. Yo, Dragon, thanks for the Prime, sir. Don't know D on the copium. I don't even know if it's copium at this point. Biggest update ever. Zorbonk with the Prime. Thanks, sir. Yo, Force Gaming's here. What up, Force? I watched your Fair Ever video, by the way. Force, I don't know if you know this or not, but I watch your shit like all of the time. Shout out to Force Gaming, one of the best YouTubers. I'm pretty religious with watching your videos. That guy, you mentioned it. Hope you're excited for today. I'm hearing it's a big one. Little birds have been telling me, Force, that it's a big one. Okay, I'm gonna run one more set of long ads. Then that will push it to we'll have no ads for 2 hours. Heard so you some things too, so I hear. So 3 minutes of ads, and then we will have no ads for 2 hours. If I run them now, we won't get them when the stream starts. Okay, so sorry you have to take them now, but it's so that it doesn't ruin the live stream for you guys. All right, it is what it is.
Gledao sam vodič da nađem shop. Već sam ga našao, samo zaboravio sam. Nemaš nikakav putokaz gde se ide, već ono više možeš da pamtiš. Ili napraviš YouTube video samog sebe. Ako ne si zaboravio da je. A nemaš toliko kinta da kupiš svo oružje, znaš.
Nema se pare.
Pa nemaš, koštate, imaš varijacije na obično oružje, znaš. Sad sam otišao u kosu od zadnjeg bossa, imaš da kupiš njegove 2 varijacije. Jedna radi više magijsku štetu, druga radi veći fizikal. Či idem vamo. To pravo. I to
How
bi
long is the stream? We don't
trebalo.
know yet. I'm hearing it's a long one.
Da, ovo je tajni zid.
Funny,
Bio.
now you're an attractive man. I hate you even more, dude. That is the message of fucking day, dude.
Mhm. Skupe boce, jebote.
Yo,
Eto,
Fame
par
Master,
noževni
1, 2, 3,
skupi.
4, 5, tier 1. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that support. 7 minutes, boys.
Oružje.
Alex with the prime, thank you, sir. That also.
Oružje, bravo.
Mrale, mrale.
A nemoj sva oružja.
201,000 in the directory. God damn, dude. No pressure for GGG.
Safe.
Kind of a lot of pressure, because if they won 1.0 in December, then the end game has to be fire. You know, something that'll help me focus for these extreme PoE reviews. I don't want to miss a detail. If you're trying to get good focus and good energy, then I would highly recommend Focus Fuel using code DM. Find it in the pinned comment or the panel. There you go. Perfect time for the sponsor to start today, as a matter of fact. You like that? That's a new one. Starforge has been replaced. It's like that meme, like best friend, like my friend Starforge relationship ended. Now Focus Fuel is my new best friend. They need a fantastic patch for 0.5, so they have a balance. Changes are manageable. Well, yeah, I mean, 0.5 kind of has to, like, they have a lot they have to do in this one. They want to have this one and then 1.0. Don't you think 1.0 in December is the worst possible time because of Christmas, etc.? I mean, they're literally doing it because of those reasons. Like, it's the best time for the same reasons you think makes it the worst time. You're not a Starforge rep anymore. It's still I am. It's just a meme. He's literally in the channel right now. .0 drops 3-week break. Yeah. Yo, CKB smiling for the prime. Of course, Starforge harassing me. We get Twitch drops while watching you? Yes, Twitch drops work. Twitch drops are here. You will get the @Zeri Booba statue. Congratulations, Booba enjoyers. It's actually a drop here. What about @Zeri feet? I mean, you get all of it because it's literally the Twitch drop. You get a giant statue. Hope they show some other class that will make anything else than Chaos Damage Lich every league. I mean, surely we're getting at least one class. At least one. On a scale of 1 to 10, do you think 1.0 is coming this year? I do think 1.0 is coming this year, yeah. Wait, so Big Titty Anime Waifus kind of actually happened? It did, actually. It unironically happened. Like, it's actually the Twitch drop today. Weirdly enough, they ended up being a real thing. I think they'll announce it here, too. They always announce it at the beginning. Yo, Danny with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tier 1s. Thank you very much for the 5 tier 1s. Okay, we have no ads for 2.5 hours. Everyone get ready to enjoy this. 3 minutes, it'll be here. We waited a long time. Long have we waited, ever debated for this reveal. We're expecting classes. We're expecting major league mechanics. We're expecting all of it. So no ad yes, there will be no ads. So I got ads disabled for the next 2.5 hours, boys. You're free and clear. Don't worry. Thanks for the primes. Hold on, I'm gonna walk the cat out so that she doesn't. Kitty likes to like step on the.
Greetings. Today I want to show you guys how you can get lost in uncanny donut challenge area and your stream and you'll end the
Poor kitty, I know.
don't bosses
Kitty walked out, I know.
here
Just during the reveal.
over here. Very quick, very easy. Watch out you don't get, you know, jump scared and try to get hit by that asshole. Go up to this new game +1. Be DLC weapons only though, so you're not gonna find your base game weapons here, but the DLC ones all appear to be here. Different normally have in like your base game or the DLC, you know, weapons. The regular vanilla weapons, I guess you could say, don't have Lost or Uncanny on them. So that means like certain weapons that you might have noticed you couldn't use a certain blood gem on because it wasn't the right slot placement you need. This can kind of remedy that by allowing you to find a weapon that does. You also might have noticed there was a chalice that was actually available here. So if you were looking for that particular chalice, maybe want to get it earlier on.
Give it to your ones. 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, real quick, yes or no? Do we get swords? Yes or no? Let's see if you guys are right. Yes or no? Yes, yeah, Harmson, yeah, alright. Everyone's on the same page. Couple non-believers, but everyone else on the same page. Alright, boys. You'll love to see it. Sub 1 minute, and it begins. Toda, yes or no? I think no on Toda. Yo, Starforge with the 20 tier 1 gifted subs. And just like that, it's gone that fast. Thank you, Starforge, for the 20 tier 1s. Appreciate that, boys. Alright. Hype time, W spam chat. Let's go. Let it begin. Let's make sure the audio is loud enough. Okay, how's that? It's loud enough? Should be loud enough. I have it cranked all the way up. If it's too quiet, you can, or too loud, you can let me know. It's all the way cranked. All right, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers at Grinding Gear Games.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Those in darkness, who once lay dormant, now return. We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict.
Oh, shit. The first new in-game quest. New in-game areas? What? New Arbiter Pinnacle boss. Oh. Ritual rework. Dude, they're all getting I was right. They're all getting quest lines. They are doing the breach.
We become one.
Delirium rework too.
You are completely alone.
Oh shit, dude. New League Runes of Aldor, yo! Remnant. Calgurin skills? What? Expedition oh thank God, Expedition rework. Explore the ocean. God damn.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Atlas class. Wait, what the hell is an Atlas class? Atlas Abyssus? Wait, what the fuck?
Now see how your story ends.
Oh my God! They reworked the Atlas treatment. New crafting systems, plural. Stairwalker system. Martial artists. Yo, the monk did get their third. For the new uniques. Holy shit, dude.
To face us is to face oblivion.
God damn! Oh yeah, swords?
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now we promised that this one was going to revamp the endgame, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
I lost track there.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight. After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
Like a choose your own reward type thing?
But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
Okay, and the mobs drop. Yo, 20x Verisium. There's new material
After
there.
the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted. As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items.
Oh, you can like craft
As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes.
Oh, you actually like craft the gear. Okay.
And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects.
So it's a crafting league.
Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it.
Like a harbinger. It's a Harby.
Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6, 7,
You did 6, 7.
or even 8 runes. But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant. To
gonna be
expand
really
your
nice for
knowledge and to
SSF.
allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around records.
It's a big SSF buff.
He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogre, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground. The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclass to find sources of Verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more Verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you Runic Ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times.
Runic Ward, okay.
Runic Ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your Runic Ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
Hardcore League
Every
confirmed.
single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way. Even uniques.
More energy
Some
shield,
are just
boy.
a strict upgrade, giving Runic Ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of Runic Ward.
Oh shit, 1,000.
There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play.
Oh, okay.
But the Kalgurans use Runic Ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with Runic Ward. Many of the options available from Remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend Runic Ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet. There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies
Okay, here we
will
go.
transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up Freeze at the same time.
Oh! Wait, that's actually
You have
kind of
basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost Runic Ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can combine regular skill gems and interesting ways.
Fuck off.
Concussive runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns. While Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill.
Sunder, let's go.
Now, there are other quests during the campaign too, that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage.
Oh, shit.
Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost again. And it's
that
not
is
just
cool.
low-level uniques.
Okay.
All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
What?
There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item.
What?
And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots.
Wait, what the fuck is happening?
Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effect duration. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with Verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items.
Cast speed, attack speed,
Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig. With excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering Verisium from them.
Thank God, Expedition.
By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic.
That's big for Expedition. That's real big.
One very important difference from the simple Remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the Remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many Remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins.
Oh no way, we're gonna...
Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwennon.
Don't tell me we're about to build...
He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her. And this begins a new major mechanic for Expedition, exploring the ocean.
Okay, alright.
Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast,
Yo, that's sick!
uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwennon. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions,
Expedition League, boys, what the fuck?
new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwennon has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed. Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook, and this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like.
Oh shit, okay.
There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible.
No, boys.
The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become. These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology.
Oh.
And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
How many bosses they add in this game?
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby. On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth,
Bro, this is just
leader
one
of the
them.
Knights of the Sun.
they got like a whole
Defeat him
fucking campaign.
and gain
in this
access
shit.
to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the vericium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danig should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on.
Oh, damn, dude.
To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items.
100?
And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques, dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's
That's
time
just
to talk
one, I
about the
believe.
massive changes to the in-game.
Here we
But for
go.
that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Okay, here we go.
Now,
boys.
as Mark hinted at before, the in-game atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new quest lines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west, the cracks in the earth to the east, or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north? The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization.
Oh, shit. Wait.
The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons, and disarm them.
Bro, I was right. They wall you off.
But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find. You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the fortress is the first of the new full in-game storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes. Or this one, which spawns an Esmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map. Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree.
Oh, thank God, dude.
Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time.
That's sick, what?
There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one which lets Esmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, And the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential.
They are doing interacting with the mechanic. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm nailing my prediction so far.
You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments.
If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you.
Oh, that's cool. All right,
Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles?
That's a good way
But there's
to do it.
also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight?
It's a good way of solving this problem.
Now I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day. We should probably get back to the fortress.
Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there.
They're really changing everything.
After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the Pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder. And not only that, you'll have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress. And any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points.
Oh, hell
So
yeah.
that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content, with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines, so let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree, why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree?
What?
Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in.
Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier, but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location. Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda.
Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Wraithblast and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes Ismarian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses, but in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment.
Thank God.
Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the in-game leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths, with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulmat. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster.
We were on it, boys.
Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from the worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his Delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him. Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features Delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of Delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into Delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the Delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the Delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind.
Oh, shit.
And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst
Man, they
fears.
added so much shit, like...
If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing.
Worth a
You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him.
and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels, but there are many more.
Okay. Dude,
Once you've done enough